Chapter 1. Hunt for Dragon Balls begins. Planet Vegeta. Kakarot? Wondered the doctor while looking at the newborn baby. The lizard-alike alien nodded. Yeah, the son of a low-level soldier. I guess the only thing we can do with him is send him off to one of the frontier planets. I suppose so, said the doctor. He pressed the button to open the round window. A boy gave his first cry on the planet Vegeta. It was a boy whose father and planet were about to be destroyed by a terrifying enemy. With Bardock. The henchman fired a blast on Bardock, but he dodged and elbow smashed against the masked henchman. Frieza! Cried Bardock. Then he tried to get through the enemy, but he dodged the strike from the enemy, then roundhouse kicked the enemy and dodged the enemy's blast. He proceeded to kill the enemy with his full power energy wave. He went straight to the spaceship, but he was grabbed by one of the enemy, and full of enemies was on Bardock. He succeeded to get free of Frieza's henchmen by releasing his ki. However, two remaining enemies still held Bardock. One of henchmen strangled his neck while other one was on Bardock's leg. Frieza! Cried Bardock. Frieza did do as he was told, so he came out of the spaceship. Frieza's henchman shocked. It's Frieza-sama! Frieza-sama! Bardock laughed. Now, everything changes. Planet Vegeta's fate, Kakarot's fate, and even your fate, as he puts his hand forward and charges a blue energy sphere. Then he shouted, "This is where it ends," as he drew his arm back, and then he brought his hand forward and fired the attack at Frieza. However, Frieza created a spark of ki lights on the index finger, and once enough energy is gathered, this spark may grow to the size of a small moon. It absorbed the blue energy sphere. Frieza just simply launched his supernova toward Bardock and hit him. Bardock also foresaw that his son, Kakarot, would challenge Frieza on other planet one day. OT before his death he smiled, Kakarot! As soon as the supernova hit planet Vegeta, it blew up, which leave the no trace of remaining fragment of planet Vegeta. Boom! Planet Vegeta was gone, as well as Science. Frieza laughed upon the death of planet Vegeta as well as Science. Even he killed his own henchman. Kakarot heard the voice inside his head, and it came from his father. My son Kakarot, carry out my will. You will avenge the Saiyan and your planet Vegeta. With newborn baby Kakarot. Soon afterward, Kakarot's space pod touched down on Earth, where he was found by an elderly man, and giggled happily in the old man's arms. The elderly man lifted him up and smiled. Your name will be Goku. 11 years later, Mount Paozu. A young boy that had a monkey tail named Kakarot. He was found by a martial artist named Gohan, and was adopted by him as his grandson, who Gohan trained to be a powerful. However, unfortunately, when Kakarot knew the full moon would be occurred that night, he chose to look up at the full moon and transformed into the great ape in order to kill Gohan. Before Gohan's death, the elderly man gave the Dragon Balls to him. As the deer licked the water, butterflies flew together, and the bird flew away into the sky. Kakarot walked on the large log as it rolled over while carrying the large saw. The monkey sensed his presence and fled in fear. Kakarot smirked. Looks like I'm going to start my mission. I need to kill all of Earthling and sell it for a price. First thing to do, I need to make a firewood and eat a food before I can start my own mission. When he arrived at his home, late Gohan's former home, he threw the wooden log into the sky, and then he jumped up and chopped up wood with just kick. The wooden was stacking up on the ground. Goku folded his arms and chuckled. About damn time. I just finished making the firewood. He could feel that his stomach was growling inside. Damn it, I need to eat. I'm hungry. On the mountain road. The green-haired girl drove down the mountain and then stopped on the middle of road. She got out of car and stretched herself. She picked the radar up and looked at it. She sighed. It should be right around here somewhere. She then drove the car to search for something from the mysterious radar. With Kakarot. Kakarot went to see his Dragon Ball. He sighed. I do not understand what that old geezer means. It might be useful to you. You might be able to get what you wanted for in future. Oh well, I'm going to bring it in case someone steals it from me. He put the Dragon Ball in his armor and smirked. I'm going out to catch food. He randomly wandered through the forest to find something to eat. He sighed. What should I find to eat? I already had a bear the other day. He looked up and found an apple. An apple? Can't be helped. I guess no choice but to eat it before I can find the real food. He jumped on the branch and grabbed the apple. He jumped back on the land and still ate the apple. After he finished eating the apple, he threw it out. He discovered the river and saw the fish jumped up. He smirked. Perfect. I found a good food to eat. He stripped to put his tail into the water as bait to catch fish. Soon enough, a monstrous fish spotted the tail and laughed, "Time to eat," as it jumped out of the water. Having no fear of the giant fish, Kakarot dodged it and killed it with one kick. He swam down to drag the fish and sighed, "What a weakling fish!" On his way home dragging the fish, he heard the noise very distant behind him and wondered, "What's that noise?" He spotted a car and got run over by it. He got knocked against the tree. The teenager girl shut his eyes down and shocked, "I hit him!" But when she opened her eyes and saw that Kakarot stood with the fish looking pissed off, she shocked, "He's alive!" Kakarot glared at the girl and growled, "Damn you, woman! Who do you think you're doing?" He charged towards the car and punched through the window. "I will kill you, girl." The teenager girl panicked and got out of the door. In her defense, she took out a gun and growled, "You asshole!" as she fired at Kakarot as several bullets. However, he didn't flinch at all. He laughed, "That didn't hurt me. Are you ready to die?" The teenager girl shocked, "Yikes! Why aren't you dead?" Kakarot smirked, "Obviously, an earthling like you won't understand me at all. I'm a Saiyan after all. Now die, girl." He then started to charge at her. When the girl saw the Dragon Ball next to the tree and shouted, "Time out! Is that your Dragon Ball over there?" Kakarot stopped charging at her and scowled, "What of it? What does that Dragon Ball have to do with me? I should kill you right now and here." The teenager girl chuckled nervously, "Why, yes, that Dragon Balls is unique. If you gather all of 7 Dragon Balls, then something will come out of Dragon Balls and grant you a wish." Kakarot narrowed his eyes at her and wondered, "Are really? The Dragon Balls can grant you a wish?" She nodded. "Yes, it can grant you a wish anything." "Anything?" asked Kakarot. "That's right." Kakarot smirked. "That's excellent. If I look for 7 Dragon Balls, then I will have an eternal life." Then he asked, "But how do we find Dragon Balls then?" She folded her arms and smiled. "I'm a genius after all. I invented this radar called Dragon Balls Radar." "Oh, you might be useful. Now you will do as I say from on now. You must let me to have my wish granted. However, if you make an attempt to ruin it, then I will kill you," said Kakarot. She nodded nervously. "Yeah, before we begin our adventure to find the Dragon Balls, let me ask you something." "What is it, girl?" scowled Kakarot. What's your name?" asked the girl. Kakarot sighed. "My name is Kakarot. What about you?" The girl shocked. Me? Are you supposed to give me your name? It's rude not to give your name after someone introduced himself to you," scowled Kakarot. The girl sighed and blushed. "Bulma. Your name sounds lame, therefore I'm going to call you girl from on now," said Kakarot. Bulma growled. "That's why I didn't want to tell you. And call me Bulma, please. I don't like you calling me girl." "Shut up. I don't care if you like it or not. Now get moving, girl," scowled Kakarot. He pushed her to get move more. Bulma stopped her and scowled at Kakarot. "Stop. I got it. Watch this." She picked the capsule from her pocket and threw it on the ground. Suddenly, the motorcycle appeared. "Here it is. We can leave now." Then she thought, "Great. I'm stuck with villain here. If I can't find a way to escape him, he might plan to kill me once he got his wish granted." Then Bulma hopped on her motorcycle. "She didn't realize that I can fly, but it's better not to reveal this to her. I'm going to pretend that I can't fly at all," thought Kakarot. He hopped behind her on the motorcycle and demanded, "Now get going. Start it before I decide to blast you off into next dimension." Okay, I'm starting it now," panicked Bulma. She pushed the acceleration to run the engine and ahead to hunt for more Dragon Balls. Later, while they were running the motorcycle down the road to look for the Dragon Balls, Kakarot wondered why Bulma wanted Dragon Balls. "Hey, girl," sighed Kakarot. "WW, what is it?" stammered Bulma nervously. "Why are you looking for the Dragon Balls in the first place anyways?" wondered Kakarot. Bulma gulped and sighed. "Originally, having an unlimited supply of strawberries is hard to turn down, but I'm going to wish for a cute boyfriend instead." Kakarot laughed. "A cute boyfriend? I do not know what you're talking about, but I am going to give you a word of advice. Do not wish for a cute boyfriend anyways." Why not?" wondered Bulma. "Because you might ended up on different planet since there might be so-called cute male somewhere. However, it doesn't matter at all. You will have to gather all of Dragon Balls to have my wish granted," chuckled Kakarot. "Say, what do you want to wish for?" asked Bulma. Kakarot scowled. "It's none of your business. Stop bothering me." Suddenly, the motorcycle stopped. "Girl, why did you stop all of a sudden? Do you want to get killed?" Bulma got off from the motorcycle and chuckled nervously. "Sorry, wait there. I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" asked Kakarot. Bulma replied, "I'm going to take a leak." Kakarot put the scouter on and sighed. "Suit yourself. If you do anything funny, I can find you no matter where you are. I will kill you if you try to run away." With nothing else to say, Bulma simply nodded and ran behind the tree. Goku hung his arms behind his head and growled, "What a vulgar girl! I can't believe it." Suddenly, he heard her screaming and sighed, "Oh, great! What's now?" Kakarot followed her screaming, but when he checked what's behind the rock, he spotted a fearsome pterodactyl seizing her. The pterodactyl looked down at Kakarot and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Kakarot. Let her go before I kill you right here," said Kakarot. The pterodactyl laughed loudly. "Kill me, you say? Yeah, right. Like you brat would kill me." Kakarot smirked. "Wanna prove?" "Sure, you're going to die," said the pterodactyl. It went to lunge at Kakarot with its tail. However, Kakarot caught it and smirked. "No, you're the one who is going to die." Then he opened his palm at it and fired the blast, and completely annihilated it, which dropped Bulma on the ground. He glared down at her and scowled. "Hurry up and finish your urinating. I don't have time for babysitting you." She was scared of him and went to urinate behind another rock. When she finished the urinating, they then headed out back to their adventure. Kakarot chuckled. "We only need to find for more, right? This'll be easy." Bulma confused. "What are you talking about? You probably don't know since you live in the middle of nowhere, but the world is a big place." "Oh, shut up, girl. Let's stop here. I'm hungry," said Kakarot. Bulma gulped. "Yeah, it is getting dark, so let's call it a day." She picked the box up and smiled. "Now then, what are you doing? Are you going to make a house come out of one of that box like your motorcycle?" asked Kakarot. Bulma nodded. "They're called hoi poi capsules." Then she looked at the empty space as she threw the capsule out on the ground. "Okay, that'll make a good spot." Spawned a house. She smiled. "Here we are." As she went into the house, she turned the light on. Kakarot quickly sat on the chair while he leaned his leg on the table and demanded, "Now go make me a food." He suddenly heard Bulma's stomach growling and chuckled. "Looks like you're hungry too." "No way. You're taking a bath before dinner. You reek," scowled Bulma. Kakarot growled. "You dare to defy me? Do you want me to kill you right now?" Bulma chuckled. "Sure, if you kill me, then you will never be able to find Dragon Balls." "Why you? You'll pay for it next time," scowled Kakarot. "All right, I will take a bath, however. You better prepare more than 50 meals for me before I finish taking a bath." As he went into the bathroom, Bulma shocked. Did he say 50 meals? Is he insane or what? Never mind him. I better prepare 50 meals for him before he gets angry with me. She went over to the kitchen and grabbed nearly all of food from the fridge and sighed. "That's about 3 months' worth. Now some left for me is only 2 meals." She then went to cook a lot of meals just for Kakarot. Great. Why do I have to be stuck with this brat? Damn it. This must be bad luck. God. Inside the bathroom, Kakarot filled out the water in the tub and lied in the tub. He looked up at the ceiling and sighed. This reminds me of that old geezer's bathtub. He used to wash me when I was a young before I killed him. Then he growled. But that damn girl. She tried to make a fool out of me. Still, I smell a delicious food. She must have prepared more than 50 meals for me. She probably would be surprised if I eat a lot of meals since I have a Saiyan heritage, chuckled Kakarot. When he finished taking a bath, he put his battle armor back on and went out of bathroom only to find himself a bunch of foods on the table. He smirked. Looks like you finished cooking for me, huh? Bulma nodded. Yeah, I prepared 50 meals for you. Now can I go bathroom? I need a bath. Kakarot took a seat and sighed. Suit yourself. Oh, by the way, you're free as you'd like to, however you still have to do what I say to you. Since your death is the problem, I can always torture you if you disobey me. Now time for me to eat. He grabbed one of dish and finished the meals just in 10 seconds. Bulma widened her eyes and shocked. H, how did you do that? Kakarot smirked. See? She freaked out. She had never seen someone eat like this so fast. He finished all of dishes in just 10 minutes. He rubbed his stomach and belched. That was good. You could be useful to me, girl. Your cooking is an excellent. Bulma shocked. You ate all of it. How did you do that? Kakarot smirked. Obviously, I'm a Saiyan. I can eat faster 10 times more than you Earthlings eat. Now, should you go to bath? Bulma snapped out of her thought and nodded. Yeah, I'm going to bath now. She went into the bathroom. In bathroom, Bulma filled out the bathtub and lied in the bathtub. She sighed. Really? What am I going to do with him? For a kid, he treated me like I'm his slave. I've seen his fighting. He has his unbelievably power. There's no way I can run away. Suddenly, Kakarot entered the bathroom and stared at her. She got startled and asked, What are you doing in here? I can do whatever the fuck I'm doing, replied Kakarot. Hey, are you trying to rape me? Asked Bulma. Kakarot laughed. Rape you? No, I'm not going to rape you. I am not interested in you, Earthling girl. Then why are you in here? She asked. I had to use toilet, but I noticed that you used the bubbles. Why do you need to use that bubble thing? Asked Kakarot. Oh, I prefer to take the bubble bath so I can be comfortable. Most girls usually take the bubble bath. In other words, you can't see my breasts. Oh, by the way, how old are you? Replied Bulma. I am 11 years old. What about you? I'm 16. But how could you be 11 years old if you are so tiny? Idiot. We Saiyans are always short when we were a kid. We will remain unchanged until we become 16. We will be grown up. Oh, I see, sighed Bulma. She couldn't help but she wondered what a Saiyan is. He had been saying this for a while. She was afraid to ask what a Saiyan is, but she could not care anyways. She knew that he wouldn't kill her because of her Dragon Ball's radar. Kakarot, what is a Saiyan? Gladly, we Saiyans are a renowned warrior race. Our task is to go through space, searching for planets with good environments, and once we've exterminated those who already live there, we sell them for a high price to aliens who are looking for a suitable planet. Adult warriors embark directly upon planets where those with a higher battle power live. But to planets like this one, which have a lower level, they send babies like me. Bulma widened her eyes and asked, So you're planning to kill all of Earthlings here? Kakarot smirked. So you're shocked, right? Yes, I am planning to kill all of Earthlings, include you. However, once we collect all of 7 Dragon Balls and have my wish granted, then my mission will be begun. But why do you have to follow your mission? Killing all Earthlings is unnecessarily. Shocked Bulma. It doesn't matter, sighed Kakarot. He got up and waved at her. I am going out to hunt for more meals. Have a nice bath. However, don't do anything funny or else. As he left the bathroom, she sighed. Poor him, how could the Saiyans send babies off on their own? He probably would be in guilt if he realized that it was a wrong thing to kill even for mission. Did he say aliens? Yeah, he said aliens. Could those aliens be their boss? This has to be terrible. With Kakarot Skull Valley. He stumbled into the valley and searched for his food so he could eat tomorrow. Damn, this valley doesn't have a lot of good meals. All I've managed to find so far is this one centipede. Then he looked up. It was an airplane hovering above him. The airplane landed on the ground. He saw the woman and the fox hopped off of the airplane. The woman looked around her and trembled. This place certainly is creepy. I think I want to go home, said the fox. Let's go, ordered the woman. They jumped on the bunch of skulls. She got startled realizing that a lot of Skull's corpse was surrounded by them. Suddenly, they saw that the red light glowed behind the forest. Did you see that? Asked the fox. It might be a Dragon Ball, said the woman. From the far distance, Kakarot widened his eyes and thought, so they are after a Dragon Ball too. I need to kill them first. The fox nodded. Let's go check. Before they could walk to check the orange light out, they saw the kid with a monkey tail stood in front of them. Who are you? The woman laughed. What a pathetic armor. You must be from the sticks. Kakarot smirked. You're not going to steal it from me. It's mine. The fox confused. What's this kid talking about? Hurry back home, little boy, sighed the woman. Suddenly, a lot of red glowed around the forest staring at them. It was a wolves emerging from the forest. Wolves? Shocked the woman. Kakarot smirked. So they are here. It's perfect. I can eat them. The wolves suddenly charged towards 3 of them. Kakarot punched one of wolves, then kicked another in the head, and beat all of wolves that charged at him up. Another pack of wolves chased after the woman and fox. They almost ate them, but Kakarot stomped one of wolves, scaring the pack of wolves. Then he killed the remaining wolves, but he noticed that the airplane ascended. We're taking off, said the woman. Kakarot looked up and shouted, You're not going anywhere. He saw a pack of wolves went to him. Get out of my way! As he exploded the wave around him. The pack of wolves already died. He raised his right hand towards the airplane and smirked, Begone! As he fired the blast towards the airplane. The fox shocked, What? As the blast hit the airplane head-on. He smirked, Now they're gone. All right. He picked bunch of dead wolves to carry them on way back to Bulma's capsule house. However, he didn't know that the fox and woman were still alive. We need to tell Pilaf-sama about him, said the woman. With Bulma. She was reading the book until she heard familiar voice cried, I'm back. Open the damn door already. Girl. Right away, cried Bulma. She rushed to the door and opened the door. However, she saw the bunch of wolves and 1 centipede on the floor. She shocked, What? You really are going to eat them? Kakarot sighed. Of course. I'm going to eat them tomorrow. Now, can you stack them up in your capsule? Bulma nodded. Yes, I can. She put pack of dead wolves and 1 centipede into her capsule. Done. I just put all of them into my capsule. They went into the capsule house. It was time for them to sleep at night. I'm going to sleep on your bed. You're going to sleep on the floor. Got it? Demanded Kakarot. What? You're not going to sleep on my bed. You sleep on the floor, shouted Bulma. Kakarot glared at her and growled. You questioned my order, didn't you? And no, sir, panicked Bulma nervously. Kakarot walked forward while she walked backward. You dare to disobey my order. You dare to disobey me? I am not, said Bulma. Don't fuck with me, growled Kakarot. He suddenly punched Bulma in the face to knock her down the ground. He grabbed her shirt and chuckled. If you do ever again, you will face another of my wrath. You won't be happy around me. You won't have a fun around me. You will do whatever the fuck I want to say. Disobey my order. I will do the same thing to you again. You're really annoyed me. Good night. As he turned the light off and went to sleep. She lied on the floor and started to cry, but she couldn't make a noise otherwise she would get beaten up by Kakarot. I can't believe it, Bulma sniffed. I never have been fucked in my entire life before. No single boy ever hit me before because I'm beautiful girl. Now I'm stuck with him. I need a way to get out of here before he found all of 7 Dragon Balls. She closed her eyes and sighed. Maybe it's a dream. I hope tomorrow when I wake up, there will be no Kakarot here. I hope it's a nightmare. Yes, it must be not real. Finally, she fell asleep. Chapter 2. Meet the Turtle Hermit. At Bulma's capsule house in the morning, Kakarot awoke up when the sunshine flowed to his eyes. It's morning. Then he looked down at Bulma, who was sleeping on the floor. Damn, how long are you going to sleep? You are disgusting me. Wake up already. But she was still sleeping and snoring sounds peacefully. He couldn't wait for her to wake up, so he had to walk to her and woke her by kick her in the head. Wake up, girl. Bulma suddenly awoke up and rubbed her head. Ow, ow. When she looked up at the cocky Kakarot, she frowned. What? This is not even nightmare. He's still here. He's still being cruel to me. Get up. Be ready. We are going to look for the Dragon Balls again. I expect you to be ready in 5 minutes. Any minutes late or even second late, you will be receiving punishment. Got it? Demanded Kakarot. Bulma jumped to her feet and nodded nervously. I understood. Kakarot smirked. Good. I don't want you to be Turtle or something. I will be outside to train. I accept you to be a bunny and be ready in front of house. Then he left the house and slammed the door. Bulma glared at the door and growled. Who are you calling a turtle? I am not a turtle. As she went to brush her hair. Outside Bulma's capsule house, Kakarot found the boulder. He lifted the boulder, but harder to lift it. He tried his best to lift it. He finally lifted it and destroyed it. He smirked. All right. He went to another boulder, or at least he thought it would be. He lifted the boulder up. Suddenly, the turtle's head poked up and stared down at the boy with the monkey tail. Huh? Confused the turtle. He widened his eyes and shocked. WW? As he dropped the turtle and jumped back. Why you? The turtle panted. You scared me. Kakarot growled. You, what do you think you're doing? Bulma opened the door and confused. What? Who are you talking to? Then she looked down at the turtle. Oh, it's a turtle? But isn't this a sea turtle? What's it doing all the way out here? The turtle frowned. Sorry to impose, but could I possibly have some salt water? With some seaweed, too, if possible. Bulma sighed. For a turtle, you sure ask for a lot. While Bulma went to find the salt water for the turtle, Kakarot stared at the turtle. He smirked. You're lucky that I'm not even hungry. I don't even consider you a food right now. Otherwise, you would be eaten alive. The turtle yelped. Were you really going to eat me? I am not that taste great. Oh, really? You don't taste very well. I guess I don't even bother to eat you anymore. Finally, Bulma got out of the door and gave the turtle a bucket of seawater. The turtle finished drinking whole seawater. It belched. Thank you very much. I feel alive again. The truth is, I'm came, turtle. Bulma growled. That's pretty obvious, you know? Despite being a sea turtle, I came to pick mushrooms, and in doing so I inadvertently strayed from the others and lost my way. I have been wandering for the past year in search of the ocean, said the turtle. The ocean, you say? You've been going in the exact opposite direction, and you've come really far for a turtle, sighed Bulma. She went to pick the map up. Here. It's about 120 kilometers south of here. The turtle shocked. 120 kilometers? Kakarot scowled. How long are you going to chat? We're going to find more Dragon Balls. Come on, girl. Bulma frowned. But, can we take the turtle to the ocean place? Kakarot shook his head and demanded. Fuck no. The turtle can do on its own. After all, the turtle lives in wilderness. Let's go already. I would rather to be killed than not saving the turtle, monkey boy, barked Bulma. How dare you? You dare to talk back to me? Me a Saiyan? Growled Kakarot. Of course I am. I haven't enough with you. I'm not going to let you order me around all days again. So, I'm going dash. Wait, I will give you my reward. If you bring me all the way back to the ocean safety, then you will met my master. His name is Mutant Rashi, interrupted the turtle. Kakarot widened his eyes and stared down at the turtle. Did you say Mutant Rashi? Then he got in thought. If that is Mutant Rashi the turtle mentioned, then I will need to get trained under him. I heard he's stronger than Gohan. Looks like I would have to use that stupid name of mine again. The turtle nodded. Yes, that's right. Once you drop me off at the beach, I will get Mutant Rashi back. Kakarot smirked. Fine. I will carry you all the way back to ocean. Then he glanced over his shoulder at Bulma and ordered, You come with me to the ocean. He lifted the turtle on his back. The turtle smiled. Thanks so much. Bulma threw the capsule on the ground and it spawned the red motorcycle. She got on. Okay, let's go. Kakarot began jogging down the road with the turtle on his back while Bulma followed him on a motorcycle. Later, on the way to the beach with the turtle, Kakarot, and Bulma encountered a bear thief. Hold on there. Hey kid, how about giving me that there sea turtle? Sea turtle's my favorite, demanded the bear thief. Bulma chuckled nervously. Gee, go ahead, Kakarot. Give the nice person the turtle. Kakarot growled. If you aren't going to get lost, I will kill you. The bear thief laughed. I was going to spare your life if you left me the turtle. Don't tell me you're going to disobey me. Bulma glared at Kakarot and demanded, You moron, just give him the turtle. Shut up, girl. I'm not giving him anything, scowled Kakarot. What the heck were you thinking? The bear thief drew his sword and laughed. In that case, I'll start with you, kid. Bulma fled in fear. The bear thief swung his sword downward at Kakarot, but the young Saiyan jumped back just in time to dodge. Kakarot dropped the turtle and glared up at the large bear thief. You're pretty quick. Good job dodging my sword, praised the bear thief. Kakarot smirked. Oh, come at me then. Let's see who's the strongest here. Mock me, will you? Growled the bear thief. He tried to attack Kakarot with his sword. However, the young Saiyan dodged all of it. Finally, he swung his blade downward to kill Kakarot. But the young Saiyan jumped over his head and landed behind the bear thief. What a weakling. I thought you're giving me a challenge. You're really pathetic, disappointed Kakarot. Bulma demanded Kakarot. Now's our chance. Run. The bear thief laughed. Not bad. As he swung his swords at Kakarot, the young Saiyan disappeared and reappeared on his sword. Kakarot sighed. Time to finish you off. As he landed on the top of bear thief's nose. He opened his palm at his eyes and smirked, Farewell, as he blasted the bear thief and obliterated him completely. He glanced over his shoulder at Bulma and the turtle who were in shock. Let's go, said Kakarot. Bulma shocked. He's that strong? The turtle walked up to Kakarot and relieved. Thank you for saving me. Kakarot chuckled. Not at all. Let's get going. As he picked up the turtle on his back and jogged on the way to beach. Bulma nodded. Right, as she followed him on her motorcycle. When they got to the beach shortly, Kakarot dropped the turtle on the beach. Here you go. Go get Mutant Rashi back to us. The turtle looked up at Kakarot and smiled. I am very grateful. Thank you. Wait here. As a promise, I'm going to bring Mutant Rashi back here. I will return shortly. Please excuse me. The turtle left them. Bulma sighed. He left. Then he stared at the large ocean. She sighed. I would have brought a bathing suit had I known I was going to be here. Girl, growled Kakarot. Bulma stared down at Kakarot and replied, What is it? Suddenly, Kakarot punched her down the ground again. He grabbed her shirt and punched her again. Don't call me a monkey boy ever again. Do not talk back to me when I order you around. I don't care if you are a girl or not. You're really making me angry. Then he pushed her to the ground. You're lucky that I haven't lost my temper. Otherwise you would be dead right now. He spat out of his mouth and growled. You're really getting on my nerves. Bulma gulped nervously as the tears streamed down from her eyes. She stammered. I will not talk back to you again. I will obey your orders from on now. Kakarot smirked. That's good. Now I am going to give you another order. Once the turtle returned with Mutant Rashi, I want you to call me Son Goku. Do not say my real name. Bulma got up on her feet and nodded. Okay. But why do I need to call you Son Goku? Why can't I call you Kakarot? Kakarot scowled. Do not question my order. Anyways, only the reason why you have to call me Son Goku, because my adopted grandpa named me Son Goku and raised me until he died when I was 7 years old. Then he smirked. Come to think of it, Gohan was supposed to raise me in well-mannered boy, so I will be well-mannered boy. If Gohan talked about him to me a lot, then Mutant Rashi might knew him. He also might know me since Gohan probably mentioned about me to him. In other words, I will call you Bulma instead of girl. Now say my name Son Goku 3 times, please. Bulma nodded. Son Goku, Son Goku, Son Goku. He smirked. That's good. So you won't make a mistake by calling me Kakarot. Suddenly, he glared at her with the killing intent in his eyes and threatened. If you called me Kakarot in front of him, you will get what's coming for you. Bulma nodded nervously. Got it. Then she thought, I'm really starting to hate him. He is trying to make me a living hell. Fuck him. I hope he burned in hell. I really need to find a way to escape him. Kakarot smirked. Now we need to wait for the turtle. Again, we will have to wait really long. I'm going to nap. Do not do anything funny, Bulma. He lied next to tree and fall asleep. At the castle. Emperor Pilaf went into the dreamlike world where he would finally be able to rule the world, and everyone would bow before him as he went into the castle. Back in the present, he saw that the woman and the fox rushed to him. He smiled. Did you get the Dragon Ball? That's just it, Pilaf-sama, sighed the woman named Mai. That info was apparently false, said the fox named Shu. Pilaf growled. What? Mai gulped. Not just that, a pack of wolves surrounded us. Shu nodded, and then a monkey-like boy showed up and… Pilaf pointed at them and scowled. Enough of your pathetic excuses. Stop wasting time and go find some new information. Mai and Shu saluted and nodded. Yes, sire. Suddenly, the alligator phone walked up to Pilaf. He picked the phone up and sighed. Pilaf here. Then he smiled. What? Where's it located? Great. Excellent work. He hung up the phone and stared at the woman and fox. One of the Dragon Balls has been located. Apparently some old geezer named the Turtle Hermit has one. Eh? Really? Shocked Shu. The location is a secluded island 250 kilometers south-southeast of the city, said Pilaf. The Turtle Hermit? That's an odd name, puzzled Mai. Pilaf scowled. Stop dawdling and get going. Mai and Shu nodded. Yes, sire. They rushed to the airplane, but the woman looked behind her at Pilaf and confused. Huh? You're coming too, Pilaf-sama? Pilaf sighed. Of course I am. I can't leave it up to you too. Later, they got in the airplane and it ascended into the sky and flew on the way to the Turtle Hermit's home. However, unfortunately, the airplane didn't fit 3 people in it. Pilaf growled. Hey, stop moving. It's cramped in here. Mai sighed. It's only meant for 2 passengers. Shu, who piloted the airplane, and frowned. We have 1 person too many. Pilaf scowled. Did you say something? No, it was nothing, said Shu. With Kakarot and Bulma at the beach. While Kakarot and Bulma were waiting for the turtle to come back with Mutant Rashi, Bulma drew the cloud on the sand with the stick. When Bulma looked up, she saw something coming to them on the ocean. I wonder what that is, said Bulma. Kakarot awoke up and took a good look at the very distant from them. Oh, it's that turtle from before, but there's someone on top of him. It must be Mutant Rashi, said Kakarot. He smirked. About damn time. Bulma sighed. You sure have good eyesight. Of course I can. Shut up, Bulma, scowled Kakarot. The turtle finally arrived on the beach and sighed. Sorry to keep you waiting. Mutant Rashi stood on the top of the turtle's shield. He was bald, with a thick white Fu Manchu mustache and beard. He also wore his trademark sunglasses. He wore beach clothes or a martial arts suit and a turtle shell on his back. He wielded a walking stick. He greeted, Hello, good afternoon. Bulma sighed. A gaudy old man? Rashi stared at Kakarot and Bulma and said, I hear you rescued came here. I take it that you're Mutant Rashi, right? Asked Kakarot. Mutant Rashi hopped off the turtle and introduced, Yes, I'm the Turtle Hermit. The Turtle Hermit? Wondered Bulma. Rashi looked down at the turtle and asked, Which one helped you now? The turtle pointed at Kakarot and smiled. The young boy. Rashi walked to Kakarot and took a good look at him. He nodded. I see. Thanks for the help. In return for your kindness, I shall give you an excellent present. Kakarot smiled. Oh, what kind of present will you give me? Mutant Rashi stared at the ocean and shouted, Come to me, immortal phoenix. Bulma shocked. Phoenix? Kakarot raised his eyebrows and smirked. Immortal phoenix? You're going to give me an immortal? However, the bird never came. Rashi confused. Nothing's coming. Come on. The turtle sighed. Actually, the phoenix died of food poisoning last year. Rashi stared down at the turtle and nodded. Oh, that's right. Now that you mention it. Bulma confused. It died even though it was immortal? Rashi sighed. I was going to call the phoenix here to give you eternal life, but he got an idea and smiled. Okay, I'll give you this instead. Once again he shouted, Come to me, Kinto-un. Kakarot raised his eyebrows and confused. Kinto-un? Do you think he means a Kori Kinton? Mashed sweet potato? Wondered Bulma. Rashi turned around and said, Oh, over here. They saw the cloud flying around them. Bulma shocked. A cloud's flying this way. The yellow cloud suddenly stopped next to Rashi and others. This is a Kinto-un. I'm giving it to you, said Rashi. Bulma wondered, What do we do with this? If you ride this, you can fly freely through the sky, said Rashi. Bulma confused. But what's a turtle hermit doing with a cloud? They've got nothing in common. Rashi smiled. Don't worry about the details. Kakarot thought, I don't think I will need this one, but if I don't, then I will not be well-mannered. Then he smiled. You can fly with it? Amazing, don't you think? But people with impure thoughts can't ride on it. In other words, you have to be a good person. Here, I'll demonstrate for you. He jumped on the cloud, but fell through it. Bulma laughed at him. The turtle rushed to him and asked, Are you all right? How could that have happened? Rashi shocked. That's not right. Kakarot smirked. I'll try getting on it. Then he jumped and fell through the cloud as well. What? However, he was getting angry when Bulma laughed at him. Girl, you will not be laughing when Rashi and the turtle leave. Rashi cleared his throat and sighed. Ahem, looks like you are not a pure heart then. With Pilaf and others in the airplane. The woman and Pilaf looked through the binocular while the fox was piloting. We should be seeing it any time now. When Pilaf found the house and smiled, There it is. Huh? Confused the woman and fox. The airplane descended and landed on the small island. Pilaf took a good look at the house and sighed. Came house? For an old guy, he sure has a modern home. Steal the Dragon Ball. Kill if the situation warrants it. The fox nodded. Yes, sire. Let's go, said Pilaf. Yes, sire, obeyed the woman and fox. They ran to the front door. Pilaf held his nose and laughed. Telegram. Hello? Anyone home? As he knocked on the door. Nobody answered the door. He sighed. It would seem he's out at the moment. Let's break through the window, said the fox. Pilaf smirked. Hold on there. Then he looked at the woman and fox and said, I thought this might happen, so I brought an open-all key with me. He pocketed his hand in to find the key. Now, where did I put it? He then removed the shoes, but the key was not in there. He put the shoes back on. Huh. He smiled, knowing that the key would be in his hat. He removed the hat and smiled. Found it. Then he clicked the button as the key appeared. Breaking windows is for uncouth savages. He inserted the key in the doorknob and laughed. Brains over brawn. Now he finished with the doorknob. It's unlocked. He tried to open the door, but it didn't. He confused. That's weird. He struggled to open the door. The fox and the woman was already inside the door and stared at Pilaf, who tried to open the door from the window. "What did you lock it for?" asked the fox. The woman sighed. "The door was unlocked, you know." Pilaf was embarrassed and felt like he was an idiot not to know that the door was unlocked. With Kakarot and Bulma at the beach, Kakarot got up and sighed. "It's okay. That's fine." Bulma asked, "Could you give me one of those too?" Rashi looked down at the turtle and asked, "Did this girl help you as well?" The turtle nodded. "Yeah, she did. But Kakarot was the one who really helped me a lot. She only helped a little." Rashi sighed. "Unfortunately, that kid couldn't ride on Cloud." Then he looked at her and asked, "Could you try to get on the cloud?" Bulma smirked. "Sure. I am a beautiful girl after all. I'm a good person." She went to jump on the cloud, but she fell through the cloud. She shocked. "Why? Is being too beautiful a sin?" Kakarot laughed. "Looks like you are not a pure heart at all." Then he thought, "That's what you laughing at me for. Now look at you, girl." Rashi sighed. "You're not a pure heart after all. I guess I can give you something else instead. But only if you show me your panties." Bulma and Kakarot shocked. "Pee panties?" "Pee panties?" shocked the turtle. Rashi nodded. The turtle growled, "Hermit-sama, this is most unbecoming of you." Rashi barked, "Shut up. Hermits can long to see panties too, you know?" The turtle sighed. "Now I understand why you couldn't ride the Kinto one." Rashi growled, "You be quiet." Kakarot smirked and thought, "You won't be happy when you do that." He remembered the last night. Flashback began. Kakarot felt the need to go to bathroom, so he had to wake up and went to the bathroom. After he finished, he was about to go back to sleep again, but he couldn't help but to notice that Bulma was sleeping sound peacefully. He got a nasty idea and smirked. "Perfect. If I do that, she would walk around without realizing it. Yup, that's what she got for disobeying me." Then he squatted down and looked at her panties. "Now if I remove this, she would not know that she will not have a panties whole time." Then he slowly pulled her panties down and finally removed it. Then he looked at hers and suddenly blushed. "Whoa, what a nice pussy." He shook his head and growled, "No way will I take a liking to her. She's only an earthling. I am a Saiyan." Then he smirked. "Now you will get what's coming for you. Now a lot of people will have a nosebleed because you don't have your panties on. Take this, bitch." He returned to the bed and fell asleep once again. Flashback ended. Now this old man is probably a pervert. I wonder what's his reaction to that part, thought Kakarot. Bulma blushed. "Sure, I think I can do that." Suddenly she lifted his dress only to reveal her most explicit part to him, but she didn't realize that her panties were removed last night. "There you go." Suddenly Mutant Rashi shocked and got nosebleed. Bulma shook her head and blushed. How embarrassing. Kakarot couldn't hide his laugh and thought, sure enough, that old man pervert got nosebleed. That idiot girl. She really showed her pussy to him without realizing it. Rashi stared down at the turtle and asked, "Did you see that? What an unexpected surprise. We're so lucky." The turtle widened his eyes and sighed, "Hermit-sama." Bulma looked around at Rashi and asked, "So what do I get?" "Eh?" Rashi remembered. "Oh, that's right. What should I give you?" Then he got in thought. Do I have anything she might want? She would probably get mad if I gave her my underwear. Suddenly, Bulma immediately noticed the Dragon Ball hanging from Mutant Rashi's neck, and excited, "Let me see that!" Rashi looked at her and confused, "Eh? My underwear?" Bulma pointed at him and growled, "Heck, no, who'd want to see that? I mean the thing around your neck." Rashi pointed at the Dragon Balls and asked, "Oh, this?" Then he picked the Dragon Ball up and smiled. "Pretty, isn't it? I found it at the bottom of the ocean about 100 years ago." "See, could this be?" Bulma picked the 3 stars Dragon Balls and smiled. "No way. How about this? I think I found a way to escape him. Instead of wishing hot boyfriends, I could wish for Kakarot to dead." She stared at Kakarot and smiled. I mean Son Goku, come here. It's a Dragon Ball. Kakarot ran towards her and snatched the Dragon Ball away from her and smirked. A Dragon Ball! Bulma nodded and smiled. Isn't it? Rashi confused. A dragon what? Kakarot chuckled. It has 3 stars, so that makes it the 3-star ball. Bulma nodded. It showed up on the radar, remember? The one really far south of here. Is it worth a lot, I wonder? Asked Rashi. This makes 4 balls, said Bulma. She smiled at Rashi. Lucky. It would have been tough finding it had it been in the ocean. Thanks. Rashi sighed. I haven't said you can have it yet. Then he thought, it might be worth a lot after all. Come on, begged Bulma. Suddenly, she showed her panties, or at least what she thought it was, to Rashi again. See. Rashi got more nosebleeds and had to wipe it off. Very well. You can have it. Bulma cheered. Hooray! We did it. Rashi sighed. I should have brought my camera. Then he left them with his turtle on way back to home. Kakarot thought, well, at least I get to see him. First, I have to find all Dragon Balls to have my eternal life. Then I will ask him to train me. Bulma got on her motorcycle and waved at him goodbye. Bye. Kakarot waved at him as well and smiled. Bye. He had to say goodbye because he had to be well-mannered, at least what his late grandpa taught him. After all, he had to play along with it. Then they left the beach as well. Rashi smiled. I sure saw something good today. This'll add years to my life. Oh, brother. With Kakarot and Bulma, near the Skull Valley. Kakarot and Bulma made it back to get the capsule house. After I finish changing, I'll revert the house back into a capsule and then we go, said Bulma. When we find the next one, that'll make 5. Then she went into the house. He smirked. Fool. Now 3 seconds and she will scream. 3, 2, 1. Now. My panties, screamed Bulma. Kakarot laughed. Now there she is. Then he walked into the door and smirked. What's wrong? She held the panties in her hands and shocked. What are they doing here? Please don't tell me I wasn't. Then she touched her on her front bottom and back bottom. She screamed. I wasn't. I wasn't wearing any, thought Bulma. Kakarot laughed. Too bad you were not wearing any panties at all. After all, that old man saw your pussy. Take that girl. Bulma widened her eyes and stared down at Kakarot. What do you mean by that? She asked. Kakarot smirked. Too bad. I took your panties off just to have my revenge on you. Because you disobeyed me last night. Bulma glared at him and growled. Don't tell me you took my panties off. In your face. That's right. I took them off. Of course, unless you want me to take your bra off, said Kakarot. But he noticed that she picked the machine gun up and scoffed. Like that will kill me. He dodged every bullet from her. Then he broke her machine gun. I hope you learn your lesson not to ever disobey my order again. Or don't call me a monkey boy again. Disobey me or call me a monkey again. Then next time I will take your bra off. At Kame House. An alligator was relaxing on the chair outside the Kame House while he put the sunburn lotion on his chest. Pilaf and his gang were looking for the Dragon Balls, but there's no sign of it. She ran down from the stair and sighed. Pilaf-sama, I'm not finding it anywhere. That can't be, shocked Pilaf. Perhaps he heard we were coming and escaped, said Mai. Then Pilaf ran to the outside and spotted the alligators who slept on the chair. Hey you! Then he pointed the switchblade at the alligators, scaring him, and threatened. Unless you want to wind up as a handbag, you'll answer my question. The alligators panicked. All right. Where did the old fogey calling himself the Turtle Hermit go? Asked Pilaf. The alligators pointed at the ocean and replied. He went to the beach with Kame this morning, but he saw Rashi who rode on the turtle back to the island. That's him, the Turtle Hermit. Sho and Mai ran to him and cried, Pilaf-sama. Rashi hopped off the turtle and confused. What's with the warm welcome? Pilaf covered behind Mai and demanded, hand over the Dragon Ball, while she drew his katana up and Mai pointed the gun at Rashi. Come again? Asked Rashi. The Dragon Ball, growled Pilaf. Mai scowled. Don't play dumb. Dragon? Rashi remembered. Oh, that? I just gave it to a peachy girl. Stop lying, said Pilaf. Rashi sighed. It's the truth. She called it the 3-star ball, and both she and this monkey-like boy were ecstatic to have it. Shu and Mai looked at each other. It's him, said Shu. Pilaf took a step forward and asked, Where did he go? I don't know. We parted ways at the beach, replied Rashi. Pilaf stared up at Mai and ordered, Hey, stop standing around. Let's go. He ran towards the airplane. Mai and Shu obeyed, Yes, sire, as they went into the airplane. Mech engage, safety on, said Pilaf. Then he stared at Rashi and asked, Hey, could you give us a push? Rashi sighed. Who does he think he is? Landing on someone's island without permission and acting like that. Hurry up, demanded Pilaf. Rashi walked towards them and sighed, Give me a break. Then he tapped on the side of their airplane and ripped a hole in the bottom. He chuckled, Here goes. Then he pushed the airplane forward and watched the airplane left. He sighed, It seems that ball's valuable after all. I wish I hadn't given it away. With Pilaf and his gang. The airplane was now submerged boat. Wouldn't the plane have been better? Asked Shu. Shut up, growled Pilaf. With Kakarot and Bulma near the Skull Valley. She shrunk her capsule house back into the capsule. She sighed, Okay, let's go. She already changed her clothes. She wore her everyday clothes instead of pajamas now. Whatever. Hop on your motorcycle, said Kakarot. Bulma and Kakarot hopped on the motorcycle on the way to hunt for more Dragon Balls. With Pilaf and his gang at the submerged ship. We sure are going slow, said Shu. Pilaf growled, Shut up, just be quiet and drive. Suddenly, the water flooded into their boat. Mai shocked, Water! Which startled Pilaf and Shu when they saw the water flooded. Then it caused their ship to sink to the bottom of the sea. With Kakarot and Bulma somewhere. 3 days after receiving the Dragon Ball from the mysterious turtle hermit, they made their way toward a western valley where the 5th Dragon Ball was located. Kakarot was behind Bulma while she was driving the motorcycle. Damn, where the fuck is Dragon Ball? Complained Kakarot. She glanced over her shoulder at him and sighed. We are almost there, Kakarot. Please not distract me. I'm trying to pay attention to the road. You're putting me in danger. When she looked back to the road, they fell off her motorcycle off a really steep hill, causing her to drop one of the Dragon Balls and cried, Now look what you've done. This is all your fault. Kakarot picked the 3-star ball and sighed. How is my fault? You shouldn't look at me in the first place. Besides, I am using you to get all of Dragon Balls. Be sure to remember that. Then he looked at the Dragon Balls glowing and said, Anyways, it's a glowing. She snatched it away from him and smiled. It is. The 5th Dragon Ball must be around here. Then she looked behind him and smiled. Look over there. There's a village. Let's go look. Yeah, it must be a Ru village, said Kakarot. Bulma looked at him and confused. How do you know it's a Ru village? You must have forgotten that I can see very far. An earthling like you couldn't see very far. We Saiyans have very good at hearing, seeing, and smelling, scowled Kakarot. Bulma nodded nervously. Right, let's go look then. Chapter 3, Oolong the Terrible. At a Ru village. Kakarot and Bulma entered the village, only to see no one there. Bulma checked on her radar to check if there's Dragon Ball nearby. She smiled. There's no question about it. This is the place. Then she looked around her and puzzled. Even so. Kakarot chuckled. They must be afraid of me. Maybe nobody lives here anymore? Wondered Bulma. No, I know they're here. I can tell that with my scouters. They are hiding right now, said Kakarot. Are you sure? Asked Bulma. Kakarot scowled. Of course. Do you think my scouter is malfunction? When I say there means they're here. Bulma cupped her mouth and shouted. Hello? Anyone here? Come out or I will break into your house, then I will kill you if I have to, shouted Kakarot. Bulma widened her eyes and looked at Kakarot. She yelled, Hui. Do not say unnecessarily stuff. You will only make it worse. Then again, maybe nobody is home. Kakarot scowled. Shut up, bitch. Be quiet. Bitches like you shouldn't talk back to Saiyan like me. There's a dozen of people here. That's it. I'm going to barge into the house. He walked to the house. Wait, don't, cried Bulma as she followed him to the house. Kakarot looked up at the door which labeled Sherman Priest on. He tried to open the door, but it was locked. Well, looks like you want me to break your door so bad, chuckled Kakarot. Then he punched through the door to create the hole next to doorknob. Now it's unlocked. I can't believe it. You break and enter into the house, muttered Bulma as Kakarot opened the door. As soon as he entered, a heavy axe came crashing down on his head, only to give him a small lump. The axe was broken due to Kakarot's head. Bulma widened her eyes in shock. Kakarot glared up at him and growled, You bastard! That hurts. I'll kill you. The old man widened his eyes as he dropped the axe and shocked. I guess it was useless after all. Kakarot slowly walked towards him and chuckled. Do you want to die so badly? I will glad to end your life for you. He raised his fist and shouted, Die! Suddenly, the old man widened his eyes and clasped his hands. I'm so sorry, Oolong-sama, pleaded the old man. I'll give you as much money and food as you want. All I ask is that you spare my daughter. Kakarot let his right fist down and asked angrily, What? Who the fuck is Oolong? The old man confused and glanced over his shoulder at someone. It was a girl who hid behind the couch. Everyone was gathering next to Sherman Priest's house. Phew, so it wasn't Oolong after all, said someone. I thought something was strange since it was too early for him to come, said the other. Yeah, you're right, said another one. Later, the little girl put the water towel on Kakarot's lump so it can tend Kakarot's wounds. Are you okay? Asked the little girl. Kakarot scowled. Of course I am okay. You're lucky that I didn't kill you. I'm interested in whoever Oolong is. I'd be dead now had it been me, said Bulma. The old man chuckled. I'm truly sorry. By the way, who is this Oolong character you've been talking about? Asked Bulma. Suddenly, the little girl rushed to the old man and cried on his chest. The old man looked at Bulma and replied, Oolong is the name of a terrible monster that lives in this area. He's extremely cruel and heartless. A monster? Confused Bulma. What's more? Hesitated the old man. What's more? Asked Bulma curiosity. He has the ability to change his form into all sorts of things. No one has ever seen what he really looks like. He's also very perverted and has already abducted many of the village's girls. Yesterday, Oolong appeared in the form of a demon. Flashback began. The large red demon ogre named Oolong looked down at the girl and the old man. The girl was clinging to the old man in fear. Oolong chuckled. She's your daughter? I've had my eye on her for a long time now. I think I'll make her my bride. I'll come for her at precisely noon tomorrow, so have her ready for me. Then he walked away from the village to return to his home. Flashback ended. Kakarot chuckled. You're pathetic. You're weakling even for Earthlings. If you didn't want your little bitch to go with him, then why don't you beat him up? The old man shook his head and said, Out of the question. He's humongous. Plus, he said he'd kill all of the villagers if we tried to run away or stand up to him. Bulma thought, even if Kakarot will kill Oolong, then he would kill all of villagers. He would let them alive if they will hand Dragon Balls to us. Wait a second. Dragon Balls. Then she snapped out of his thought and looked at the old man. That's it. She picked one of Dragon Balls inside her back and asked, Say, old man, do you own a ball like this? She gave it to him. He examined the Dragon Balls carefully. Let me see. Sorry, I don't. This is the first time I've seen one. She widened her eyes and shocked. Oh, fuck. They don't have it. Now Kakarot will kill all of them once he's done with that Oolong guy. Kakarot growled. What? Don't fucking with me. I know you have it somewhere. Give me a ball. If you disobey me, I will kill you after I kill Oolong. The voice called. Wait. That was old woman who walked into the house. I have one just like that. So it really is here, cheered Bulma. Old Lady Paozu? Confused the old man. Paozu picked the Dragon Ball from her pocket and asked, Is this what you mean? Bulma grabbed the Dragon Balls and examined it. This is it, nodded Bulma. Kakarot looked at her and chuckled. That's good. At least you're being honest with us. Otherwise I would have to kill you guys. What's more, it's the 6-star ball. I was told that my grandmother found it a long time ago, said Paozu. What do you say, miss? If you let us have that ball, we'll get rid of Oolong for you, persuaded Bulma. The villagers looked at her in confusion. If you'll get rid of him for us, then certainly, but are you sure you can do it? Asked Paozu. Bulma chuckled. I'm not the one taking care of him. This Kakarot will be taking care of him. Are you saying this little pipsqueak's gonna beat up Oolong? Asked the random man outside the house. Kakarot glared up at him and growled. Who are you calling a pipsqueak? Do you want to die? You think I'm weakling like rest of Earthlings? I'm a Saiyan. I'm strongest in universe. Say that again. I will kill you next time. Bulma sighed. Sorry, he's not in mood right now. Still, I'm not sure what kind of monster we're dealing with, but just leave it to us. The old man nodded. We probably have no other choice but to leave it to you travelers. If by some chance you do get rid of Oolong, we still can't save the captured girls if we don't know where he lives, said the same random man who called Kakarot a pipsqueak. Paozu nodded. That's right. Where could he have taken my granddaughter Hog-chan? Asked the other worried old woman. One a villager that wore Indiana hat or something ran to Kakarot and picked his arms up. I would like you to rescue my daughter Lee. I beg of you, pleaded the random Indiana. Kakarot slapped the Indiana guy's arms out and scowled. Remove that filthy hand of yours, you bastard. Touch me again. I won't save your daughters. The Indiana cowered back and nodded nervously. Okay. Bulma smiled. I have an idea. She somehow managed to force Kakarot to dress up like the little girl who just wore. Kakarot growled. Why do I have to wear this ugly dress? Bulma chuckled. Sorry, but it's the sake for our Dragon Balls. Anyways, they look good on you. The little girl nodded. You're the exact same size as me. Now listen, you'll become this girl and go with Oolong to where he lives. Then you beat him up and free the captured girls. Got it? Explained Bulma. Kakarot growled. Ugh, I can't walk around with this pathetic girl dressed like that. Suddenly, he felt the ground shook. Oolong came crashing in the form of a devil in a tux with flowers. The villagers fled in fear from him. The man with shotgun came in the house and shouted, Travelers, Oolong's here. Bulma nodded. Everyone hide. Leave the rest to us. He nodded. Right, as he went to hide in other house. Bulma looked down at Kakarot and smiled. Okay, Kakarot-kun, it's all up to us. Kakarot sighed. Fine, I will do it. Then he walked outside to wait for Oolong. Bulma only nodded and went to hide inside the house and peek through the hole. She said, I'll pray for you. Don't forget. Now, do it just like in the plan. Damn, what a pain, growled Kakarot. Oolong walked down to him and saw him who was still disguised. He chuckled. I've come for you, my sweetie pie. He spotted the tail under the dress and chuckled. What's this? You're becoming my bride, but all you're wearing is that accessory tail. Oh, shut up. Hurry up and take me already, scowled the impatient Kakarot. Hiding from the door, Bulma widened her eyes and shocked. Oh man, what horrible acting. He's going to suspect something if you talk like that. Oolong wiggled his finger and chuckled. Now, don't act so angry and impolite. I'm actually very nice, you see. He noticed that Kakarot was shaking. Oh, you're trembling. Damn it, I gotta go pee, thought Kakarot. Oolong laughed. Oh, does this form frighten you? All right, in that case, transformation. Suddenly, he changed into the form of a handsome man. How is this, my young lady? Or would you prefer a slightly younger man? Suddenly, Bulma, watching from indoors, was lured by Oolong's new form. His eyes were full of hearts. "Hello, my name's Bulma. I'm 16 years old. What's your bust size?" asked Oolong. Bulma unbuttoned her jacket and revealed her chest size and smiled. 85. Oolong began to blush and thought, 85. Wow, I wonder if I could do Pafu Pafu with him, but 16 years old? That makes her older than me. But still. "Oh wow, you're so dreamy, Oolong-sama," flirted Bulma. Oolong looked down at Kakarot and thought, a pretty baby who's younger than me, or a pori-pori girl who's older than me. Then he closed his eyes. This is a hard decision. Maybe I should take them both? That would be best. When he reopened his eyes, Kakarot was gone. He looked around and noticed that Kakarot went to the bathroom in a small flower garden. Kakarot smiled. That feels better. Oolong walked to him and wondered, what an audacious young girl. To think that she would urinate in public. But how in the world is she? Once he took a good look at him in his front, he suddenly panicked. She has the thing that I hate most. Then she started to get angry. You're the girl from yesterday, are you? Kakarot finished urinating and looked up at Oolong. He chuckled. So you finally realized that I'm actually a boy? Took you long enough finally to realize it. Oolong growled. How dare you try to trick Oolong-sama? Transformation. He suddenly changed form into a huge Spanish-speaking bull. Kakarot scoffed. A cow, huh? What a pathetic transformation you could come up with. Oolong chuckled. I'm really scary when I'm mad. I'm really strong. Bulma face-bombed and realized, whoops, whenever I see a nice man I suddenly lose control. She immediately returned in the house and closed the door to hide once again. She sighed, Be careful, everyone. The old man stared at her and asked, You have a problematic personality, too. Things have taken a turn for the worst. The plan's a failure. On top of that, we've succeeded in angering Oolong. But don't you worry. Then he looked down at his daughter and reassured, This traveling girl will take your place as his wife. The girl looked at Bulma and smiled. Thanks, Bulma-san. Bulma scowled. Could you stop deciding things on your own? Who'd want to marry that monster? Not me. Then she looked through the hole and sighed. Kakarot, change of plans. Beat his brains out. Kakarot smirked. Shut up, girl. I already know that. That's what I was planning to do. As he took off the disguise and got ready to fight Oolong. I should have done this from the start. But don't kill him. We have to find out where he lives, ordered Bulma. Oolong chuckled. You're going to beat me up? Stop with the pointlessness and bring me the girl from yesterday. Do that and I'll let you go. Kakarot pushed the button on his scouter and scanned Oolong's battle powers. He scoffed. Battle powers 3? What a pathetic. Though you're really strong. I guess you're not that powerful after all. Oolong stomped his hooves on the ground harder and growled. Are you mocking me? You are, aren't you? That's right, you cow shit. You're weaker than I thought, mocked Kakarot. Anyways, come at me. Oolong growled. Listen, I'll tell you one more time. I'm really scary and strong. Kakarot sighed. You talk too much. Quit your blabbing and attack me already. Oolong laughed. Are you some sort of imbecile? There's no way you can beat me. You'll die. All right, I get it already. Am I supposed to scare of you or something? Scoffed Kakarot. Nope, I don't think so. Fight me right now if you want me to die so badly. Oolong looked up at the clock and it said 3:10 p.m. He widened his eyes and panicked. Oh no! As he ran away at the last second. Wait right there. Hey you! You're not getting away. Why re you running away? What a coward! Shouted Kakarot. He chased after him, and when he got outside the gates, he saw a small pig. He quickly grabbed the small pig and demanded, Where's that bastard cow that just ran by? Tell me, where did he go? The pig gulped and pointed over yonder. That way. Goku ran after him and growled. When did he have a time to disappear? Once he was out of Pig's sight, the small pig chuckled. Phew, my true identity almost got out. If they found out Oolong-sama was actually a cute little piggy, I'd be a laughingstock. After going to shape-shifting school, Oolong learned to take different forms, but there was one catch. He could only take a certain form for 5 minutes and no longer. Sherman Priest's house. Bulma and the old man opened the door and saw no Kakarot or Oolong. Bulma confused. Huh? Do you think maybe he ran away because he was scared of Kakarot-kun? I don't think so, said the old man. If I steal one of Dragon Balls and run away, then I would be safe away from Kakarot. But he still has his scouter. He would be able to find me unless I destroy his scouter. There might be a chance, thought Bulma. Kakarot walked on way back to the village and growled. Damn! He must have turned into a bird and flew away. The small pig saw Kakarot returning and asked, Did you find him? But Kakarot ignored him and went back to the village. He looked at his watch and smirked. Okay, that should be long enough. Time to make my reappearance. It'll be hard to steal food and girls from this village from now on if they think I really did run away. But he wasn't scared of my monster bull. I guess I didn't seem powerful enough. He chuckled. Here goes. Suddenly, he took the form now of a giant metal ninja with giant chopsticks and a giant bowl of soup. Oolong chuckled. What do you think of this? I, the almighty Oolong-sama, would never run away. I just remembered some urgent business I had to take care of. That's all. Well, I bet you're shaking in your boots this time. Huh? Surrender now or I'll dunk you in this hot soup and eat you. He pointed at his soul bowl and showed his chopstick to Kakarot. See? Kakarot scoffed. Changing the form doesn't change the fact that you're stronger than me. Of course, let me ask you again. Are you going to fight me or what? Oolong growled. What? He accidentally dipped his finger in the hot soup and burned himself. Ow! Hot! Then he glared down at Kakarot. How dare you do that to me? Kakarot sighed. I didn't do anything. You're the one who hurt yourself. Oolong growled. Are you sure you want to get me really mad? Well, are you? From behind, a young boy shot a slingshot at the back of Oolong's neck. He rubbed the back of his neck and groaned. Ouch! That hurts. Who did that? His mother panicked and ran to him. What do you think you're doing? Get out of there. Then she carried him away. Oolong glared at the woman and snarled. Why you? You should watch your kids more carefully. The young boy startled. Sorry. As she went back into her house and slammed the door. Oolong turned back to Kakarot and sighed. An unexpected nuisance he was. Kakarot laughed. What a weakling you are. Even a little rock hurt you? I am willing to bet that little boy can kick your ass. Then again, it doesn't matter to me. I can beat you with no problem at all. Oolong stomped on the ground and scowled. Fool! Everyone knows I'm the strongest person in the world. Kakarot scoffed. Oh, the strongest earthlings in the world. Maybe. But if you speak in general, then I'm the strongest person in the world. Oolong pointed down at him and growled. What? If you are so strong, then prove it to me. Of course I am. I'm a Saiyan after all. But that's not just the reason I'm strong. My adopted grandpa taught me kung fu, replied Kakarot. Oolong chuckled. That's some real confidence you have there. If you're really as strong as you say, then can you break these 3 bricks? He pulled 3 bricks out of hammer space and piled them up. Kakarot chuckled. I can break these with just 1 finger. He broke them with 1 finger. See? Then he saw that Oolong widened his eyes in fear. Oh, you're really scared, aren't you? Oolong shouted. Transformation! Suddenly, he turned into a bat and shouted, Retreat! As he flew away. Kakarot growled. Not again! I won't allow you to get away from me this time. As he flew away to chase Oolong. Bulma went out of house and widened his eyes and shocked. He can fly! The old man sighed. But still, I can't believe Oolong was actually weak. We were fooled by his terrifying transformations, disappointed the old woman. With Kakarot chasing Oolong in bat form. Oolong was flying away and growled, Damn it, how humiliating. Now I can never go back to that village. Are you running away? Growled Kakarot. You're not getting away from me. Oolong widened his eyes and shocked. He can fly. Transformation. Once again, he changed form again, this time into a rocket. He suddenly rocketed away from Kakarot faster. Kakarot chased Oolong around the mountain, went above the cloud, then back down above the mountain. "Stop! Running away is useless," demanded Kakarot. Oolong panicked. "Oh no! Time's almost up." Suddenly, he turned back to his normal form upon his 5 minutes being up, and shocked, "I was right!" as he fell to the ground. "Help!" Before Oolong could hit on the ground, Kakarot grabbed his hand and glared at him. "So you were Oolong?" When he took a good look at Oolong, he widened his eyes and growled, "You were that pig back at the village. How dare you tricked me?" Oolong gulped. "What I want to know is, who are you?" Kakarot sighed. "Okay, on two condition. If you show us where all of girls you just kidnapped, then I can promise that I let you live. Other condition is, you must come with me and green-haired girl once we rescued little girls. However, if you fail to follow those kinds of conditions, I will kill you. Deal?" Oolong nodded. "Deal." "Good. I would have to kill all of villagers, but then again, one of them has Dragon Balls. I think I will let them extend their life very longer. Next time I will kill them once I get all of Dragon Balls. Anyways, let take you back to the village," said Kakarot. He tied him up and took him back to the village. Later, Aru village. "This kid is the real Oolong?" asked Bulma. "I'm sorry," said Oolong. The old man sighed. "We can't really be angry." "The girls you kidnapped are all fine, I hope?" asked the old woman. Oolong nodded. "Yes, very much so." "Very much so?" confused the man with the red hat. "Anyway, now you're going to take us to your house. Got it?" said Bulma. Kakarot sighed. "Of course, he will take us to his house. Right, Oolong?" Then Oolong walked with Kakarot, Bulma and rest of villagers on way to his shack. He glanced over his shoulder at Kakarot and thought, "Here goes." Kakarot spotted his expression and glared at him. "I know what are you planning to do. You're going to turn into an ant, aren't you? I don't care if I step on you if you're trying to escape by turning into an ant." Oolong sighed. "Damn, he saw through my plan." The old man smiled. "What an outstanding young lad." The little girl nodded. "That's for sure." Oolong stopped and looked up. "That's my house," said Oolong. It was really a large house. "You live in a fancy-looking place. I see," amazed Bulma. "It doesn't suit you." Oolong chuckled. "I stole money from all over the place to build it." Kakarot growled. "Stop bragging. Take us to girls you kidnapped now." The Indiana guy ran up the stair and cried, "Hey, Lee!" One of villagers cried, "Hedge!" "Hogchan!" cried the old woman. One of man cried, "Daddy's here to save you. Everything's okay now." "Lee/Hedge!" cried the Indiana and the man with the hat excitedly. They widened their eyes and got confused. The blonde curly girl relaxed on her long chair and drank a juice while another girl was doing her yoga. The purple-haired girl looked up and smiled. "Oh, Dad! Long time no see." The Indiana man, the man with the hat, and the old woman got lost and confused. "Huh! Don't worry about us. We're fine," said the blonde girl. The ponytail girl chuckled. "This is much better than working in the fields." Oolong entered the room, but the purple-haired girl saw him and greeted, "Oh, Oolong, you're late. Did you buy the ring you promised me?" Oolong looked down at the floor and sighed. "This why I wanted a nice, quiet girl. These girls just want more and more. Take them back home, please." Paozu looked up at Bulma and smiled. "Now that things have been resolved, here is the ball I promised you." Bulma grabbed Six Star's ball and cheered, "Hooray!" Then she thought, "That leaves only two more. Then I will wish Kakarot to dead as soon as possible I collect all of 7 Dragon Balls." Kakarot smirked and thought, "Now it's only 2 more to go. I can't wait. I can't wait to get all of 7 Dragon Balls to have me an eternal life. Yes, this should do it. Once I am granted an eternal life, then I will kill Annoyed Girl and that stupid pig, then ask that dirty old man to train me to be a great marital arts. Once I become stronger, I will turn on him and kill him. After that, I will come back here and kill all of them. Then I will begin my original mission. Now I'm in real good mood. Chapter 4. The Thief Bandit. Yamucha. With Kakarot, Bulma, and Oolong River. Bulma, Kakarot, and Oolong were in a boat passing through a river. Bulma was driving the boat while Kakarot and Oolong were in the back seat. Bulma smiled. Only 2 Dragon Balls left. It looks like we'll get them all sooner than I expected. Oolong stared at Kakarot and asked, "Why are you bringing me here, monkey boy?" Kakarot felt offended by the name Oolong just called him, but he actually calmed down. "First of all, don't call me a monkey boy ever again, or I will lose my cool and kill you. I have a name. My name is Kakarot. Got it?" Oolong nodded nervously. "You understood." Kakarot folded his arms and chuckled. "Second of all, you're coming with me because I need more men. The more men, the easier we will find a Dragon Balls. In other words, your pathetic transformation ability might be useful. Count me out," Oolong begged. "Journeys are a big pain in the butt. Unless you want to die, that is," threatened Kakarot. Bulma widened her eyes and gulped. "I need to do something quickly," she sighed. "It's so hot. Maybe I'll sleep only in my underwear tonight." Oolong hung his arms around behind his neck and chuckled. "I guess a trip every now and then isn't too bad." Suddenly, something appeared the idea inside Kakarot's head. Then he began to smirk and thought, Wait a second. I am going to humiliate this woman in front of perverted pig. I am going to pay back to her for humiliating me this earlier afternoon." Flashback began, Aru village. "Hey, Kakarot-kun," said Bulma. "What do you want, woman?" asked Kakarot. Bulma picked up the girl dress and smiled. "Go put it on. You got the same size as old man's daughter." "What? I'm not going to use those filthy clothes," argued Kakarot. "Please wear this," begged Bulma. "No way. I'm a Saiyan. I do not wear pathetic earthlings' clothes." "Come on. If you aren't going to do, then you won't be able to get the Dragon Ball," scowled Bulma. "Damn you," Kakarot growled. "Fine. I will put it on for the sake of Dragon Balls." Flashback ended. Goku began to grow impatient and complained, "This pathetic boat is slowing. Aren't we there yet?" "We still got a long way to go," said Bulma. "I guess about 3 more days." Then she picked the map up from her backpack. "Say," Oolong asked, "where the heck are you guys trying to go, anyway?" "Let's see. Somewhere around Empty Fry Pan," said Bulma. Oolong widened his eyes and shocked. Empty Fry Pan. You were planning to go there?" "You know that place?" asked Bulma. "So what about it?" asked Kakarot. Oolong pointed at Kakarot and asked, "You've never heard of it? The terrifying Jumio lives on Empty Fry Pan." "Jumio?" wondered Kakarot. "I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere before," he thought. Bulma scoffed. "He doesn't scare me. Kakarot'll take care of him for us." Oolong stood up and shocked. "You mean you don't know how horrible the Jumio is? He's truly terrifying. He's even known as the Emperor of Demons. Everyone who gets near Empty Fry Pan gets this." "They get killed?" asked Bulma. Oolong nodded. "Yeah." Kakarot chuckled. "So you're talking about him almost as if he was this powerful. I would like to take on him." "You can count me out," said Oolong. He jumped and shouted, "Transformation!" He changed into a fish and chuckled, "Later!" Then he dived into the water. Kakarot stood up and growled, "You bastard! I'm going to dive in and capture you back alive." Then he dived into the water and swam in search for Oolong fish. He spotted the fish alongside another fish. Oolong swam through the water and muttered, "There's no way I'd ever hang around them. What were they thinking?" "Stop!" shouted Kakarot. Oolong fish looked around and saw that Kakarot was swimming towards him. He shocked. He just doesn't give up. Then he retreated into hiding from him. Kakarot looked around him and sighed. He should be around here somewhere. Sighing in defeat, he swam up back to Bulma. He got away. Bulma chuckled. "There's no need to dive in the water to catch Oolong." Then he picked the white panties up that hanging on the hook of fishing pole. This is all you need. Eh? That's underwear or whatever, huh? Asked Kakarot. Freshly removed panties, said Bulma. Then Bulma threw the hook line into the water waiting for Oolong. Once she felt his pole was pulling, she reeled back, which pulled the fish who bit the panties out of the water. See, it worked. Kakarot caught the fish in his hands. The fish growled, "Damn it!" But when he looked down at the hand, he widened his eyes and realized that it was Kakarot's hand. He got panicked thinking that Kakarot was going to kill him. Kakarot snarled, "What were you thinking? Do you have a death wish or something?" Later, while Bulma was driving the boat again, Kakarot picked the fork and knife and glared at Oolong. "Run away again and I'll slice you up and eat you," threatened Kakarot. "It's no joking. I'll have no regret over your dead body. Run away means your death." Oolong sighed. "I'll come with you since I have no other choice, but at least let me have those panties." Bulma handed Oolong a hard candy ball and smiled. "Here, you can have this instead." Oolong grabbed the hard candy ball and frowned. "But it's just a stupid piece of candy." "I'll give you the panties if you make yourself useful in the near future," said Bulma. "He may be jerk, but I don't want Kakarot to kill him anyways. With this candy, he can't run away." Oolong took a bite and sighed. "Really? That better be a promise." Suddenly, the boat stopped on the middle of river. "Hey, the engine stopped." Bulma shocked. "Oh no, we're out of gas." Kakarot chuckled. "Your boat sucks. What a useless vehicle. Then again, you said something about your dad inventing capsule things, right? Then your dad must be suck." "Don't be stupid. We ran out of gasoline. I just forget to fuel the gas, that's all," said Bulma. "Old man Gohan told me something about gasoline. Gasoline is a refined petroleum used as fuel for internal combustion engines, right? Well, this planet must have a terrible vehicles." "Huh?" Kakarot chuckled. "From what I heard about my Science homeworld, the gasoline can be defined as unlimited gas fuel. That means you can go anywhere in the universe. That's how I get to this planet, even although planet Vegeta is very farther from this pathetic planet. Our spaceship has an incredible speed which had exceeded Earth's faster spaceship. I bet you have a spaceship here on this planet." "Huh?" Bulma sighed. "Yeah, we do have a spaceship here on this planet, but we do not tend to fly anywhere in the universe just like you Science." Then she glanced over her shoulder at Oolong and asked, "Hey, Oolong, can you turn into gasoline?" "Of course I can't," replied Oolong. "Then turn into N or so we can row to shore." Bulma said, "I'll get some gas out of one of my hoi poi capsules." "N or," confused Oolong. Then he shouted, "Transformation," as he changed into an oar. Bulma stared at Kakarot and said, "You paddle, okay?" Then she handed it to Kakarot. Kakarot began to smile and thought, "Oh yeah, perfect. I hope he learns his lesson not to run away from me anymore." Then he began to paddle the water faster to accelerate the boat easier. "I'm delicate, you know," Oolong complained. "Handle me gently." Kakarot laughed. "Nope, you need to tolerate your pain. If you wish not to be hurt, then don't run away again, piggy." They finally reached the shore. Kakarot had to tie the rope around the tree. "It's tied," said Kakarot. Bulma nodded. "Good work." Then she got on the shore. Oolong stared at Bulma and sighed. "Hey, I was useful. Now make with the panties." Bulma chuckled. "You're mistaken if you think you can get a girl's panties that easily," while put her hands in pocket and search for the capsule. "That's not fair." Oolong frowned. "You promised. Just one pair. Come on." Bulma widened her eyes and shocked. "It's gone. The case with all my capsules is gone." Suddenly, he ran towards near the river and panicked. "I must have dropped it in the river somewhere." Then she ran back to Oolong and demanded, "I'll give you my panties if you turn back into a fish and look for it." "Yeah, right," Oolong said. "That river's humongous." "What's wrong? The cat got your tongue?" asked Kakarot. Bulma fell to her knees and cried, "I lost my capsules. The boat doesn't work, and we have no house, no car, no motorbike. We can't go anywhere now." Well, too bad. In that case, we need to walk then, said Kakarot. What are you talking about? Bulma scowled. It's no problem for you since you can fly, but there's no way I can walk hundreds of kilometers. Shut up, woman. Pathetic weakling woman like you should be dead by now the moment you yelled at me, yelled Kakarot back, startling Bulma a bit. Anyways, flying is the problem, too. Flying required us to use up all of our battle powers. Therefore, I can only fly for a while. So why not have Piggy turn into a motorbike thing and ride on him? Bulma smiled happily. Brilliant. That's a great idea. Then he glanced over his shoulder. Hey, Oolong-chan. But what they saw Oolong was not there. She shocked. He's gone. Bastard. I thought I told him not to run away anymore. That's it. I'm going to kill him, said Kakarot. The pig was behind the boulder to hide and chuckled. Hell if I'm going to that freaky mountain. Sorry, but I'm giving up on the panties. Bulma chuckled. Okay. Then she cupped her mouth and shouted, Pee, pee, pee. Suddenly, Oolong felt his stomach ache and groaned. Huh. He really need to go to bathroom so badly for some reason. Since there were no bathrooms nearby, so he had to go to random bush to replace bathroom. Bulma chuckled. Hey, Oolong-chan, you've got diarrhea now, don't you? I made that candy that you ate earlier. It's called pee-pee candy, and people who eat it get diarrhea when someone says pee-pee. While Oolong was using bush as a bathroom and heard everything what Bulma told him, he frowned. Oh man. Hurry back here or I'll say it some more, said Bulma. Kakarot chuckled. Sounds good. I can say that in case if he run away again. And how long will the effects of that so-called pee-pee candy last for? Bulma smiled. The effects of pee-pee candy last for 1 month. Amazing, wouldn't you agree? Oh, by the way, that's last one. I don't think you can force it down in my mouth. Sorry, Kakarot. Yeah, whatever, Kakarot sighed. I don't need to put that one in your mouth anyways. I know what to do with you anyways. I can always torture you different ways although. After Oolong finishing the bathroom, he walked out of the bush and carried the toilet paper under his arm. I'm sorry. I won't run away anymore. Stop. Bulma chuckled. I'll do it again if you don't do what I say. Oolong nodded. I promise. Then he muttered under his breath. Damn it. She tricked me into eating something I shouldn't have. She sure plays dirty. Kakarot scoffed. Good thing I didn't eat one, because if I did, then she would have to face her punishment tonight. Rub it in, why don't you? Scowled Oolong. Kakarot laughed. What was it again? Do not talk back to me. Pee, pee, pee. Suddenly, Oolong rushed back into the bush and take a bathroom again. He glared at Kakarot and yelled out, Stop playing around. Kakarot laughed out loud. Then don't run away or talk back to me. Okay, Oolong, transform into a motorbike, demanded Bulma. Oolong sighed. All right. Then he shouted, Transformation, and change into motorcycle. Bulma's sweat dropped. This is a motorbike? You have an old sense of taste. Just shut up and get on, scowled Oolong. Bulma shrugged. Well, I guess it's better than walking. When she sat on the motorcycle, she suddenly fell down. She glared down at Oolong and growled, Pull yourself together. You collapsed under me. Yeah, what a weakling. After all, this planet is full of weakling anyways, said Kakarot. It's not my fault. All I can change is my shape, not how strong I am, said Oolong. Then he changed back into his regular form and sighed. And besides, I can only stay transformed for 5 minutes at a time. After that, I have to take a 1-minute break. Then he pointed at Bulma and chuckled. But here, I wouldn't mind turning into a pair of panties for you. You aren't wearing any right now since you took them off on the river, right? I make a great pair of panties. He shouted out, Transformation. Then he changed into pink pair of panties and chuckled. Feel free to put me on. Go on. You call that useful? Scowled Bulma, slapping the panties down the ground harder. Kakarot picked the Oolong panties and stared at him. He chuckled. Well, looks like walking is our only choice. Now change back into Piggy. Later, Diablo Desert. As time passes, they were now walking in Diablo Desert. Bulma used the stick as support to her walking. She panted, "I'm dying." Oolong also used the walking stick to support him. He panted, "I lost all strength after that diarrhea. They were too hot enough to make them sweat so much." However, Kakarot was the only who was not complaining about heat. He glanced over his shoulder at them and scowled. "Come on, you guys re-slow. I even decided to be nice and walk with you guys. Don't try to wear my patience out. You might don't want to see me losing my temper." "I'm from the city," argued Bulma. "Don't compare me with someone like you who grew up in the wild or from other planet." Then she looked around and asked, "Where are we anyways? It's practically all desert. We have no other choice. We can't get to Empty Fry Pan without going through here." Then she fell to her butt and sighed in exhaustion. "No more. Let's call it a day." Kakarot sighed. "What a pathetic weakling you are." "Do you suppose there's a hotel or inn around here?" asked Bulma. "Of course not," replied Oolong. "No, I hate this," complained Bulma. She crawled backward under the large rock. "I'm hungry. I want a bath. I can't sleep unless I'm in a bed." Oolong deadpanned. "She doesn't have the greatest personality, does she? Talk about selfish." Kakarot sighed. "As if you're one to talk." Then he found out that Bulma suddenly fall asleep. "She's nonsensical. She said all that but suddenly fell asleep." "Maybe we should get some shut-eye too," said Oolong. Then he laid on the dirt and fell asleep. Suddenly, Kakarot could feel his stomach growling. Then he rubbed his stomach. "Come to think of it, I'm hungry now." Far into the distance, a blue cat was spying with a telescope on a rock and then ran back into the hole. He jumped down from the ladder and cried, "Yamucha-sama!" He jumped on the chair to sit. "I spotted some sitting ducks." Yamucha shocked, "What?" Then he smiled. "It's been a while since our last prey." He wiped off the food on his mouth with napkins, then smiled in excitement. He walked out of hole and stared at the two tiny sitting ducks. "A little brat and a pig. I doubt they have any money. But they might have some hoi poi capsules," said the blue cat. "Okay, Poir, get the jet mamanga ready," ordered Yamucha as he walked back into the hole. Poir nodded. "Right." With Kakarot and Oolong. Oolong rubbed his stomach and groaned, "I'm starving too." Kakarot got up and sighed. "I'll go find us something to eat. I can't let you guys starving to death, because I need you to find Dragon Balls." Before he could walk away, then he glanced over his shoulder and chuckled, "Do you like pork?" Oolong shook his head and yelled out, "Hell no!" Suddenly, he noticed that someone was driving on the motorcycle on way to them. "Hey, what's that?" asked Oolong. It was Yamucha and Poir who rode a flying bike, the jet mamanga, up to Goku and Oolong. Then Yamucha stopped next to them and stared at them. "Yo!" greeted Yamucha. "Who the hell are you?" demanded Kakarot. Yamucha got off the motorcycle and rested his hand on his katana by his waist. "I am Yamucha, the hyena who has made this desert his stronghold." Poir was the next to greet. "And I'm Poir." Yamucha chuckled. "It wouldn't be right of me to fight a couple of kids, but if you want to make it out of this desert alive, you'll give me your money and capsules." Oolong widened his eyes and pointed at Poir. "Poir, if it isn't Crybaby Poir." Poir shocked. "Oolong, do you know him?" asked Yamucha. Poir looked up at Yamucha and nodded. "I do. He always used to bully me back when we went to the Southern Transformation School." Yamucha chuckled. "Bullying weak people is wrong. Poir, I'll make him pay for what he did to you." Oolong cowered behind Kakarot and gulped. "Didn't you just say bullying weak people is wrong?" "Yamucha-sama, Oolong was kicked out of school for stealing a female teacher's panties," said Poir. Yamucha chuckled. "He sounds like quite a pathetic person." Poir glared at Oolong and said, "You big pervert. I hate you." Oolong snarled, "Why'd you have to bring that up, you jerk?" Kakarot got enough with Oolong and Poir arguing each other. He backhand punched on Oolong's nose, making him fell over to ground. "I don't have a time for your shitty bickering. I don't care about you guys. Anyone gets in my way is going to get killed. That same goes for you if you get in my way, piggy. Oolong got up and nodded nervously. Why, yes, sir. Yamcha smirked. None of that matters now. Just hand over your money and capsules. Oolong shook Kakarot's arm and asked, Hey, you were strong, right? Once again, Kakarot punched Oolong in the nose, knocking him down the ground. Did I tell you not to touch me again? Obviously, I'm not weakling bastard like you. I'm strong. While Oolong was laying on the ground, he tried to wipe the nosebleed and laughed. We're not giving you any of our money or capsules. You'd best leave before you get hurt. Moron. When will he ever to shut up? I don't even know why I bothered to invite him to our Dragon Ball gang, thought Kakarot. Yamcha stepped forward and chuckled. Oh? Do you want to visit heaven that badly? As he drew the katana from his sheath. Poir stared up at Yamcha and cheered. Yamcha-sama, beat them up. Yamcha nodded. You got it. As Oolong ran away in fear to cower behind one of large rock. Okay, he's all yours. Knock his lights out, Oolong demanded Kakarot. Growling, Kakarot muttered. What a coward. Once I kill this Yamcha, I'm going to torture Oolong too. Go beat him up. He wants to kill us, said Oolong. Shut up. I know already, scowled Kakarot. He stared up at Yamcha and chuckled. To think an earthling like you is going to take on Saiyan like me. Let me tell you first. You cannot beat me. That's fact. You will realize that you are no match for me once you're in next world. Yamcha sighed. This kid sure is underestimating me. Oolong gulped and muttered to himself. I am not sure who I should cheer on, the thief bandit or Kakarot. If Kakarot wins, he's going to torture me anyways. If that Yamcha guy wins, he's going to steal our money and capsules then leave us. I don't know who to cheer. Then he realized that Bulma was sound snoring and turned at her who was still sleeping. He sighed. Not a care in the world. Here I come, shouted Yamcha. He threw his scabbard up into the sky so Poir could catch it. Then he charged towards Kakarot and attempted to swing his sword at him. But the young Saiyan jumped to dodge and landed on the ground behind him. Yamcha then charged towards Kakarot and thrust his sword at Kakarot. But the Saiyan rolled over on the ground only to reveal Poir in front of him. He was freaked out and stopped just at the inch above between Poir's ears. The blue cat fainted from fear. Yamcha gave Kakarot another swung, but Kakarot jumped to dodge. Then Kakarot went back just to swing his leg down at Yamcha, but the thief bandit blocked his leg with the sword. They bounced themselves off away from each other. Suddenly, Kakarot charged towards Yamcha and punched him in the gut, knocking him away. Yamcha-sama, cried Poir. Oolong smiled widely and cheered. Awesome. He really is strong. Yamcha got up and clasped his stomach in the pain. He growled, Boy, your leg touched my sword that should have cut your leg off. How comes it didn't cut your leg off? Kakarot chuckled. That's because I'm a Saiyan, the strongest race in the universe. Pathetic weakling human like you should not be underestimating me. Yamcha growled. What? Never mind that. Your fighting style reminded me of someone. Who's your master's name? I am not sure if I can call him my master, but I never consider him my master anyways. In that case, I can tell you his name. It was Son Gohan, responded Kakarot. I thought so, Yamcha sighed. Son Gohan is such an expert that for every martial art there is, he has no equal. Kakarot chuckled. You said he has no equal? You fool. He is too weak for me. You see, I killed him myself. I felt so good to kill him. He was too foolish enough to adopt me as his grandson. He was too foolish enough to raise me and train me to be great martial arts. I'm glad that he made me to be stronger, so I can kill him. Now you will be my third earthling killing. Yamcha widened his eyes and shocked. What? You killed him? I guess that means I can't go easy on you just because you're a kid. I will have to go hard on you since you killed him. Oolong shocked. I've heard of him too. Then he got in thought. His master's famous. I can't believe that he killed his own adopted grandpa who made an effort enough to train him. Kakarot clasped his stomach and sighed. I'm so hungry. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shocked. Shit. I forget about wolves that I got last night. Fuck. Fuck that turtle. Yamcha widened his legs and chuckled. It's been so long since I fought a tough opponent. As he shifted into wolf stance, he shouted, Roga, Fufuken, Wolf Fong Gale Fist. He charged towards Kakarot and kicked him in the jaw, and typically did a combo of clawing and punching, then finishing with a double palm strike to launch his opponent away into several rocks. The large rock crumbled and crushed Kakarot on the ground. Puar ran towards Yamcha and cheered, Yamcha-sama. Oolong cheered, That's our Yamcha-sama. He's the strongest man in the world, not to mention good-looking. What an amazing guy! Which got Yamcha attention to him. Yamcha walked towards him. Oolong widened his eyes and waved him off. Stay away. He shouted out, Transformation! Then he turned into a fly and flew away. Blee! Don't let him get away, Puar. After him, ordered Yamcha. Puar nodded. Right? Then he shouted, Fleiswater Transformation! As he turned into Fleiswater and knocked Oolong out of his form, eventually stopping him. Oolong yelped, Ouch! Then he rubbed his head and glared up at Fleiswater Puar. Damn it! I thought we were classmates. Puar went back to his regular form and chuckled. That's what you get for bullying me. Yamcha walked down to Oolong and said, If you'd rather not wind up hurt anymore, you'll hand over your money and capsules. Oolong sighed. All right. Then he put his hand in his pocket. Damn it! I was saving this for a special occasion, too. He finally found it and showed it to Yamcha. Yamcha smiled. Oh, an M-size capsule. Pretty fancy for a kid like you to have. I bet I can sell it for a lot. Kakarot emerged from the rock and still held his stomach. He walked towards Yamcha and growled, So hungry, you bastard. Now you've gotten me mad. You're still alive? Asked Yamcha. Do you want to experience my Rogafu Fuken even more? Kakarot chuckled. I don't waste my technique just to defeat you, Earthling. Yamcha rushed towards Kakarot and punched right at Kakarot's face, but the Saiyan raised his arm to block the punch. Then Kakarot punched right at Yamcha, and roundhouse kicked him square in the jaw, sending him towards the nearby rock. But Yamcha didn't went through the rock, he got bounced off and smashed into the ground. Yamcha got up and snarled, Damn you! Then he charged towards Kakarot. Damn it! I am so hungry. I hardly have any energy. I forget the important note. Saiyan required to have their stomach on full before they can fight. I am pathetic Saiyan warrior. Here I am having a hard time to fight with this weakling Earthling, thought Kakarot. Oolong widened his eyes and shocked. All you did was make him mad. Shut up, demanded Kakarot. Bulma could not stand the ground shook, so he had to wake up and rubbed his eyes. He sighed, Keep it down. I can't sleep. Yamcha stopped running at Kakarot while staring at Bulma. Now the green-haired girl saw him and began to fall in love with him. She thought, He's a cute. He's fighting Kakarot. Yes. He's going to save me and beat that Kakarot up. Yamcha's legs began to tremble and fell to the ground. Puar ran to him and cried, Yamcha-sama. Puar. Temporary retreat, said Yamcha. Puar nodded. Right. Then Yamcha fled on his motorcycle and shouted, Listen up, that capsule will be mine. Huh? Confused Oolong. What just happened? Bulma got up and stared at Kakarot and Oolong. Say, who was that just now? Asked Bulma curiosity. He seemed like a really cool guy. Who was he? Kakarot grabbed Oolong's shirt and demanded, Do you have a house? I'm hungry. Throw that capsule now. Yamcha's hideout nightfall. Damn it, Yamcha grumbled. I had no idea there was a girl there. Puar sighed. I know how you're weak around girls, Yamcha-sama. Yamcha slammed his fist on the table and snarled, I can't stand this. I get nervous every time I see a girl. It's not that I hate them. I just get panicky. But I swear that I will steal that capsule. He drank the hot tea and stared at Puar. We're going after their hoi poi capsule once sun sets. But you're not good around girls, and there's one with them, said Puar. Yamcha chuckled. I think I know how to take care of that. With Kakarot, Oolong, and Bulma, inside RV. While Kakarot was eating the meal, Bulma sat next to Kakarot and complained, "Why didn't you tell us you had this mobile home capsule? You're so selfish." Oolong opened the oven to reveal the huge turkey and sighed, "Damn it, I was saving this capsule for a special occasion, too." Then he picked up the turkey and carried to the table. "Why'd those bandits have to show up?" He placed the turkey on the table and looked at Kakarot, who was still eating the meat. "You sure eat a lot, huh?" Kakarot scowled. "Obviously, I'm hungry. Now stop talking to me when I'm eating." Bulma gently touched her hair and frowned. "I have split ends from walking in all that dust." She asked Oolong, "Say, does this thing have a bathroom?" Bulma pointed up at the stair and said, "It's over there." Then they went into the bathroom. Bulma grumbled, "Look how small this is. A shower is all you can take in here." "Stop your complaining." Oolong sighed. "Who's the one letting you use this mobile home in the first place?" "I assume it has hot water?" asked Bulma. "Of course it does," said Oolong. "It actually has hot water, plus soap and shampoo." Bulma began to look around the bathroom. "What are you looking for?" "Peepholes," replied Bulma. Oolong scoffed. "There aren't any." "Really? But still, no peeping," said Bulma. Oolong nodded. "Got it." Then he got in thought. "I'd never do anything as shallow as peep on you. I prefer being much more direct." Later night. Meanwhile, outside the van, two robots hopped through the large rocks and hid behind the rock. Asterisk Pilaf-sama. "We've located them," asterisk said one of robot. Asterisk good. "Commence with the plan," asterisk said Pilaf. "No slip-ups this time." One of robot nodded, understood. Then the robot door creaked opened only to reveal Mai and Shu. "Let's go," said Mai. They hopped out of robot. They ran to other rock and stared at the van. They decided to risk even more, so they went to the van and looked up at the window. Shu picked up the clock and set it to 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Then he placed the digital clock under the van. "Oh, there's someone out there," said Mai. Shu yelped. "Whoops." "What are you doing?" asked Mai. "I accidentally stuck the bomb to my hand when you suddenly tapped me," said Shu. He revealed to her that the tap was stuck in his hand. Mai shocked. "Get it off, hurry." "I can't," said Shu. "Well, I'm running away by myself then," said Mai. Then she began to run away. "Hey, wait!" cried Shu as he followed her. With Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha and Puar ran to hide behind the rocks, staring at the van. "A mobile home," said Yamcha. "Ah, so that capsule was a mobile home. It'll be hard to steal it now," said Puar. Yamcha chuckled. "Anyway, Puar, you lure the girl out when she's all alone. With her gone, it's as good as ours." Inside RV. Oolong hung his arms around behind his neck and stared at Kakarot. He asked, "Do you think those bandits will attack again?" "It doesn't matter if they do. I won't lose now that I've eaten a lot. I will kill him when he came back," said Kakarot. "By the way, are you actually serious about going to MT Frypan?" asked Oolong. "It's a really scary place, you know? What are you going all the way there for, anyway?" Kakarot sighed. "First of all, I don't like you at all, Piggy. Second of all, I want you to stop complain. I will tell you because you're annoyed. That's because there's a Dragon Ball." "A Dragon Ball? What's that?" asked Oolong. "I have one. I'll show it to you," said Kakarot. He picked up the 4-star ball and showed it to him. "This." Outside the van with Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha looked up at the window and said, "I can hear the girl's voice." "It'll be easy to draw her out if the other two are asleep," said Puar. "Let me see," said Yamcha. Then he took a peek at the window only to reveal nude Bulma taking a shower. He quickly crouched and got frightened. "Yamcha-sama, what's the matter?" asked Puar. Inside bathroom with Bulma. Bulma stared at the window and confused. "I could swear I heard something." Outside the van with Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha clenched his fist and gulped. "This is a nightmare. I just saw the greatest thing in the world." What did you see? Asked Poir. Suddenly, he heard Oolong's voice shocked. You serious? It's those brats, said Yamucha. They had to move to another window. It sounds like they're still not asleep, said Poir. Inside van with Kakarot and Oolong. Oolong picked the 4-star ball and said, So if you collect all 7 of these Dragon Balls, a dragon comes out and grants you a wish? Kakarot nodded. Yeah. Any wish at all? Asked Oolong. Yeah, at least what she told me, said Kakarot. So how many balls do you have right now? Asked Oolong. How many question you're gonna ask? We have 5 Dragon Balls right now, replied Kakarot. So that means the 6th is on empty fry pan? Asked Oolong. An annoyed Kakarot scowled. Of course. Now stop asking me all of these questions and shut up. Outside the van with Yamucha and Poir. Poir, cried Yamucha. He gestured to come with him. Poir nodded. Right. Yamucha and Poir ran to the rock so they can discuss about the Dragon Balls. Yamucha smiled. Did you hear that? Poir nodded. I did. They said it would grant you any wish you want, said Yamucha. Yeah. Poir nodded. They did. Yamucha cheered. All right, then, I'll ask him to make it, so that I don't lose my cool in front of girls. Poir fell down on the ground and sighed. Actually, Yamucha-sama, wouldn't it be best to ask for power or money instead? Yamucha stared at Poir and asked, How many years have you been with me now? 2 years come next month, replied Poir. Yamucha sighed. You've been with me for 2 years and you still don't understand me. I have no interest in power, and I can always steal money if I need it. Isn't that right? Poir sighed. Yes, but... Yamucha frowned. But being panicky around girls is truly pathetic. He clenched his fist and said, To put it bluntly, I yearn to be married. Poir sighed. So you actually do like girls? Yamucha stared at the van and chuckled. Those Dragon Balls are mine. Inside van with Kakarot and Oolong. But that's really not my kind of thing, said Oolong. Why not? Asked Kakarot. Oolong sighed. The only thing I'm into is women, nothing else. Then why not have the dragon give you some women? Asked Kakarot. Oolong smiled. Hey, you're right. Good thinking. I'll just ask for the cutest girl in the world. Wait, maybe I should ask for warm panties instead. Kakarot scoffed. Sorry, but you're not going to get your wish anyways. I'm going to my wish. If you steal my wish, then I will kill you. But still, why do you like a girl so much? I don't see any reason why the pig like you like human. Oolong sighed. Little kid. Kakarot chuckled. I will tell you that might interest in you. When she sleeps, we will go to her room and take her bra and panties off. How about Dash? Suddenly, Bulma clocked Kakarot in the head and growled. What stupidity are you spouting out now? Bulma wore towel around her body and had the towel wrapped around her hair. Kakarot glared up at Bulma and growled. You bitch! You will not hit me ever again. Bulma widened her eyes and thought, Oh shit! I did to him something I shouldn't have done. Kakarot stood up and clenched his fist in anger. Woman! How dare you hit me? I'm sorry. Please forgive me, begged Bulma. Suddenly, Kakarot punched right at Bulma's face, knocking her down the floor. He took the towel off from her, only to reveal her nude body. He pulled her hair and then slammed her here on the floor. Do you know what I will do next if you do something to me? He did not get any response from her. Once more again, he slammed her head on the floor again. Answer me. If you don't, then I will punch you again. I don't care if you're woman or not. I can still hit you. Bulma gulped nervously. Why? You will take my bra off. Kakarot chuckled. Wrong answer. You will sleep in your bed naked. Why can't I have pajamas? Asked Bulma. Kakarot chuckled. I doubt Piggy's pajamas can fit you in. Does it? Besides, Oolong probably doesn't care if I hit you that way, since he gets to see your naked body. He glanced over his shoulder at Oolong, who was drooling at her nude. He let Bulma get up and handed the towel back to her. Here's your towel back. This perverted piggy won't get back to his sense again if you're still naked anyways. Bulma grabbed the towel and covered her body with the towel. Why do I have to be stuck with this villain Saiyan and perverted pig? Either I have to change him a better person, or wish him to be dead. Finally, Oolong regained his senses back into, and decided to walk to the fridge. He acted like it never happened. He thought, I can't believe it. I just saw Kakarot tortured her, but at least I see something good. I just scored it. Then he grabbed 2 orange juices and gave one of them to Bulma. How about some cold juice after your hot bath? Bulma sighed. I can't believe it. He just act like a normal? Then she gave him a fake smile. Oh, sometimes you can be pretty polite for a pervert. I could have done without the pervert remark, said Oolong sarcastically. Bulma grabbed the orange juice and smiled, but still a fake smile. Thanks. Then she drank the orange juice up. Kakarot quickly yanked the cup of orange juice out of Oolong and angrily drank whole juice. That bitch. I thought she understood me last night. I guess I will have to find a way to prank her again. Now Oolong began to smirk like a pervert. Kakarot stared at Oolong and asked, Aren't you going to have any? Oolong smiled. Eh? Oh, I had some earlier. Bulma yawned. I'm sleepy. Where's the bed? Upstairs, said Oolong. Bulma nodded tiredly. Oh, okay. She climbed up on the stair, but before she could go into the room, she stared down at Oolong. You guys are sleeping down here. Then she stared down at Kakarot, who glared up at her. She sighed. Except for Kakarot. He can go in the room anytime. Oolong, if you try any funny stuff while I'm asleep, it's more pee-pee diarrhea time for you. Oolong chuckled. I won't. And have my clothes washed by tomorrow morning, said Bulma. Oolong nodded. Okay. Then Bulma went into her room. He sighed. She sure is hot, but her attitude could use some work. How was she raised? He noticed that Kakarot began to sleep. He chuckled. Looks like the sedatives I put in the juice have taken effect. Now that she's completely asleep, I can feel her up. Outside the van with Shu and Mai. What's taking so long? Asked an impatient Mai. Shu tried to change the bomb time and trembled. This looks bad. It won't stop. It's going to explode in less than a minute. Mai shocked. No way. So now what? Then she ran to cover behind the tree. Shu sighed. Don't ask me. Finally, he was able to change the bomb time to 8 a.m. What did you do? Are we safe now? Asked Mai. Shu nodded. Yeah, I reset the timer. It won't explode until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Inside van with Oolong. Oolong gently touched Kakarot's nose, who was still snoring sounds peacefully. He chuckled. The sedatives worked perfectly. Then he climbed up on the stair into Bulma's temporary room. Outside van with Yamcha and Puar. Puar peeked through the window staring at Kakarot, who was fast asleep on the couch. The boys all alone. Yamcha chuckled. Okay, Puar, turn into a key. Puar nodded. Right, transformation, as he changed into the key. Then Yamcha unlocked the door using the key and opened it. Inside van with Oolong Bulma's room. Oolong was going to pull the blanket from the sleeping Bulma. He heard someone breaking into the RV. He shocked. What was that sound? From the kitchen room, Yamcha stared at the sleeping Kakarot and sighed. The lazy kid's asleep. Are the pig and the girl upstairs? Puar looked around him and nodded. Probably. Yamcha chuckled. Okay, transform into this boy and draw them both outside. Puar nodded. Right, transformation, as he changed into Kakarot. From Bulma's room, Oolong shocked. Don't tell me he's awake now. He saw that Kakarot, who was climbing up the stair. That's impossible. Those were extra-strength tranquilizers. What do I do? He'll give me pee-pee diarrhea again if he found out that I was here or put him to sleep. Suddenly, he got an idea. He smiled. That's it. He ran to Bulma and put the blanket over Bulma's head. Transformation. Then he changed into Bulma. Bulma chuckled. Oh, Kakarot-chan, you're still awake. Kakarot looked around him and confused. Huh? Where's Oolong? He just went out for a walk, replied Bulma. Kakarot smiled. Oh, really? Oh yeah, I need to tell you something important. But can I do it outside while we take a walk? Too? Bulma puzzled. Eh? Sure. Then she stared at the bed and thought, man. Kakarot climbed down the stair with Bulma and asked, oh, so Oolong went on a walk? Bulma nodded. That's what I said. There's no need to shout. Then they walked out of RV and still strolling outside. Yamcha was holding the sleeping Kakarot behind the stair and sighed. Ah, so the pig went out for a walk, but I don't remember the girl being so chubby. Then he laid Kakarot on the floor. Well, all that matters now is that I find the Dragon Balls. He climbed up the stair to Bulma's room. He noticed that there were 2 rounds thingy under the blanket. He walked towards them and confused, what are those bulges? He noticed that there were definitely rounds thingy under the blanket. He chuckled. Did they really think nobody would find them here? The Dragon Balls are mine. Then he placed his hands on the 2 Dragon Balls, or at least what he thought. But it was so soft. He squeezed it and played with it. Huh? Yamcha confused. They're strangely soft. Outside with Kakarot and Bulma. Come on, what do you need to tell me? An impatient Bulma complained. We've walked a really long way. Kakarot smirked. I guess this is far enough. Here, I'll show you. Suddenly, he changed into Poir. Bulma shocked. Eh? Poir? Poir chuckled. Sorry for tricking you. Suddenly, Bulma changed into Oolong and pointed at him. He growled, how dare you? Poor shocked, Oolong. Inside Ven with Yamcha. Yamcha pulled the blanket out and widened his eyes. He screamed in frightened, H. Outside Ven with Oolong and Poir. Poir widened his eyes and cried, Yamcha-sama, as he flew towards the van. Oolong scowled, Poir. Poir finally caught up to Yamcha and saw that Yamcha sat on the stair outside the van. Yamcha-sama. Yamcha shocked. 1 breast, 2 breasts. Try to pull yourself together, said Poir. Hey, stop, cried Oolong. When he saw Yamcha and shocked, why Yamcha? Let's call it a day and retreat, said Poir. He picked Yamcha's arm up and pulled him to walk. Yamcha kept muttering and said, 1 breast, 2 breasts. Oolong frowned. What the fuck did they want? Then he decided to go to sleep for a night. Chapter 5. Jumio. In the morning inside RV. Oolong sat on his driver's seat with the shotgun watching outside through the window. Then he saw Kakarot was the first one to get up. He glanced over his shoulder at Kakarot and asked, You finally awake? Kakarot stared at Oolong and yawned. Of course I am. Don't give me that. I'll have you know I haven't slept 1 wink, said Oolong angrily. Why did you not go to sleep last night? Asked Kakarot. Bulma woke up wrapped in a blanket and climbed down the stair. She sighed. My head's pounding for some reason. Then he looked at Oolong and asked, Hey, did you wash my clothes? There was no time, replied Oolong. Bulma growled angrily. Eh? What do you mean by that? I don't have anything else to wear. Yamcha showed up again last night, said Oolong. Bulma puzzled. Yamcha? You mean that dreamy hunk? Then he began to smile and said happily, What are you talking about? He's welcome here. Oolong scoffed. You live in a dreamland. What's that supposed to mean? Scowled Bulma. Nothing, replied Oolong quickly. If you're looking for clothes that might fit you, there's a set in the upstairs drawer. Why didn't you say so earlier? Asked Bulma angrily. Then she went to her temporary room just to change the dress. Ugh, I thought I was a pain in the neck, but she takes the cake, said Oolong. Then he went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, but Kakarot followed him. Kakarot chuckled. Is Yamcha that bandit from yesterday? Oolong nodded. I had to stay up all night keeping watch thanks to him. Really? Well, in that case, it's your fault for putting me to sleep, then, said Kakarot. Oolong widened his eyes and shocked. How did you know? How did you know that I gave you those sedatives? Then he began to brush his teeth. A scent. Unlike that bitch, I am not stupid, but I purposely drank the juice anyways, explained Kakarot. But why did you drink that on purpose? Asked Oolong. Kakarot chuckled. So that way I torture you a different way by giving you a hard time with those bandits last night while I was sleeping last night. Anyways, give me something to eat when you've finished brushing your teeth. With that, he left him to return to the kitchen room. Damn him. The food is only thing he ever says too, thought Oolong. Outside RV. Sho and Mai finally got the bomb strapped under the bus with 1 hour to spare. Sho smiled. Okay. All set, said Mai. They rushed back to their hiding place. They began to contact Pilaf and explained everything to them. Asterisk what? Asterisk shocked Pilaf. Asterisk you still don't have them. Weren't you supposed to get them last night? Asterisk. Mai frowned. Asterisk yes. I'm sorry, sire, but they will be in our possession at 8 o'clock. Asterisk. Asterisk at 8 o'clock. Asterisk puzzled Pilaf. Asterisk that's an hour from now. Fine, but you better not mess up this time. Asterisk. Asterisk no, sire. No mistakes this time. Asterisk replied Mai. Inside RV. Kakarot chowed down almost all the meat. Amazing Oolong. You've gone through a month's supply of food. Shocked Oolong. Bulma finally came back to the kitchen room and stared at Oolong angrily. Oolong, what's with this outfit? I'll be seen as the biggest idiot in the world if I go out dressed like this, complained Bulma. She, right now, wore a black headband with black rabbit ears, a white shirt collar with a red bow tie, a black leotard with a white shirt collar with a red bow tie, a black leotard with a white cotton tail, a pair of blue tights, a pair of red high heels with ankle straps, and a pair of white shirt cuffs. Oolong sighed. Too bad. That's all I have. If you have a problem with it, why are you wearing it? Anyway. Bulma folded her arms and scoffed. What kind of childhood did you go through to make you into a kid that acts like a middle-aged pervert? Oolong deadpanned. I could ask you the same thing. Okay, that's all I ate. Now I'm full, said Kakarot. Later. Why do I have to drive? I haven't even slept, complained Oolong while he was taking a wheel for his own RV. Stop complaining. I'm in the middle of putting on my makeup, scowled Bulma. Oolong sighed. You sure don't treat pigs very well, do you? Bulma used her lipstick to gloom her lips and check her own lips out on her little mirror. She smiled. I wonder if he'll visit us again? What the hell were you saying? We're in big trouble if he does, said Oolong. Kakarot noticed a two-seater driving behind them and chuckled. They're back. All right. Oolong widened his eyes and shocked. It's them. They're here. It was none other than Yamcha and Puar, coming to steal the Dragon Balls once again. Bulma squealed. He's here. Where is he? Kakarot and Oolong except Bulma got out of the bus as the two bandits fired a missile at it, destroying it and prepared to take them down once and for all. Kakarot stared at Yamcha and growled. You bastard! Now you've done it. Puar whispered to Yamcha's ear and said, Yamcha-sama, it looks like the girl's unconscious. Yamcha chuckled. What good luck? Puar nodded. Yep. All right, you two. Hand over the Dragon Balls like good little boys, demanded Yamcha. Oolong shocked. How does he know about the Dragon Balls? Yamcha pointed his launcher at Kakarot and Puar and chuckled. Do what I say or you'll be in a world of hurt. Kakarot chuckled. We're not giving you anything. Suddenly, he charged towards Yamcha. Oolong shocked. You idiot. You're gonna get yourself killed. Yamcha chuckled. It appears that Brat wants me to give him some extra training. Boy, do you really want your butt kicked by my Rogafu Fuken again? While Kakarot was charging at Yamcha, he scoffed. I was fighting on an empty stomach yesterday. This time I'm full. Then, he connected his fist to Yamcha's fist. He blocked Yamcha's thrust attack and punched right at Yamcha's face, but the bandit caught it. Yamcha tried to kick, but Kakarot jumped and kicked to Yamcha's cheek, knocking him away. Oolong cheered. You did it. Kakarot folded his arms and chuckled. Well, do you still want to fight now? If you don't, then be prepared to die. Yamcha rubbed his mouth and growled, Damn it! Poir widened his eyes and shocked. Yamcha-sama, your tooth! Then he transformed into a hand mirror to show him what happened. Yamcha yelled in shock. You knocked my tooth out. What have you done to my manly face? He pointed at Kakarot and snarled, You'll pay for it. He drove off in shame with Poir right away. Kakarot scoffed. He got angry just because he lost his tooth. What a dumbass. Oh well, at least I let him live, but if he will come back, I'll kill him. Oolong smiled at Kakarot and said, Hey, you're really super strong. I've changed my opinion about you. Kakarot scoffed. Of course I am. After all, I'm a Saiyan, the strongest race in the universe. Then he looked at the van and sighed. But with the car like this? Oolong frowned. I guess walking's our only choice now. Suddenly, they noticed the unconscious Bulma in the van, with Yamcha and Poir. Yamcha clenched his fist in anger and snarled, Damn that boy! While sitting in the car. Are you all right? Worried Poir. Yamcha rubbed his right cheek and sighed. Our only choice now is to change our plan. Meaning? Asked Poir. There are 7 Dragon Balls that you have to collect, replied Yamcha. So all we have to do is wait until they've collected all 7 and then steal them from them. Great idea. You're so smart, Yamcha-sama, complimented Poir. Yamcha began to laugh, but he felt his teeth hurt and yelled, Ouch! Outside RV. Mai and Shu stared at the destroyed RV. So the explosion earlier really was the time bomb going off, said Mai. Shu picked his clock up and confused. That's strange. It's not 8 o'clock yet. The bomb's clock was probably fast, said Mai. Anyway, let's hurry and find the Dragon Balls. Then they ran into the van to look for the Dragon Balls, with Kakarot, Oolong, and Bulma. As they walked, with Kakarot carrying the unconscious Bulma on his back, the group did not really know what to do since their only means of transportation was destroyed. Kakarot scowled. Girls sure have it easy. This bitch needs to wake up soon. Oolong chuckled. Say, let me carry her on my back for a while. Just a little while, okay? Shut up. Unless you want to die, that is, scowled Kakarot. Suddenly, they noticed Yamcha and Poir suddenly came back. Yamcha gave them a friendly wave and smiled. Hey! Poir pointed at them and shocked. They're back again. Yamcha rubbed his back hair sheepishly and chuckled. Sorry about earlier. We thought things over and realized we shouldn't have done that. He put his hand in his pocket and said, We'll give you this capsule as an apology. As he threw it on the ground, the red car expanded on the ground next to Kakarot and Yamcha. Oolong shocked. A car? Yamcha waved at him goodbye and smiled. Well, take care. Bye. As he left them. Oolong confused. What just happened? I thought you're going to kill him, Kakarot. Kakarot thought, he probably gives us a car so that way he can track us anywhere we go. Well, it doesn't matter. I will kill him later. Then he chuckled. Well, I will kill him later when he came back. Oolong sighed. Whatever. They didn't put a bomb in it or anything, did they? I doubt he put the bomb in it. According to his looks, he looks like a bum to me if you ask me, said Kakarot. Oolong looked around the car and said skeptically, but still. Then they proceeded to drive off on way to hunt for Dragon Ball again, with Yamcha and Poir. Yamcha did have a catch, however. He had radar in the car that would allow him and Poir to know where Kakarot and the others were at all times. Poir smiled. They're on the move. Yamcha nodded. Okay, time to give chase. Suddenly, they felt the explosion and looked at the direction where they felt from. They saw the large smoke erupted up, with Mai and Shu. Mai and Shu were burned due to the explosion from the van. Why did it turn out this way? Asked Mai. Don't ask me, said Shu as he fainted from exhaustion. With Kakarot, Oolong, and Bulma. Oolong was driving the red car that Yamcha gave them a gift from earlier. They finally got out of Diablo Desert and were now driving on way to Mount Frypan. At last, Bulma woke up from the unconscious. How much longer until we get to empty fry pan? Asked Bulma. We're almost there, said Oolong. Bulma stared at the outside through the window and frowned. What's with this heat? It's weird for a place so far north. It's 'cause of empty fry pan. Apparently, it used to be a nice place called Chili Mountain, but a fire spirit came down from the sky and set it on fire 10 years ago, which caused the climate to change too, said Oolong. So it's the fire then? Asked Kakarot. Bulma tried to cool herself down with her hand and sighed, It's so hot. Hey, it is the sunset, said Kakarot, pointing over the yonder. Bulma smiled. It's so pretty. Then she raised her eyebrows and puzzled. But it's still afternoon. That's no sunset. Those are the flames from empty fry pan, scowled Oolong. Bulma widened her eyes and shocked. No way. With Yamcha and Puar. They were following Kakarot and the gang. Puar was driving the car while Yamcha stood on the trunk and folded his arms. What I want, I get. That's my motto, said Yamcha. With Shu and my Diablo Desert. Meanwhile, as for Shu and Mai, who failed to steal the Dragon Balls, they were walking on way back to Emperor Pilaf. Now what do we do? What are we supposed to tell Pilaf-sama? Asked Mai. Shu gulped. I'm scared. Mai frowned. I wish he would at least say something nice to us once in a while. We are putting our lives in danger after all. Shu chuckled. Good work. Don't worry. Everyone messes up on occasion. Now relax and have some nice warm soup. Mai kneeled before Shu and smiled. Oh, Pilaf-sama, you're so kind. Then she got up and hung her arms around her neck and sighed. He would never do anything like that. Shu folded his arms and frowned. I'm sure he'll yell and thunder at us again. Later at Pilaf's empire. Pilaf glared at Shu and Mai and frowned. Basically what you're saying is that you failed me yet again? Mai nodded. Yes, basically. Shu sighed. I guess you could say that. Pilaf smiled. Good work. Don't worry, everyone messes up on occasion. Then he swallowed entire small turkey. While he was chowing it down, he continued. Now relax and have some nice warm soup. Mai and Shu began to smile thinking that their wishes come true. Pilaf scoffed. You're gravely mistaken if you thought I would seriously say that. He used the fork to press the button under the table to activate it. The large robot hands emerged from the roof and grabbed Shu and Mai's arms and legs. Then other hands placed the electrocute hats on their head. Mai widened her eyes and panicked. Pilaf-sama, what are you? You useless morons make me sick, interrupted Pilaf. He began to smile as the roof opened up to reveal the sky. He pushed another button under the table. The small cap of roof opened up and created the black clouds. Shu and Mai were both electrocuted. Shu shocked. He really did. Thunder at us, finished Mai. Pilaf pumped his fork up and laughed. Well, what did you think of? However, this backfired on Pilaf and he too received a shock. Kakarot, Oolong, and Bulma elsewhere. They finally got closer and closer to empty fry pan. Oolong widened his eyes and said, Look, that's empty fry pan. Bulma shocked. Wadash! There was a flame surrounded by the castle. Kakarot got out of the car and hopped on the roof. He chuckled. Well, it's too hot. Oolong and Bulma hopped off the car and stared at the flames. Oolong looked at Kakarot and nodded. See, so let's forget about going there. The Jumio's there too, you know? Bulma looked down at Oolong and frowned. Lately you've been doing nothing but ranting about this Jumio. Is he really that big of a deal? She's right. This piggy has been ranting about this Jumio. I am sure I've heard his name somewhere, thought Kakarot. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shocked. Wait a minute, I remembered his name. I am pretty sure that Gohan talked about him to me a lot. He had to be him. Oolong pointed at Bulma and frowned. You've honestly never heard of him? He's really horrible and people even refer to him as the Demon Emperor. Everyone who gets near that mountain gets this. Bulma laughed. They get killed. Oolong pointed at the flame and nodded. Look at the top of the mountain. See that castle? That's his castle. Inside it is the treasure that he's stolen from all over the place, so lots of people are always coming to get it. But with him guarding it, so the sixth Dragon Ball must be inside, too. Kakarot hopped down on the ground next to Bulma and Oolong. Alright, you have to do as I say. Call me Son Goku in front of this Jumio. Oolong looked up at Kakarot and confused. Why? Why Goku? Who is Goku? Do as I say. Goku is me. The name late Gohan named me when he found me in the forest. Call me Goku or you are dead. Do you understand? Demanded Kakarot. Oolong nervously nodded. Okay. Bulma whispered to Oolong's ears and sighed. Please do as he says. One mistake means your death. Be careful. Oolong nodded. Okay. Is the Jumio in the castle? Asked Kakarot. Oolong shook his head and replied. No, he stays at the base of the mountain, protecting his castle. The mountain erupted in flames while he was on a picnic with his kid. The fire's really huge, so he can't return to his castle. You sure know a lot about him, don't you? Asked Bulma. Of course I do. He's even in school textbooks, you know. Scowled Oolong. Now that you know, let's get the heck out of here while we still can. Then he quickly rushed inside the car. Bulma scowled. Don't be stupid. We came all this way. Do you want to die? Asked Oolong. No matter how strong Kakarot is, he's no match for the Jumio. Kakarot sat on the ground while folding his arms and scoffed. I'm no match for the Jumio, you say? Count me out. It was nice knowing you, shouted Oolong angrily. He began to drive off. Kakarot stared at Oolong and laughed. He ran away again. Stop right there, piggy. Bulma nodded. Okay. Then, pee. Suddenly, Oolong stopped driving the car and ran to the bush to use it as a bathroom. He shouted behind the boulder at Kakarot and Bulma. All right, I'll go with you. Just stop saying that. With Yamcha and Puar. They were behind Kakarot and others in their car. Puar pointed at them and smiled. They're on the move again. It looks like they really are intent on going to empty Frypan, said Yamcha. It would seem that the sixth Dragon Ball in the Jumio's castle. Puar looked up at Yamcha and shocked. Then isn't it hopeless? Yamcha got off the car and nodded. Yeah, with the Jumio guarding it and all. The double punch of the fire and the Jumio is too much to handle, said Puar. Maybe we should give up and go home. Yamcha chuckled. No, wait. This might actually turn into something interesting. How so? Asked Puar. We may get to see the boy getting his head handed to him by the Jumio, replied Yamcha. Puar nodded. That's true. After the kid's been beaten up, Yamcha said, I'll use my Rogafu-Fuken to finish the job and pay him back for knocking out my front tooth. Suddenly, they heard something behind him. They looked behind them. A young girl was screaming and running away from a giant dinosaur. A young girl cried, Stay away! Then she cut off the dinosaur's head with a device on her helmet, and then screamed in fear. I'm scared. Dad, help! With that, she then shot a beam from her helmet, destroying the dinosaur's remains, shocking Yamcha and Puar. Who is that? Wondered Yamcha. She really did a lot despite being scared, shocked Puar. Then the young girl ran to them and stopped by them. Yamcha chuckled nervously. Hi! The young girl shocked. It's one bad situation after another. She shot a beam from her helmet again at Yamcha and Puar, who managed to dodge. Yamcha charged towards the young girl and snarled angrily, Why you? And then he knocked her to the ground. He sighed. That's one scary girl. He glanced over his shoulder at Puar and said, Okay, Puar, we're going to empty Frypan too. We've already wasted a lot of time here. Later. Puar sighed. Say, Yamcha-sama, you seem to be just fine around girls like that. Yamcha was now driving the car and replied, Yeah, 'cause I ain't into little kids. With Kakarot, Oolong and Bulma Mount Frypan. Bulma, Kakarot, and Oolong finally arrived at Mount Frypan. Bulma rubbed her forehead and sighed. It sure is hot. There was a skeleton corpse surrounded them. Stop shouting, you idiot. The Jumio might hear, panicked Oolong. Bulma looked up at the castle and said, "Ah, so that's the castle." Oolong gulped. "Oh man, oh man, oh man." Bulma picked up the radar from her pocket and took a look at it. According to the radar, it's almost definitely up there, so it should be a clinch if someone flies up there. "Hey, Kakarot." Kakarot glared up at Bulma and scowled. "I thought I told you to call me Son Goku when we are here." Bulma nodded. "Okay, Son Gohan." Then she pointed up at the castle and asked, "Do you think you can bring back the Dragon Ball that's up there?" Kakarot picked the skull up and placed it on his face. He chuckled. "I can do that." "Please, would you try?" asked Bulma politely. "Okay, whatever," grunted Kakarot. He began to ascend into the air. Oolong shocked. "Are you stupid? I just said not to yell." Kakarot looked down at Oolong and scoffed. "Whatever, I'm off to get Dragon Balls," as he flew toward the castle. Bulma cupped her mouth and shouted, "You better find it." "Hurry back," shouted Oolong. Then Kakarot flew towards the castle and looked around the huge flames. He folded his arms while hovering above the castle. "So that's the place? All right, as long as I won't accidentally fall into the flames, then I should be fine." However, he accidentally flew through the flame and had to go down into the river. Bulma sighed. "He's such a wimp. I thought he's a Saiyan, the strongest race in the universe." "See, our only choice now is to leave as quickly as possible," said Oolong. However, they failed to realize that the huge man appeared behind them and was about to throw his large axe. Kakarot emerged from the river and stared down at his burned tail. He growled, "Damn it!" The axe was thrown against the wall, 2 close inches to Bulma's head, startling her. Oolong and she looked around and widened their eyes in shock. There was a giant man. He wore the helmet with 2 large horns. "What are you doing here?" asked an angry giant. He grabbed the axe and asked again, "What are you doing here?" Bulma stammered, "Why, you're Gu-san, right?" Oolong began to piss on his pants because he was too scaring enough to take a shit. "You didn't come here to steal my treasure, did you?" asked Jumio. He received no response from Bulma or Oolong. "Well, and no, we were just passing by and, weren't we?" lied Bulma. Oolong nodded nervously. "That's right." "Really now?" asked Jumio doubtfully. "Son Gohan," cried Bulma. An annoyed Kakarot looked up and mumbled, "Great, now what?" He had to fly up and landed down next to Bulma and Oolong. "What do you want?" "Sorry, but little flame got caught in my tail before I could get chance to go to the castle. That's all." Bulma widened her eyes and shocked, "Moron! So you really are thieves?" disappointed Jumio. Kakarot looked up at the giant and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" "Silence!" Jumio growled, "I'll kill you all," as he thrust his axe and smashed on the ground, forcing Kakarot to dodge. He attacked Kakarot with the axe several times, but the Saiyan dodged all of it. Bulma and Oolong had to hide behind the wall while she cheered, "Get him! Beat his brains out!" With the final thrust attack with the axe, Kakarot jumped just to dodge and attempted to kick him, but it did not faze him at all. Kakarot landed on the ground and looked up at Jumio. He snarled, "Damn it! All right then, do you want to play a hard ball with me?" He began to fly around the Jumio, making him dizzy. He chuckled, "How's this?" Then he kicked him back in the head, but it did not hurt him at all. "Can't I hurt this guy?" complained Kakarot. Jumio rubbed his head and sighed, "That itches." Oolong finally showed himself up from the wall he's been hiding and shouted, "Stop, Goku! There's no way you can beat the Jumio." Kakarot stared at Jumio in shocked, "Jumio?" Then he chuckled, "I remembered Grandpa Gohan told me about you. So you're the Jumio. You sure are strong. No wonder. You're the student of the Turtle Hermit after all." Jumio widened his eyes and shocked, "The Turtle Hermit? You mean Mutant Rashi-sama. Wait a minute. Is Son Gohan your grandpa?" Kakarot nodded. "Yup, that's right." "Do you know where he lives?" asked Jumio happily. Kakarot glanced over his shoulder at Bulma and asked, "This mutant whatever guy is the turtle hermit, right? We know for the most part, right?" "I think he lives somewhere off the coast," replied Bulma. Jumio hopped on the ground and cheered. "This is great. Now I can return to my castle." "Say, you happen to be Son Goku, aren't you?" Kakarot chuckled. "Yes, my name is Son Goku." Jumio smiled widely. "What a surprise this is. Gohan-san's grandson." "Yeah, I heard he was your teammate, right?" asked Kakarot. From behind the wall, Yamcha eavesdropped them in shocked. "What? That kid's good friends with the Jumio?" Poor nodded. "Amazing, isn't he?" "So he was your teammate, right?" asked Kakarot again. Jumio nodded. "I certainly do. He was Mutant Rashi-sama's best pupil. I was his second best pupil. This brings back so many memories." Kakarot smiled. "So that's the truth, huh?" Jumio nodded. "It most certainly is. I can't believe this." Oolong sat down on the ground and sighed. "I think I just realized why Goku's so strong." Bulma fell to her knees and shocked. "I can't believe that perverted turtle hermit was someone so great." Jumio just remembered something what he's supposed to do. "Oh yes, I can't just sit here thinking about old times. I have a small favor to ask of you." "What is it?" asked Kakarot. "I've been told that Mutant Rashi-sama's Basho fan can put the mountain's fire out," said Jumio. "Could you fly to his place and then ask him to lend me the fan for a bit?" Kakarot nodded. "Sure. In exchange, could you give me your Dragon Ball?" Jumio raised his eyebrows and confused. "Huh? Dragon Ball?" Kakarot picked up the Dragon Balls from his armor and replied, "One of these, isn't there one in your castle?" Jumio nodded. "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember seeing one. Sure, no problem. You can have it." Kakarot smirked. "Great." Bulma cheered. "Hooray! I can leave this place alive," said Oolong. Behind the wall, Yamcha shocked. "This the first time I've seen a Dragon Ball. They're that small?" Poor nodded. "They certainly are small, aren't they?" Kakarot began to ascend into the sky and smiled. "Okay, I'll be back soon." But before he could leave, Jumio stopped him. "Wait a minute. I didn't think things would turn out this easy. So yesterday I told my daughter Chi-Chi to go look for Mutant Rashi-sama. I think you'll find her on the way there, so take her along with you." Kakarot raised his eyebrows and confused. "Chi-Chi?" Jumio smiled. "She's shy, but cute. I got it. Why not make her your bride?" "What is bride?" confused Kakarot. "I am not sure what the bride is, but I am pretty sure that the Saiyan doesn't do that stuff anyways." Oolong began to imagine what she looked like. He thought she would look like her dad. This made him to laugh. Jumio showed a picture of Chi-Chi, who looked like a young girl, then ran into Yamcha and Puar earlier. "Here's a picture of her," said Jumio. "So I just take her with me?" asked Kakarot. "Whoa, she's totally cute," shocked Oolong. Yamcha and Puar, who overheard the whole conversation, panicked as Jumio showed her daughter's picture. "That's the girl you knocked out earlier, Yamcha-sama," reminded Puar. "She was the Jumio's only daughter?" panicked Yamcha. "Okay, I'll be back soon," said Kakarot. Then he flew away on way to find Chi-Chi. Jumio nodded. "Be careful." Bulma waved at him goodbye and smiled. "Come back soon." Kakarot sighed. "Right," as he began to mutter to himself. "I hate myself. To think I would have to act like I'm a good boy in front of the turtle hermit's pupil." With Yamcha and Puar, they hopped into the car and rushed back to where Chi-Chi was. Yamcha gulped. "This is bad. We gotta do something or else we're dead." There she is. There was Chi-Chi, who was still laying on the grass unconscious. Then they hopped off the car and went to Chi-Chi. Yamcha held her and shook her. "Are you all right? Please say something, miss." When Chi-Chi woke up, she saw that Yamcha was holding him. She got scared and jumped back. She began to attack Yamcha with her helmet things. Yamcha waved her off and shocked. Please wait, Chi-Chi-sama." Chi-Chi widened her eyes and confused. "Eh? How do you know my name? Yamcha chuckled. Does that really matter? Anyway, about me hitting you really hard a little earlier. Please forgive me. It's just that I love you so much that before I knew it, Chi-Chi began to blush and squealed. You love me? Yamcha turned his back on Chi-Chi and frowned. Well, yes. Chi-Chi smiled. Is that the truth? You're not lying, are you? Yamcha turned at Chi-Chi and nodded. Of course it's the truth. Then he pointed at himself and said, just look at how serious my face is. He began to smile to reveal his broken tooth in front of her. Chi-Chi shocked. Oh my, your tooth fell out. Your face looks funny. Not serious. Yamcha began to angry, but Poor jumped on his arms and cried, Yamcha-sama, control yourself. Chi-Chi smiled and blushed. But this is the first time anyone's ever said they loved me. Suddenly, Yamcha spotted Kakarot and shocked. Oh no, he's here. Chi-Chi was busy talking to herself and smiled. I've read about this before in a weekly magazine. People who love each other do something called dating. They hold hands, and then, oh, how embarrassing. Then she saw that Yamcha and Poor quickly left in his car. She frowned. Huh? He left. How come? I know. He's embarrassed too. Kakarot landed in front of Chi-Chi and folded his arms. He greeted, Hey there, are you Chi-Chi? Yeah. Who are you? Replied Chi-Chi. People sure are saying my name a lot today. Suddenly, she pointed at Kakarot and shocked. Don't tell me you love me too? Whatever. You're the Jumio's kid, right? Asked Kakarot. Oh, you know my dad? Asked Chi-Chi. Yeah. He asked me to help you borrow the Basho fan, said Kakarot. Really? Asked Chi-Chi happily. Okay, get on my back. I will take you there, said Kakarot. Then he got in thought. How disgrace. Having someone on my back is truly pathetic. I am a Saiyan warrior. I do not carry someone on my back. Now here I am. I had to carry someone on my back to prevent Jumio or the turtle hermit to discover my true identity. Chi-Chi nodded. Okay, but before she could get on his back, she noticed that the tail beneath his butt, and confused, what is that tail you're wearing? She grabbed his tail in tight squeeze, causing him to fall to the ground. She confused. Huh? What happened? Do not get angry with her. Calm down, Kakarot. Calm down. Not let them discover your identity. Calm down, Kakarot, thought Kakarot. Then he got up on his feet and sighed. Don't grab my tail. I lose all my strength when someone grabs it. Chi-Chi confused. Oh, my. Why do you have tail? I just do. I can't help it. Behind the bushes, Yamcha chuckled. That's just what I wanted to hear. His tail is his weak spot. Finally, Chi-Chi got on Kakarot's back. Kakarot was now flying with her on way to see the turtle hermit. Don't fall off now. I can fly pretty fast. With Yamcha and Poir. So what are we going to do, Yamcha-sama? Asked Poir. Yamcha leaned his legs on the truck while he hung his arms around behind his neck and chuckled. All we have to do is wait. I'm sure they'll get the 6th Dragon Ball. Then we tail them again when they go after the 7th ball. The instant they have all 7 Dragon Balls, I use my Rogafu Fuken to steal them. With Bulma and Oolong. Jumio looked up at the sky and sighed. I wonder if Goku managed to find my daughter. Oolong did not like that Kakarot lied to him about his name. So he decided to tell Jumio and said, Hey, Goku is? Suddenly, Bulma covered his mouth and whispered, You idiot! What do you think you're doing? I'm going to tell him that Goku is Kakarot. He is going to kill every Earthlings, right? Whispered Oolong back. Yeah, but Jumio won't believe in us anyways since we lied to him in first place. Then again, if we tell him that it's Kakarot, then he will have our head. So shut up, scowled Bulma. So, all we need is to run away, so he won't be able to find us at all, said Oolong. Idiot! Running away doesn't change the fact that he will not find us. He has a scouter, so he will find us and kill us if we run away like that, reminded Bulma. What are you whispering about? Asked Jumio. Bulma widened her eyes and whistled. Nothing much. We were reminiscing our past. That's all. Yeah, we were talking about how to get him marry Chi-Chi as well, lied Oolong. Oh, you're sweet, aren't you? Smiled Jumio. With Kakarot and Chi-Chi elsewhere. Kakarot was carrying Chi-Chi on his back and saw the huge ocean. Damn, the ocean is big. There's no way to tell where the turtle hermit lives. Maybe I should use my scouter to find him. Chi-Chi smiled. Whatever the scouter is, that's good idea, dear. What? Why are you calling me a deer? Asked Kakarot. Oh, nothing, replied Chi-Chi. Then Kakarot pushed the button on his scouter and picked his power up. He smiled. Battle power 139. Range 5,200. He's over in that direction. Then he flew over into that direction where his scouter picked up. They saw the pink house on the small island. Chi-Chi pointed at it and smiled. Is that it? It is. There's a house, said Kakarot. He shouted, Hey, yo! As he landed on the island next to the turtle hermit and let Chi-Chi down on the ground. The turtle hermit sighed. Oh, if it isn't the little boy I just met yesterday. Chi-Chi stared at the turtle hermit and asked skeptically, This is Mutant Rashi-sama? That's right, replied Kakarot. Then he looked up at Rashi and smiled. How are you doing, old-timer? Why, I'm doing just fine, replied Rashi. Excellent. He doesn't know that I just acted like a good boy. I will ask him to train me when I am done with Dragon Balls. Once I've surpassed him enough, then I will begin my mission and wipe all of Earthlings on this planet, thought Kakarot with the smirk. Chapter 6. The Kamehameha Wave. Kame's house. Kakarot was tearing through the skies. Just then, he immediately noticed Kame's house over there. He waved down at Rashi and greeted, Hey, hey! Rashi placed his hand above his forehead and smiled. Well, if it isn't the little boy I gave the Kinto unto. Kakarot landed and placed Chi-Chi on the ground. He greeted, What's up? Nothing much, replied Rashi. Chi-Chi asked, That's Mutant Rashi-sama? Kakarot pointed at Chi-Chi and smiled. Look at what we have here. But of course it is. You just got a girlfriend there? Wondered Rashi. Goku fell down to the ground while his feet stick up. Chi-Chi looked away from them and blushed. Oh, I would love to. Kakarot got up on his feet and shook his head. Why you? Here I am trying to act like a good boy like an idiot. For a retard like him could not be that strong. Damn it. However, he managed to calm himself and sighed. No, she's not my girlfriend. Mutant Rashi-sama. Rashi took a good look at Chi-Chi and asked, Who is she? Her breasts are only that smaller. You couldn't think of bringing a girl to get me a date, right? Chi-Chi was confused because she was not sure what Rashi was talking about. Kakarot frowned. No, this is the Jumio's kid. Rashi widened his eyes and shocked. What? The Jumio's daughter. I see. Her name's Chi-Chi, right? Chi-Chi nodded, but Kakarot replied for her, Yeah. Rashi turned his back on them and chuckled. She's not a father, but still called Chi-Chi, father. I see. And her breasts could be called Chi-Chi's shishis, braits. Is that old man really Mutant Rashi-sama? Asked Chi-Chi skeptically. Kakarot folded his arms and nodded. Yeah. Chi-Chi stared at Rashi and frowned. I'll make sure. Chi-Chi's shishi is the Jumio, and her shishis are her breasts. So then Chi-Chi's shishis are the Jumios, rambled Rashi. Chi-Chi grabbed the blade on top of her helmet and threw the blade at Rashi from the behind. She chuckled. If you're really him, you should be able to dodge this. Rashi sensed the attack and raised his staff up, but not soon enough to dodge or parry it. Chi-Chi's helmet blade pierced onto Rashi's bald head, injuring him further. Are you all right? Shocked the turtle. Kakarot stared at Rashi and thought, what a joke! He could not dodge that ridiculous attack. Mutant Rashi-sama is great sensei, they say. They can make us stronger, they say. Blah. You aren't Mutant Rashi-sama, berated Chi-Chi. Imbecile, Rashi scowled. Nobody could have dodged that. Then prove that you're Mutant Rashi-sama, yelled Chi-Chi back. The turtle hermit pulled out his licensed driver as proof and said, "Here, my driver's license. Have a look at the name." Chi-Chi widened her eyes and gulped. "I've done something terrible. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." She pulled out the blade from Mutant Rashi's forehead. "I don't like her at all," grumbled Rashi, before falling down to the ground. Later, he put the bandage on his forehead and wrapped the bandage around the staff to connect them back together. The Basho fan? One swing will bring about a heavy wind, 2 swings will summon the clouds, and a 3rd swing will bring down a tremendous torrent of rain. Kakarot chuckled. "That's it." "I do indeed have it, but what do you need it for?" asked Rashi. "To put out the fire on empty fry pan," replied Chi-Chi. "Ah, the fire on empty fry pan." Rashi nodded. "I've heard stories about it." He turned his back on them and gawked up at the sky. "The Basho fan probably can put the fire out. But is there something wrong?" asked Kakarot. Rashi glanced over his shoulder at Chi-Chi and ordered, "Step over here." Then he gestured Kakarot come with him on other side of house. With that, he began to speak to Kakarot in a secret. "I'll lend you the Basho fan, but you know that girl from the other day? The one with the big breasts." "You mean Bulma?" Kakarot chuckled. "You are really a pervert, you know." Rashi pointed his staff at Kakarot and giggled like a pervert. Right. Do you think you can get her to let me poke her boobs?" His head suddenly turned into a red. "It doesn't have to be for a very long time." The turtle frowned. "What's with that condition, Turtle Hermit-sama?" Rashi stared down at the turtle and shushed. "Stop shouting. Chi-Chi might hear." He glanced over his shoulder at Chi-Chi to make sure that she did not hear at all. The turtle sighed in defeat and muttered, "Pathetic." "Don't give me that," Rashi sighed. "Can't an old man with time running out have some fun before departing?" "Departing? What are you talking about?" "You drank a potion that gives eternal life," reminded the turtle. "That's got nothing to do with this," argued Rashi. Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. Eternal life? Do I really not need to look for a Dragon Balls to grant a wish if there's already potion that can give eternal life? Oh well, I guess that should be okay. I must act immediately." He folded his arms and chuckled. "Sure, poking Bulma's chest should be okay." Rashi stared at Kakarot and sighed. "You certainly are frivolous." First, he would stare at Chi-Chi before talking to him. "Keep this a secret from Chi-Chi, now. It would make me look bad if word about this got out," whispered Rashi. Kakarot nodded. "Okay, got it." He ran around the house to get Chi-Chi's attention and smiled. "Hey, he says he'll lend us the Basho fan." Chi-Chi jumped up and cheered. "Hooray!" Later, Rashi began to look inside the house and panicked. "Let's see now. Where did I put it?" He threw the clothes and stuff to look for Basho fan. He looked down at the turtle from the outside and asked, "Hey, Kame, have you seen the Basho fan?" Kame sighed. "Didn't you use it as a pot stand a long time ago?" Chi-Chi shocked. "A pot stand?" Rashi face-bombed. "Oh no, that was the Basho fan? I threw it out after I spilled some wonton soup all over it." "Pathetic old man," thought Kakarot. Chi-Chi shocked. "You threw it out?" Kame sighed. "What an atrocious old man." Chi-Chi wiped her tears off and cried, "Now we can't put the fire out." Kakarot frowned. "And I can't get the Dragon Ball." Rashi looked at them and sighed. "Very well. In that case, I will personally go to empty fry pan and put the fire out myself." "You can do that, old man?" asked Kakarot. Rashi flexed his arms and nodded. "Of course I can. There is nothing Mutant Rashi cannot do." "All right." With that, he opened the door and nodded. "Let's go." Kakarot sighed. "I am not going to carry 2 people at the same time. However, I got an idea." "Oh, what do you have in your mind?" asked Rashi curiously. Kakarot pointed at Chi-Chi and asked, "Could you call the yellow cloud thing you just called yesterday? I am sure she got pure-hearted there." Rashi rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He nodded. "Sure, he's Jumio's daughter after all. That's fine." Then he cupped his mouth and shouted, "Kinto-un, The yellow cloud immediately arrived there besides Chi-Chi. He pointed at it and said, "Get on it, Chi-Chi." Chi-Chi nodded. Right? She hopped on the cloud and found her sitting on the cloud. She smiled. "Hey, I can really get on it." "Yes, only a pure-hearted can ride that one," commented Rashi. Kakarot looked at Rashi and sighed. "What are you going to do? You can't ride Kinto-un after all. Neither can I." Rashi laughed. "I'm the turtle hermit, you know. As I said before, there is nothing I cannot do." He looked up at the sky and shouted, "Come to me, baby Gamera." A black thing landed on the ground and revealed himself a black turtle. He stared up at Rashi and asked, "You called?" "I'd like to go to Empty Frypan. Do you know where it is?" asked Rashi. "I sure do," replied baby Gamera. Rashi glanced over his shoulder at Kame and said, "Watch the place while I'm gone, Kame." Kame sighed. "Yes, all I ask is that you behave yourself." Rashi went to Kakarot and whispered, "Tell Bulma in secret about our breast agreement. Okay?" "Okay," replied Kakarot. "We'll go on ahead and wait for you there," said Rashi. Kakarot nodded. "Understood. Let's go, Chi-Chi." He flew on way back to Empty Frypan while Chi-Chi was riding on her new Kinto-un. "Do you think he can really put the fire out?" asked Chi-Chi. "Of course, he was my grandpa's master, so I'm sure he can do that," replied Kakarot. "Well, I will have to see for myself whether or not he is awesome sensei like anyone say." As soon as Rashi got on the turtle, Gamera used rockets and rotational motion to move through the air. Rashi chuckled, "Breasts, breasts, hurry, baby Gamera. Empty Frypan." Bulma smiled. "They're back." Later, Jumio looked down at Kakarot and Chi-Chi and shocked. "What? He didn't have the Basho fan?" Kakarot sighed. "But he said he'd come put the fire out himself." Oolong looked up at Chi-Chi and greeted, "Nice to meet you. My name is Oolong." "What?" confused Jumio. Kakarot pointed behind Jumio and sighed, "Here he comes." They looked up and that was Rashi who rode on Gamera. Just then, Rashi jumped off from Gamera and landed on the ground safety. Jumio rushed to greet his old master and smiled happily. "Mutant Rashi-sama, how great it is to see you again." He bowed before him, but Rashi immediately fell to the ground. Jumio confused. "What's wrong?" "Mutant Rashi-sama." That was because Rashi rode around in circles made him dizzy. He groaned, "I don't feel well." "Can he really put it out?" wondered Chi-Chi. Later, Rashi was still dizzying and nodded. "I see. So this is Empty Frypan. Astounding." Kakarot stood by Rashi and asked, "Can you really put it out, old man?" Rashi nodded. "Of course I can." Then he glared at Jumio and scolded, "Jumio, you've a terrible reputation. Even if it was to protect your own treasure, you've slaughtered countless people." Jumio still bowed before him and nodded. "It's all true. I'm completely ashamed of myself. I was absorbed by my own greed." Oolong shocked. "Incredible. The Jumio's apologizing." "But I'll stop. I'll throw away all my treasure if you can put the fire out," pleaded Jumio. Rashi placed his hand on Jumio's shoulder and sighed. Now, there's no reason to throw it away. That would be wasteful." He looked up at the large flame. "But I'm disappointed that you can't put out a fire this small." He glanced over his shoulder at Kakarot and suddenly grinned. He poked his staff on Kakarot's shoulder. "No one should touch me, but I can't fuck myself up. Once I surpass Mutant Rashi-sama, then I will kill him," thought Kakarot. Rashi still poked his staff him and whispered, "Goku, hey, our agreement." Kakarot sighed. "Oh, right." Rashi pulled Kakarot and Bulma aside away from Jumio and others. Bulma folded her arms and asked, "What do you need to tell me?" Rashi stared down at Kakarot and demanded, "You tell her." "Let him poke your boobs, Bulma," explained Kakarot. Bulma scowled. What? No way. Why should I do anything that gratuitous for him?" Rashi chuckled. "But you can't get whatever ball unless the fire goes out, right?" Bulma glared down at Kakarot and thought, that dirty Kakarot. He said too much for him. Of course he would do something like that to me. Kakarot looked up at Bulma and chuckled. Hey, he wants to poke your boobs. You shut up, yelled Bulma angrily. Rashi sighed. Perhaps I should be on my way. Bulma could see that Kakarot was only glaring up at her, as if he would kill her if she refused to obey him. She sighed. Fine. All right. She pointed at him and said, but even if you are the great mutant Rashi, I don't believe for 1 second that you can put out this fire, so I'll let you poke them if and only if the fire actually goes out. Grinning, Rashi pointed his staff at Bulma and nodded. Okay, swear it. No lying. Promise me. They made a pinky swear. Pinky swear. You'll have to swallow 1,000 needles if you lie. What a perverted old man, thought Bulma. Once done, they walked around the wall to reveal themselves in front of Chi-Chi and others. It looks like they're done talking. I wonder what they were discussing, wondered Chi-Chi. Rashi waved at them and said, Okay, I'll put the fire out now. Jumio smiled. That's great. Thank you. Chi-Chi bowed. Thanks. Kakarot folded his arms and thought, I will see what Rashi can do by putting the fire out. Can he really put it out? Thought Bulma skeptically. Rashi stared up at the large fire carefully. Then he took off his turtle shell and shirt, only to reveal his skinny body. It was almost as if he did not eat very much. He sighed. Here goes. He glanced over his shoulder at Bulma and others, and chuckled. Sexy, aren't I? Bulma sighed sarcastically. You sure are. Rashi struggled to pull himself on the fence, but he couldn't, so he asked, Boy, could you give me a hand? Can he really put the fire out? He could not even jump at all, thought Goku. He sighed. Okay. He pushed Rashi to get on the fence. This is not gonna work. Do you think he can honestly put the fire out? Asked Bulma. Jumio smiled. Have faith in mutant Rashi-sama. Rashi stared up at the large flame and sighed. All right, here goes. He started to bulk up his scrawny body instantly, leaving Kakarot, Bulma, Oolong, Chi-Chi, and Jumio in completely shock. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Puar were still staring in awe. Then, he placed his right hand forward and began to charge up the blue energy around his body. Here it comes. Mutant Rashi-sama's Kamehameha, said Jumio. Behind the wall, Puar widened his eyes and shocked. Why Yamcha-sama? What's a Kamehameha? It's one of Mutant Rashi's special techniques in which all of the latent energy within the user's body is concentrated and then released at once, explained Yamcha. To think that I would get to see it with my own eyes. Rashi widened his hands and shouted, Ka! Then he cupped his hands. Me! Next, he drew his cupped his hands to his side. Ha! Me! His energy was concentrated into a single point between the cupped hands. Ha! He thrust his hands forward to shoot out a streaming, powerful beam of energy towards the castle. Rest of the group had to block their eyes in order to prevent the light from blinding them. Boom! When it was all over, Mutant Rashi returned to his normal self. He sat on the fence and panted heavily. It's out! Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. Amazing! Then he got lost in thought. So, he's amazing after all. Is that the extent power of his technique? I must learn that somehow. Jumio pointed over yonder and frowned. Rashi-sama, the fire did disappear. Rashi raised his eyebrows and puzzled. What is it? Jumio sighed. But so did the mountain and the castle. Rashi glanced over his shoulder and widened his eyes in shock. Sure enough, there were debris of mountain and castles on the ground. It was destroyed by Rashi after all. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Oolong pointed up and shocked. They're gone. Not just fire, but he destroyed the mountain and castle. If I learn that technique, then I might be able to destroy the planet someday when I have enough power to do so, thought Kakarot. Rashi rubbed his bald head and chuckled sheepishly. I guess I went a little overboard. Except for Rashi, everyone fell down to the ground while their feet stick up. Later, with Bulma and Oolong. Bulma and Oolong walked through the destroyed castle. There's no way we'll ever find the ball in this mess, complained Oolong. Stop worrying. All we need is the dragon radar, scowled Bulma, scanning the radar. He pressed the button and said, zoom in. He made radar to zoom in so he could see where the dragon balls were. This is where we are now, so it's 50 meters southwest from here. With Kakarot. Jumio smiled. It's cool now that the fire is out. It will be easy to live here again. I'm sorry for destroying your castle, apologized Rashi. Chi-Chi smiled. Don't worry about it. We can always build a new one. With Yamcha and Puar still hiding behind the wall, Yamcha stared at Rashi and thought, Mutant Rashi is one astounding man. With Kakarot. Kakarot stared up at Rashi and smiled excitedly. Hey you, teach it to me too. He spread his 5 fingers out and chuckled. It takes 50 long years of training to master the Kamehameha. Kakarot frowned. 50 years? He thought angrily. Fuck this. Fuck 50 years. I am not going to wait for shitty 50 years. I am going to do it now. With Bulma and Oolong. Bulma and Oolong still walked through the destroyed castle to look for a Dragon Ball. Aren't we there yet? Asked Oolong. 30 more meters, responded Bulma. With Kakarot. Jumio looked down at Rashi and asked, Rashi-sama, why don't you live with us here? No, I prefer living alone, denied Rashi. However, Kakarot immediately launched Kamehameha Wave within 50 seconds and destroyed the capsule car in the process. He laughed. I did it. Then he stared down at his own hands and frowned. But it didn't even compare to the one that old man did. As the tire spun on the ground to them, Jumio shocked. Incredible! Just what I would expect from Gohan-san's grandson. Rashi looked up at Jumio and shocked. Gohan? Do you mean son Gohan? Jumio looked down at Rashi and puzzled. Oh? You mean you didn't know, Rashi-sama? Rashi stared at Kakarot and nodded. Now I see. Now that I think about it, Son Gohan did tell me a long time ago that he had found a boy with a tail and took him in. He chuckled. It appears he trained him quite a bit. He walked over to Kakarot and asked, Tell me, how is old Gohan doing? Kakarot widened his eyes and thought, Gohan was killed by me in my great ape Ozuru, but I cannot tell him that I kill him. He looked up at Rashi and sighed. Grandpa died a long time ago. What? Shocked Rashi. He frowned. I see. The world has lost a great man. How about this? Why don't you come stay at my place? With enough training, you just might surpass me. Then he got in thought. Just as I thought. I am right after all. Goku is. So he will train me after all? Shocked Kakarot. He looked up at Rashi and smiled cheerfully. Really? Then I'll go right after we find all the Dragon Balls. With Yamcha and Puar. The boy is amazing, isn't he? Shocked Puar. Yamcha nodded. Yeah. I hear Mutant Rashi doesn't take in just any ordinary students. He must really see a lot in him. Puar gulped. Let's just forget about the Dragon Balls. Yamcha sat down on the ground and scoffed. Have you forgotten that he'll lose his strength if we squeeze his tail? But the hovercraft that we gave them broke, reminded Puar. Yamcha pointed his thumb at himself and chuckled. All we need to do is keep following them without them realizing it. With Bulma and Oolong. Oolong bent his body and panted heavily. I'm exhausted. Bulma one kneel on the ground and looked around her. She frowned. It should be right around here somewhere. She pulled the big rock and moved it aside. She spotted the Dragon Ball and smiled. I found it. Oolong immediately ran to him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We found the 7-star ball. Hooray! Hooray! Kakarot heard Bulma and Oolong's cheer and sighed. Sounds like they found it. Later. Bulma stared down at the broken car and frowned. What's this? Oh well, we can take a walk again, said Kakarot. Bulma looked down at Kakarot and sighed. Now what are we going to do? I don't want to walk again. If you need a car, you can have one of mine, offered Jumio. Bulma looked up at Jumio and surprised. Eh? Really? Jumio threw the capsule on the ground to expand the hovercar. He smiled. It's a little old, but pretty fast. Bulma then sat in the car and smiled. This is great. Thanks so much. Kakarot folded his arms and sighed. Well, I guess I will ride in this too. Bulma picked up the radar and said, Let me see where the last Dragon Ball is. The radar only showed all of his Dragon Balls on the radar. She frowned. It's not around here. I'll have to zoom out. He pushed the button to zoom out. She smiled. There it is, to the west. It's pretty far, though. Kakarot and Oolong sat in the back seat. She waved Jumio, Chi-Chi, and Rashi goodbye. Thanks for everything, you guys. Later, said Chi-Chi goodbye. See you later. Bye-bye, said Bulma goodbye. Hold on there. Forgetting something? Our agreement, for example, reminded Rashi. Bulma chuckled nervously. You remembered? Just a minute. Okay? Rashi replied with his head nod. She immediately pulled Oolong and said, Come over here, Oolong. Then she ran around the wall. Oolong frowned. What's the deal? Just come over here, demanded Bulma. She put him on the ground and whispered, The truth is, I promised that old man I'd let him poke my breasts if Empty Frypan's fire went out and we found the Dragon Ball. Eh? Confused Oolong. Bulma pointed at Oolong and demanded, So transform into me and let him poke you? Hell no, Oolong refused. This has nothing to do with me, and besides, the idea of having another guy touch me is disgusting. Bulma folded her arms and sighed. Oh, you want me to say, pee-pee again? Oolong frowned. You're not gonna die a nice death. With Kakarot and others. An impatient Rashi tapped his staff on the ground and frowned. What's taking so long? What are they doing? With Bulma and Oolong. Oolong shouted, Transformation! He changed into a short and chubby version of Bulma. How's this? An annoyed Bulma pointed at herself and scowled. What's with the ugly chick transformation? Take a closer look. Oolong sighed. Whatever. Transformation. This time, he changed into an identical version of Bulma. How's this? Perfect, huh? Wow. I wondered for a second why there was a beautiful actress here, said Bulma sarcastically. Oolong, as Bulma, sighed. Stop flattering yourself. He waved at Rashi and gestured for him to come at him. Rashi immediately ran to Bulma. Oolong thought, for a renowned old man, he's even more perverted than me. Rashi giggled like a pervert. I don't like being kept in suspense. Oolong chuckled. Sorry about that. Rashi giggled. And now let me poke. Oolong placed his hands on his own face and blushed. Oh, how innocent. Are you sure all you want to do is poke? Wouldn't you much rather do a pafu-pafu instead? A pafu-pafu? Confused Rashi. Oolong pointed at his breasts, actually version of Bulma's breasts, and explained, You place your face between my breasts and then go pafu-pafu. Rashi giggled. Pafu-pafu. Watching from a distance, the real Bulma couldn't believe that Oolong did such a thing. She growled, That moron. He doesn't need to do that much for him. Oolong chuckled. Here we go. He removed his shirt to reveal his version of Bulma's breasts to Rashi, in which it made Rashi to receive the nosebleed after seeing the breasts. Oolong giggled. Pafu-pafu. Rashi chuckled. Oh. A pafu-pafu's pafu-pafu, repeated Oolong. Rashi giggled. Oh. And here's a pafu-pafu-pafu, finished Oolong. Awesome, cheered Rashi. He put the paper in his nose due to nosebleed and chuckled. I'm so happy now. It's great to be alive. Bulma glared down at Oolong, who had gone back to his regular form, and yelled, Are you stupid? You went too far. You made me look like the biggest pervert ever. She clocked him in the head out of anger. With Kakarot and Chi-Chi. Kakarot leaned her legs on the front seat while he hung his arms around his head sitting in the back seat. He growled, They're taking forever. Chi-Chi stared at Kakarot and smiled. Say, Goku, when I grow a little older, will you come and make me your bride? What? What is bride? confused Kakarot. I am not sure what she's trying to pull out, but it's better to play safe than immediately accepting whatever she is trying to do. Chi-Chi blushed. Oh, you know what I said. Spit it out. What is bride? Demanded Kakarot. Chi-Chi squealed. How embarrassing. Bride is a woman on her wedding day or just before and after the event. So, what does that mean? Asked Kakarot. Chi-Chi blushed ever more and gulped. After that, WWW will be soulmate. Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. What? Then he thought carefully. I see. Just like Gohan told me, on this planet it has a traditional where they marry. He shook his head and scowled. Fuck you, you wretch. I am not going to marry an earthling. I would rather have a Saiyan as my soulmate than having you as my soulmate. You fuckwhore. However, Chi-Chi did not hear what he say and still squeal on about how she would marry Goku someday. She giggled. How embarrassing. To think I would marry a cute boy like you. Kakarot let himself down and groaned. I am going to kill this fucking girl someday. I can't wait to stop act like a good boy when we leave. Later, Bulma and Oolong joined him in a car. Bulma and Oolong waved at them goodbye and smiled. Bye. Kakarot folded his arms and sighed. Chi-Chi and Jumio smiled. Bye. With that, Bulma drove the car to leave Jumio, Rashi, and Chi-Chi. With Yamcha and Puar. Watching the car left, Yamcha chuckled. I'm pretty sure we have a Silver Star 4 capsule that's new than theirs. Let's change vehicles. Puar nodded. Right. He threw the capsule out to reveal the newer model hovercar. With that, they followed in their own aircar. With Kakarot and others, Bulma ascended up into the air and still drove on way to find the final Dragon Ball. She glanced over her shoulders at Kakarot and Oolong and smiled happily. Only one Dragon Ball left. Kakarot snickered. That day when I will finally receive immortality from the dragon. Bulma looked forward at the road and smirked. Sorry, Kakarot, but I am not going to let you get eternal youth and life. I am going to ask Dragon to have you dead. Later, Bulma, Kakarot, and Oolong drove through the mushroom forests on way to find the final Dragon Ball. Oolong sighed. This place sure is weird. Hey Oolong, is there a town around here? Asked Bulma. This time, Oolong was the one who drove the car. He glanced over his shoulder at Bulma and sighed. Don't ask me. This is the first time I've been out here. He immediately noticed that the gas meter was almost there to E. Oh, we're almost out of gas. I told you we should have filled up at the last stop, grumbled Bulma angrily. What are you talking about? You were the one who said we didn't need to, argued Oolong. Bulma scowled. Shut up, you loser. She immediately punched Oolong in the head. Oolong rubbed his head and groaned. Ow, now you've done it. What you gonna do about it, huh? Hissed Bulma. Oolong rocketed the car back and forth. Watch the road, you idiot. Did you just call me an idiot? Asked Oolong angrily. Yeah, I called you an idiot, admitted Bulma. Oolong chuckled. Better watch yourself. He drove through the mushroom forests like a crazy. Drive right, will you? Demanded Bulma. Puar drove the car with Yamcha to follow Bulma and others. Yamcha chuckled. The final Dragon Ball at last. Puar, don't lose sight of them, no matter what. Puar nodded. Right. Oolong continued to rocket the car back and forth. What are you doing? Asked Bulma. Yamcha smiled. What a pretty voice. Puar was in shock that Yamcha actually complimented Bulma's voice. What the heck are you doing? Asked Bulma angrily, glaring at Oolong. Upon realizing this, Yamcha blushed. No, I didn't mean pretty. I just meant that she does have a pretty face, but he began to gurgle. Puar picked up the canteen and sighed. There's some water in this canteen. Yamcha immediately grabbed the canteen and drank the water. He chuckled. Let's proceed with caution. Right? Obeyed Puar. Finally, they arrived the town not too far from them. Bulma looked around her and smiled. We got lucky. There was a town. Oolong nodded. Now we can get some gas. He waved at the townspeople and greeted, "Hiya!" However, townspeople immediately ran away from them for some reason. Kakarot frowned. "What the fuck?" Then, Kakarot, Bulma, and Oolong stopped in a town to refuel the hovercar. The gas station owner approached them and smiled. "Welco?" He widened his eyes and stared at them in panic for some reason. "Fill her up," said Oolong. The gas station owner started to have a tremble. Kakarot sighed. "Hey woman, the cowards here are scared of you." Bulma scoffed. "What are you talking about? I'm gonna go buy some things. Wait here." Then she looked around her and sighed. "I wonder if they sell hoi poi capsules in this town?" She walked around the house, but she seemed to notice that the townspeople ran away in fear from her for some reason. He's right. One look at me and they run away. Maybe beautiful girls are rare here. She spotted the capsule shop and smiled. "Here we go. This place sells capsules." With Kakarot and Oolong. The gas station owner refueled the hovercar and said, "Thanks, you've got a full tank again." Oolong glanced over his shoulder at the gas station owner and sighed. "You'll have to wait a bit for the money. The person with the wallet'll be back soon." The gas station owner waved them off and denied. "No, that's quite all right. There's no need to pay." Oolong chuckled. "We got it for free." However, Kakarot raised his hand and placed his hand forward at the gas station owner. He chuckled. "We only pay our energy." The gas station owner was confused. Kakarot shouted, "By your death!" He immediately blasted the gas station owner to smithereens, leaving Oolong in completely shock. "What? Why did you do that? Why did you kill him? He gave us a free. What did he do to you?" shocked Oolong. Kakarot glared at Oolong and said softly, "Drive." "Huh?" confused Oolong. "Did you hear what I say? Drive now unless you want me to do the same thing to you," demanded Kakarot. Oolong did not know what he would do with this cruel Saiyan. With Bulma capsule shop. Bulma looked down at the book and frowned. "You don't really have anything good here." The shopkeeper gulped. "Sorry." Bulma sighed. "That's okay." She pointed down at the capsules and said, "I'll take these 5. The shopkeeper nodded. "See, certainly." He put 5 capsules and placed it on the plate. Then he handed it to Bulma. "Here you are." Bulma put 5 capsules in her backpack and smiled. "Could you number them and put them in a case?" Then she picked the wallet up from the backpack and asked, "How much does that come to?" The shopkeeper widened his eyes and gulped. No, there's no need for you to pay, of course." She began to smile and was glad that this town gave for a free. She walked out of house and smiled happily. What a great bargain. Just a house capsule by itself costs 500,000 zenny. Being beautiful sure has its perks. Now to get some clothes the same way. With Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha hid behind the wall, glancing over at Kakarot and Oolong. He sighed. "Looks like the girl went to do something." With Kakarot and Oolong. "Drive unless you want me to give you demonstrate how I shall kill those townspeople," demanded Kakarot. Oolong widened his eyes and shocked. "Why?" Kakarot sighed. "Because I was sent to do the mission. I was supposed to exterminate all of living people on this planet. So I decided if I go on every town, I will kill a single townsperson per town. However, if you refuse to obey me, I will kill more townspeople for you if you want to. So do as I say." Oolong gulped. "What about Bulma? Should we wait for her here?" "We will pick her up. That's all is matter," replied Kakarot. Suddenly, they noticed that the townspeople fled in fear, but they realized that they did not run away because of them, but because of others. Kakarot heard someone's voice said, "This place is boring every time we come. Ain't any good women here either." Kakarot glanced over his shoulder and chuckled. "They're over there. I can hear them from afar." With Bulma clothes shop. Bulma emerged from the dresses room and looked down at her new clothes. She wore the blue vest with the white shirt and white baggy pants. She asked, "Is this all you have?" "But it is better than that bunny girl outfit." When she looked herself in a mirror, she realized that she was still wearing the bunny ears. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot." She took them off, much to the surprise of the shopkeeper. She placed the bunny ears on the shopkeeper and smiled. You can have these. So how much do I owe you? The clothes shopkeeper pointed at Bulma and shocked. Why? You're not a member of the rabbit gang. The rabbit gang? What's that? Confused Bulma. Angrily, the shopkeeper threw her out of the store for tricking him. She confused. What's the big deal? The shopkeeper scowled. Don't be wearing misleading head accessories around here. Then Bulma walked down the road and couldn't help but to notice no one seemed to be afraid of Bulma anymore or even noticed her presence. She puzzled. They're not trying to stay away from me anymore. I wonder what the deal was with my bunny ears accessory. With Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha was still hiding behind the house and glanced over his shoulder. He saw Bulma and sighed. The girl's finally back. With Kakarot and Oolong. Kakarot stood on the ground and folded his arms while waiting for Bulma to arrive. Finally, she indeed arrived there carrying the bags and said, Sorry for the wait. I bought all kinds of stuff. Woman, where the fuck is my food? I'm starving, scowled Kakarot. Oolong frowned. Man, you're late. Girls take forever to shop. By the way, Kakarot killed the gas station owner. Bulma shocked. What? Why did you do that, Kakarot? Kakarot scoffed. I do whatever I want to. I was going to kill more townspeople in this town since Oolong refused to obey me. But it doesn't matter anymore since some dudes started to fuck up around with them. 2 men in bunny outfit took a bite of apple, but they found it awful to eat. He kicked the box to spill the apples over on the ground. That got Kakarot, Bulma, and Oolong's attention. The man in bunny outfit grabbed one of townspeople and frowned. These apples taste like crap. What? You got a problem or something? The townsperson gulped. Oh, of course not. Who are those guys? What a couple of low-bred jerks, wondered Bulma. Kakarot worked on munching the cookie. The little girl ran to hug her mother and sniffed, Mommy! The tall man in bunny outfit took a step forward and growled, You little brat! How dare you cross my path? Mother gulped. Please forgive him. He's still just a kid. I didn't ask for any of your excuses, scowled the bad guy. He kicked them aside from him. Oolong frowned. Oh man, these guys are crazy. He stared at Kakarot and sighed. But you're still crazier than them. Kakarot chuckled. Of course I am. Their strength could not be comparing to mine. Bulma noticed something on Men's head and said, Those rabbit ears. The fatso man spotted Bulma and chuckled. Hey, check it out. There's a new girl in town. The tall man glanced over his shoulder at Bulma and chuckled. Not bad at all. They immediately walked over to Bulma. You there. What do you say you hang out with us? Bulma looked away from them and scoffed. Who do you think you are? The fatso black guy chuckled. Now this is rare. You've never heard of the rabbit gang, which even crying babies shut up for. You must not be from around here. Bulma frowned. Now I understand why everyone ran away from me earlier. Sorry, but I don't have time to waste hanging out with you. She walked to the car and sighed. Let's get going. The tall man raised the gun and pointed it at her. He chuckled. You're a feisty one. Don't you want to live a long life? Bulma chuckled. Who do you think you're pointing at? This guy can beat you guys up. Oolong widened his eyes and gulped. You idiot. They've got guns. The fatso black guy laughed. You're gonna beat us up, huh? The tall man laughed. I suggest you run on home and wet your bed, little boy. Kakarot finished eating the cookie and chuckled. Oh, really? Bring it on then. I am itching to kill more people. You two should be enough for me today. The tall man growled. Why you? You're a skin for it, cried the fatso man angrily. Kakarot charged towards the tall man who tried to fire, but he kicked the gun. Then he punched the tall man hard in the guts, doubled him over. He jumped to kick him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Bulma folded her arms and chuckled. That's one down. The fatso guy pointed his gun at Kakarot and growled, Damn kid! However, Kakarot jumped behind the fatso guy and shouted, Die! He impaled his fist the fatso man through the back. He began to smirk before releasing his fist coming from the back and allowed the fatso guy's lifeless dropped to the ground. Rests of townspeople were in shock. He stared at his bloody hand and disappointed. You guys are useless. You couldn't give me a good fight, can you? He glared down at the injured tall man and raised his hand at him. Bulma frowned in disappointment. He should have beaten them up instead of killing them. Oh well, let's get going, shall we? Oolong deadpanned. Barbarians. With Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha watched their fight and chuckled. What a couple of morons. They didn't stand a chance against Kakarot. With Kakarot and others. The tall man pulled himself from the ground and growled. How dare you humiliate the rabbit gang? How dare you kill my friend? You'll pay for this. Kakarot still placed his hand at him and scoffed. What are you crying about now? What are you going to do now? Bulma sighed. Come on, let's go, Kakarot. The survivor of Rabbit Gang picked up the radio transmission and groaned. Sorry to bother you. Boss, please come into town right away. There's this really strong guy here. The townspeople suddenly fled into a panic. One of townspeople stared at Kakarot and frowned. You have no idea what you've just done. All of them went into their house to hide. Bulma and Oolong were completely confused. Huh? Oolong confused. What's going on? Kakarot stared down at the injured man and snickered. You did a good job to call your boss over here. That saves me a lot of trouble to find him. Anyways, I hope you enjoy your eternal sleep. He blasted the last survivor of Rabbit Gang to death. In a hell, that is. Bulma puzzled. Everyone went into hiding. Oolong frowned. I got a bad feeling about this. Bulma put her hand in her pocket and muttered angrily. How rude. They could at the very least thank us. Finally, they noticed the bunny car driving on way to them from afar. The car stopped and the door opened only to reveal the giant rabbit. Chapter 7. The Dragon Ball Hunt Game. At the village. The giant rabbit closed the door and stared down at his own two deceased underlings. Then he diverted his attention to Kakarot and others, and asked, Are you the one who defied my rabbit gang? Kakarot smirked smugly. That would be us. Bulma snickered. That's the leader of the rabbit gang? Looks pretty weak to me. I can't believe I was actually scared, admitted Oolong. The giant rabbit snarled. Hey, what did you just say? You should go sniff out some carrots unless you want to get hurt. Oh well, it doesn't matter. My name is Monster Carrot. You will regret underestimating me. Kakarot folded his arms and laughed out loud. Sniff out some carrots? Sorry, but I really hate carrots. You hate carrots even though your name is Kakarot? Deadpanned Oolong. With Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha and Puar were still hiding behind the house and stared at Monster Carrot. Yamcha raised his eyebrows and said, I could swear I've seen him somewhere before. Kakarot versus Monster Carrot. Monster Carrot glanced down at his two deceased underlings and disappointed. Truly pathetic. You cannot even fight those children, who killed you without any mercy. Can you? You're a disgrace to us. Then he looked at Kakarot and chuckled. Well, then, he jumped over the car and landed in front of Bulma, startling her. Kakarot glanced over his shoulder at Monster Carrot and puzzled. Hey, I'm standing over here. What are you planning to do? Monster raised his hand up and said, Let's shake hands. Oolong confused. What a weirdo. What? Are you saying that you want to be friend with us? Asked Bulma. That's right, said Monster Carrot. With Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha widened his eyes and shocked. Now I remember. That's Usagi Ninjinka, Rabbit Carrot Transformer. Don't touch him. Kakarot versus Monster Carrot. However, Bulma slapped his hand and scoffed. Who'd ever shake hands with you? She stuck his tongue out at him. Monster Carrot chuckled. You touched me. Suddenly, Bulma got turned into a carrot, much to the shock of Kakarot and Oolong. The carrot fell onto Monster Rabbit's hand. That's better. Kakarot shocked. What? This girl turned into a carrot. With Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha sighed. Everyone who touches him gets turned into a carrot. Kakarot versus Monster Carrot. Kakarot appeared in front of Monster Carrot and growled, "You asshole! She's my precious underling. How dare you turn her into a carrot?" Monster Carrot stared down at Kakarot and chuckled. "You dare stand up to me? I don't mind. Touch me and you'll become a carrot too." Oolong gulped. "It's all over for you, Kakarot. There's no way you can beat him since you cannot touch him at all." "That's it. If I cannot touch him with my hands, I should be able to fight him as long as there's a weapon in my possession," realized Kakarot. He chuckled. "That's right. Okay. Then." He picked up the capsule from his armor. "Huh? What are you going to do with this capsule?" asked Monster Carrot. Kakarot chuckled. This is the gift that was given to me by Gohan. I would hate to use it, but I had no choice but to fight you with this thing. Now I am going to show you what I am capable of." He threw the capsule out into the air and expanded, only to reveal the red pole. He grabbed it and quickly slammed the pole at Monster Carrot, who managed to jump just in time to dodge. He quickly ran towards Monster Carrot. However, Monster Carrot raised his hand and said, "Jay, just a minute." Kakarot stopped running and scoffed. "Oh? Now are you too afraid to fight me now, you coward?" Monster Carrot chuckled. "You don't care what happens to this carrot? Maybe I should eat it." Kakarot could not even go at him anymore because if he did that, then it would be over for Bulma. He really needed Bulma on his side since she knew how to navigate the last Dragon Ball on her radar. Just need one more ball. Kakarot growled. "Why you?" He looked at Oolong and sighed. "Piggy, do you have any good ideas?" However, Oolong quickly drove off and cried, "Bye! This has nothing to do with me." "That jackass! He ran away again," snarled Kakarot. "When I see him next time, I am going to torture him for good." Monster Carrot chuckled. "What a reliable friend you had there. I will teach you a lesson. Move just an inch, and I will eat this carrot." With Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha looked at Monster Carrot and gulped. "This is bad. We'll never get all the Dragon Balls if they get killed." He then looked down at Puar and sighed. "We've got no choice. We have to help them. Puar, turn into a bird and steal that carrot." Puar nodded. "Right." He immediately turned into a bird as he flew towards Monster Carrot. Yamcha jumped on the gas station's roof and looked down at Monster Carrot. "What do you say? We can stand here all days. If you move a muscle, I will eat a carrot." When I say muscle, that means you will not take a breath. Move your head, eyes, feet, hands, fingers, and even toes, mocked Monster Carrot. Kakarot growled. "How dare you? Oh, and that too. Do not say anything, or I eat this carrot," sneered Monster Carrot. However, Puar Bird snatched the carrot away from Monster Carrot and flew away. Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. "What?" He looked up at Yamcha, who stood on the roof. Yamcha chuckled. "Kakarot, we took the carrot from him. Now beat the crap out of him with your Nyabu." Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. "How do you know that's Nyabu?" "Because I've seen that pole before." "Never mind that. Just hurry and beat him up," reminded Yamcha. Kakarot scoffed. "I already know that. You don't need to tell me what to do." When he looked around, he just realized that Monster Carrot was gone. He frowned. "Fuck, where the fuck did that bastard go?" But he immediately realized that he still had a scouter in his armor. He chuckled. "I know." He picked up the scouter and placed it on his eye. He pushed the button on his scouter and finally picked up the battle power. He looked around and said, "This way." He ran off on way to find Monster Carrot and growled, "You're not getting away, you retard." Yamcha then went to follow him. Monster Carrot versus Puar. Puar Bird immediately saw that Monster Carrot hopped up into the air. "Come back. Give me back the carrot," demanded Monster Carrot. He almost caught the bird, but Puar dodged and flew away, while Monster Carrot still chased him. Kakarot and Yamcha finally found them, but all they saw was that Monster Carrot failed to catch Puar and fell down onto the ground. "Good job, Puar. Now hurry and bring the carrot over there," instructed Yamcha. Puar Bird was still flapping his wings to fly and nodded. Right! Monster Carrot jumped up and almost grabbed him, but fell down to the ground. Poir sighed in relief. That was a close one. However, Poir did not pay attention when he was flying. He ended up into smashing his beak against the mushroom tree and fell down to the ground. Kakarot groaned. That dumb S. Yamucha and Kakarot had no choice but to jump up in order to grab the carrot, but they realized that Monster Carrot was jumping towards it as well. Yamucha looked down at Kakarot and reminded, "Watch out, Kakarot. You'll turn into a carrot if he touches you." Kakarot sighed. "I already know that. I don't need someone to tell me twice." But he just saw that Monster Carrot was about to catch it. But he was only smirked and pushed the carrot with his pole, shocking Monster Carrot. Kakarot managed to catch it while all of them landed on the ground at the same time. He turned around at Monster Carrot and laughed. "What do you think of that? The carrot's ours again. Now time to kill you, shall I?" He put the carrot in his armor and prepared to fight him with his pole. Monster Carrot looked down at Poir and smirked. "All right, now I'll turn this one into a carrot." He looked at Kakarot and chuckled. "Stay back. Get any closer and I'll..." However, he just saw other Monster Carrot appearing in front of him. He widened his eyes in shock. He immediately walked back away from Monster Carrot clone. Fake Monster Carrot walked towards Monster Carrot and chuckled. "I'm gonna touch you." Monster Carrot shocked. This can't be." Yamucha snickered. "Kakarot, use the Nyabu." "Would you shut up? I know already," scowled Kakarot. Suddenly, the pole extended long feet. Then, he slammed his Nyabu on Monster Carrot's head, injuring him. He showed the carrot to Monster Carrot and demanded, "Hey, turn this carrot back to normal. I'll spare your life if you do." "Promise?" asked Monster Carrot. Kakarot chuckled. "Unless you want to die, that is." Monster Carrot sighed. "Okay. Then, as he clapped his hand, the carrot turned back to Bulma. Kakarot stared down at Bulma and sighed. "Humph, idiot." Bulma confused. "What happened to me?" Kakarot sighed. "Yamucha helped rescue you." Bulma looked at Kakarot and smiled. "He did? Where is he?" "He's gone," said Kakarot. "With Yamucha and Poir." Yamucha and Poir immediately go into hiding. Poir looked up at Yamucha and asked, "Are you sure about this?" "Of course I am. I'd pass out if I got near her," reminded Yamucha. "With Kakarot and others." Monster Carrot sighed. "Time for me to leave this village." However, Kakarot cried, "Hold on a minute. I don't remember I say that I will let you go." Monster Carrot widened his eyes and shocked. "I thought you're going to spare me." Kakarot chuckled. "Sure, I spare your life, but I'm not going to let you get away. This village is no longer yours. Now you will have to come with me." Monster Carrot growled. "I will not go with you. I refuse to go with you." Kakarot chuckled. "Is that so? Then I will have to beat you up with the inch of your life. Of course, with my Nyabu." Monster Carrot quickly picked pistol gun with the strong bullet inside his pant and pointed at Kakarot. He growled, "I refused. You're going to die." However, Kakarot suddenly vanished. The moment he realized that the gun he was holding was now gone, he shocked. "What? Where is my gun?" He could feel that the gun was on his back head. Kakarot snickered. "Behind you. I guess you will have to die today." Monster Carrot widened his eyes and gulped. I thought WWE just made a promise, didn't we? That you are going to spare my life." Kakarot scoffed. "Of course I still keep my promise. I am not going to kill you anyways. But this gun will kill you. This gun is going to blow your head out. You're going to get killed by your own gun. How pity." Monster Carrot gulped. "PP, please spare me my lift dash." Kakarot shouted angrily. "Farewell." He triggered the gun to fire and blew Monster Carrot's head out. The blood spilled out of his head. The decapitating head rolled over on the ground. The giant rabbit was already dead. He chuckled. "I feel good that I kill 4 people so far in this village." Later, Oolong finally came back, but Bulma was disappointed. She glared down at Oolong and said angrily, "What do you have to say for yourself? Running away and leaving your friends behind?" Oolong frowned. But I did come back. Humph, you just came back because you didn't have any money, scowled Bulma. Oolong glared up at Bulma and sighed. They should have left you as a carrot. Bulma choked him and growled. What was that? Kakarot sighed. Let's go. We don't have a time all days. We need to find the last Dragon Ball ASAP. One of villagers came to them and smiled. Thank you so much. Bulma nodded. Now do you realize how awesome we are? Kakarot got in the car and scowled. Hurry up. What are you dawdling about? Let's go already. Bulma frowned. Geez, you really have no patience. Oolong nodded. Yeah, patience is virtue, you know? But Kakarot glared at them as if they would kill them if they refused to do so. He gulped. All right. Later. Oolong, Bulma, and Kakarot were riding in their hovercar, getting closer to the final Dragon Ball. Bulma picked up the radar and said, We're really close now. Then she giggled. One more. Only more until my wish comes true. And I will finally have my eternal life today, thought Kakarot. By the way, I meant to ask earlier, but what are you going to wish for when you get all the Dragon Balls? Asked Oolong. Eternal youth and life, replied Kakarot. I am going to wish for Kakarot to die, but I cannot tell them that, thought Bulma. She would have to act. She blushed. I didn't already tell you? A boyfriend. A nice boyfriend. Oolong shocked. What? A boyfriend? Immorality? Bulma nodded. That's right. Kakarot scoffed. You got a problem with that piggy? Oolong frowned. We're putting our lives in danger for stupid wishes like that? Kakarot scoffed. That's not a stupid wish, and she won't have her wish anyways. Nobody will steal my wish, or you will regret it. I am going to get my wish for sure. With Yamcha and Puar. Behind them, Yamcha and Puar were still following. Yamcha-sama, it's only a matter of time until they get the 7th Dragon Ball, said Puar, driving the hovercar. Yamcha chuckled. Then I'll steal them all and make it so I don't lose my cool in front of girls. Pilaf's castle. You're still not done with the Dragon Ball locator? Asked Pilaf angrily. She ran up from the stair and cried, This is terrible. Pilaf opened the ceiling, allowing the box descending to them, and threatened, Finish it before I count to 10 or else I'll stuff you inside these alligators' stomachs. Those alligators looked hungry when they saw my 1, 2, 3. Upon panic, Mai quickly fixed the control panel. For 5, 6. Mai glanced over her shoulder at Pilaf and chuckled nervously. Pilaf-sama, what side dishes should I make for tonight's dinner? Oh yeah, what would be good? Wondered Pilaf. Mai immediately went back to fix the control panel. A hamburg steak, a fried egg. Suddenly, he realized that he stopped counting to 10. Huh? Where did I stop counting? He frowned. Fine, I'll start over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mai glanced over her shoulder at Pilaf and smiled. Pilaf-sama. What? Confused Pilaf. Did you know there's a new girl at the supermarket with large bosoms? Asked Mai. Pilaf began to blush and giggled. Large, you say? He heard the alligator's roars. He frowned. Where did I leave off? Mai snickered. I don't remember. Pilaf counted his finger and muttered. Pilaf-sama is the greatest ever. Mai gulped quickly. She ran into the room and panicked. Pilaf-sama. Shoo! Greeted Mai. Shu panted heavily because he ran all the way to find Pilaf in this room. You found where the Dragon Balls are? Asked Pilaf. It's time for your nap, replied Shu. Pilaf fell to the ground while his feet stick up. I've found one, Mai said, looking at the radar. Pilaf-sama, it appears to be quite nearby. Is it that dot? Asked Pilaf. Mai nodded. Yes, I'll calculate its location now. She zoomed into the yellow dot on the screen. 5 paces south, 7 paces east. She took the same amount of step as Mai just say. 3 paces south, 4 paces west, 6 paces north, 3 paces west, 5 paces north. With the final step, she saw the green box and smiled. Here it is. He picked the box up. Pilaf scowled. You idiot. He clocked Shu in the head, as the box dropped and one-star ball rolled over on the ground. This is my one-star ball. He glared around at Shu and Mai. You useless bums. Whatever. Just go find out where that monkey boy is. It has already been taken care of, said Mai. She looked left and sighed. It's back. The robot bird landed on the rail outside. Later, Mai stood on the top of Mushroom and watched them driving on way to the castle. She spoke through the radiophone and said, Pilaf-sama. A car has just passed through sector F-15. Okay. Commence with the plan at once. Ordered Pilaf. Mai nodded. Roger. Shu, can you see the car? Yeah. I see it now. Replied Shu. Mai chuckled. Do it exactly like we planned. Shu nodded. Roger that. Just leave it to me. With Kakarot and others. They were still riding the hovercar on way to the castle. Bulma. We've been struggling really hard to find them all. Forget about a boyfriend or eternal life. Use them for something cooler, complained Oolong. Bulma frowned. You be quiet and mind your own business. Besides, you haven't even been that useful. She thought, you idiot. Say like that will get you killed by Kakarot. However, Oolong suddenly pushed the brake to stop the hovercar. What the fuck? Hissed Kakarot. You call that driving? Asked Bulma angrily. Oolong sighed. Why don't you drive? After all, I haven't ever been that useful. Kakarot growled. How dare you dash? Bulma interrupted. Someone's getting sassy, I see. Oolong began to get angry. With Shu, who was in a Pilaf machine, watched them arguing and chuckled. They're having an argument. With Yamcha. Puar and Yamcha got off the car afar from Kakarot and others. Yamcha frowned. This isn't the time for that. With Kakarot and others. Just then, Kakarot punched Oolong down to the ground. Then he grabbed Oolong's suspender and demanded, Piggy, start driving again right immediately. We're so close to the one-star ball. Don't you dare trying to stop my wish. Oolong scoffed. Too bad. Kakarot chuckled. Oh, do you not care what I am going to do to you? Oolong nodded. That's right. I don't care. Kakarot pushed Oolong to the ground. He cupped his mouth and chuckled. Pee. Oolong gulped. That's not fair. You fight dirty. He ran away to take a bathroom behind the tree again. With that, Bulma and Kakarot went into the car waiting for Oolong to finish. After finishing the bathroom, he got in the car and muttered, You're fucking sick, Kakarot. Kakarot laughed. Sorry, but Saiyans cannot get a sick. Therefore, I never had gotten a sick before. Oolong began to drive the hovercar and sighed. That's not what I mean, idiot. Suddenly, the rocket fired at them and destroyed their hovercar, toppling them over. Kakarot, Oolong, and Bulma landed on the ground hard from falling. What was that? Shocked Oolong. Kakarot growled. Bastard, who the fuck did that? With Yamcha and Puar. Puar looked up at Yamcha and cried, Yamcha-sama. Yamcha sighed. Let's just watch for now. With Kakarot and others. Suddenly, Kakarot, Bulma, and Oolong saw the robot machine jumped over them to the broken hovercar. Kakarot growled. What the fuck is that guy doing? They were watching what he was doing. The robot machine found the briefcase and opened it up. He saw the Dragon Balls inside. He cheered, Bingo! He closed the briefcase and picked it up. He looked around at others and chuckled. Sorry, but I'll be taking the Dragon Balls now. Later. He quickly flew up and hopped on each mushroom tree. Kakarot raised his hand forward at the robot and shouted angrily, Hey, that's my Dragon Balls. Come back. He charged up the energy around his hands. However, Bulma grabbed Kakarot's hand and reminded, No, if you're going to shoot him, then the Dragon Balls might be destroyed. If they are destroyed, then you cannot have your wish. Kakarot snarled, Damn it! You're not going to get away. He quickly flew after the robot. Bulma shouted, It's up to you. Do whatever it takes to get them back. Oolong looked up at Bulma and scowled. Don't encourage him so much. Bulma looked down at Oolong and sighed. Perfect. Before he comes back, I want to tell you something that you will need to know. It's about why I want to get Dragon Balls. With Shu and Mai finally took off in his airplane on way back to the castle. Mai smiled happily. That went surprisingly well. I'm sure Pilaf-sama will be pleased, agreed Shu. They both cheered, Yahoo! With Kakarot. Once Kakarot saw the robot standing on the ground, he flew down to the ground and stared up at the robot. He clenched his fist and growled, That miserable fools! They run away like a coward. He chuckled, Fine, if that's what you want me to, then I will play along with it. He pushed the button on his scouter to pick the enemy's battle power and sighed, Oh, there's a 2 battle powers. Then he laughed. Battle powers 3? Both of them. What kind of that power is? What a weakling. Oh well, I will let you have those 6 Dragon Balls for now. I still have 4-star ball fool. With Bulma and Oolong. Bulma paced back and forth and sighed. I wonder if Kakarot got them back. Oolong sighed. So you say you want to use Dragon Balls so you can ask Shenlong to kill Kakarot? Forget it. Let's just forget about him. Things look really dangerous now. Bulma looked down at Oolong and denied. We can't. Oolong stood up and smiled cheerfully. Okay, in that case, how about I be your boyfriend? I don't think so, snarled Bulma. Oolong folded his arms and chuckled. That's too bad. You'll regret it someday. Bulma scoffed. Yeah, right? Oolong sighed. I guess the only way you'll ever get a boyfriend is to ask Kakarot out, or to collect the 7 Dragon Balls next year and ask Shenlong to choose one for you, though he might be Kakarot. Bulma frowned. What are you trying to say? There's no way I am going to ask Kakarot out. I mean, he's only 11 years old and still younger than me. She noticed Kakarot flying in the air and asked, How did it go? What about the balls? Kakarot landed on the ground and sighed. I don't have them. Bulma shocked. What did you go for? Then she fell to her knees and sniffed. I bet they have the last one too. It's all over. With the balls that they stole, they have all 7 now. She heard that Kakarot laughed so hard. She glared up at him and asked, What's so funny? Kakarot laughed. That's because you're stupid. He picked up the last Dragon Ball inside his battle armor and said, This, I still have a last one. Bulma quickly stood up and laughed. Those losers forgot one. That'll teach them. She went to hug Kakarot and cheered. Thanks, Kakarot. Thanks. I'm so glad you held on to yours. She rubbed her face against Kakarot's face. Release me at once, woman, demanded Kakarot. Oolong chuckled. See, I told you. You want Kakarot after all. Bulma quickly kicked Oolong in the face and scowled. I do not want Kakarot. Then she looked down at Kakarot and asked, Why did you not go after them with that weird device of yours? We are going to play a little game with them, replied Kakarot. Oolong confused. A game? Kakarot folded his arms and nodded. Yeah, the game called the Dragon Ball Hunt, where we have to fight to get all the Dragon Balls. And we will have to get them back almost as if we are a normal people. That should be fun. I do not know who those bastards are, but it seems that they are after the Dragon Balls. Regardless, I am going to kill them when I got all the Dragon Balls. Bulma frowned. Why do you want to play game? I don't have a time all days to play the game. Kakarot chuckled. Come on, that will be no fun if we kill them and get all 7 Dragon Balls quickly. Bulma sighed. All right, let's get going. Kakarot nodded. I will be the one to have all 7 balls. And we'll use the dragon radar to find the thieves, added Bulma, pointing over the yonder. Oolong rubbed his face and deadpanned. How exactly are we supposed to get going? The car's totally wrecked. Bulma waggled his finger and giggled. I made sure to buy some capsule at the last town. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and gulped. The capsules. They were in the bag with the balls. She began to upset because her briefcase was stolen as well. Kakarot and Oolong sighed in defeat. With Yamucha and Poir. It looks like they were stolen, said Poir. Yamucha shocked. My Dragon Balls. What should we do? Asked Poir. Yamucha sighed. We have no other choice. We'll have to help out again. Poir looked up at Yamucha and shocked. But that girl's with them. Will you be all right? Yamucha blushed. I'm used to it now. I want to get rid of my fear of being around girls. With Kakarot and others. Kakarot sighed. Come on. We can always walk. Bulma sniffed. Maybe you can. Oolong sighed. Too bad you can't ride on Kakarot, because he doesn't want to carry you. Bulma glared down at Oolong and scowled. It's not like he will carry you either. Suddenly, they heard the voice greeted. Oh, what's this? Poir and Yamucha approached them in their car. Bulma squealed. Yamucha-sama. Kakarot and Oolong shocked. Yamucha! Yamucha laughed nervously. What another coincidence. What are you doing out here? Suddenly, Bulma hopped in his car and giggled. You came at just the right time. She threw Poir out in the back seat and blushed at him. You're a real lifesaver. Let us ride too. She winked at him flirty. Yamucha gulped nervously. What an unexpected meeting. He then drove along with Bulma, Oolong and Poir while Kakarot was flying through the sky. Bulma looked at Yamucha and asked, Yamucha-sama, could you close your eyes? Yamucha widened his eyes and gulped. My eyes? Yes, both of them. Don't tell me you're. Yamucha got in thought. Going to kiss me? What should I do? He diverted his pupil to shy Bulma. Hurry up, said Bulma. I might die, thought Yamucha. He finally closed his eyes. Bulma looked up at Poir and ordered, You too, so Poir did close his eyes. However, Bulma simply wanted to check her dragon radar to make sure that they were on the right path. She smiled. 25 more kilometers to the west. Yamucha still closed his eyes and confused. What's taking so long? Bulma looked at Yamucha and said, You can open them again. Yamucha opened his eyes and confused. You're done? He looked at Bulma and asked, Did you key? He sighed. I can't say it. Say, Yamucha-sama, could you go west for the next 25 kilometers and go faster than this? Asked Bulma. She rubbed his cheek and chuckled. Cheek rub. Yamucha speeded up the car in order to go faster. Kakarot scoffed. Pathetic car speed. Pilaf's castle. Pilaf opened the briefcase to reveal the Dragon Balls. He cheered. At last I've collected all 7 Dragon Balls. She pointed at them and confused. Huh? Pilaf grabbed the globe and rejoiced. I've finally got all 7. My gulped. Pilaf-sama, that's only 6. There's still 1. Shu trailed off. However, Pilaf was still dancing around with a globe and rejoiced. I've got all 7. The wish is mine. You only have 6, reminded Mai. You're still missing 1, said Shu. Pilaf raised the globe up and cheered. Now the world is mine. You only have 6. You're still missing 1, shouted Shu and Mai loudly. Pilaf looked around at them and confused. What? He rushed to check the Dragon Balls in the box. The 7-star ball, the 6-star ball, the 5-star ball, the 3-star ball, the 2-star ball, and then the 1-star ball. He placed the 1-star ball in the box. But he noticed that there was no Dragon Ball in between 5-star ball and 3-star ball. It's not here. The 4-star ball isn't here. Mai and Shu opened the briefcase and threw the stuff on the table. They looked for the Dragon Ball, but it was not there. It's not here, said Mai. That's impossible, shocked Shu. Pilaf glared at them and snarled. Imbeciles, imbeciles. He turned his back on them and said angrily, Would have been nice of you to actually count them first. Mai frowned. We're truly sorry. Shu nodded. I was convinced they were all in there. Okay, no dinner for you two tonight. Pilaf sighed. They must still have the last one. They looked at the radar where the last Dragon Ball was moving towards them. Does this new detector work right? Yes, Mai said. There's nothing to worry about. Pilaf chuckled. The seventh ball is coming this way. I never thought I'd be able to gather them all this quickly. The world will be mine, at long last. With Kakarot and others. While Kakarot was still flying, with Yamcha driving the car, they all noticed the large castle in front of them. Wow, it's huge, shocked Bulma. Finally, they stopped as soon as they were closer and closer to the large castle. Puar could tell that Yamcha was panting heavily, and asked, Yamcha-sama, are you all right? Yamcha looked up at Puar and sighed. Puar, I swear that I will get all 7 Dragon Balls. Pilaf's castle. Pilaf-sama, they're here, said Mai, looking at the screen where Kakarot and others were at. That was fast. They must have a radar of their own. Pilaf chuckled. Okay, we'll capture them as planned. With Kakarot and others. Oolong puzzled. Doesn't look like there's anyone here. But the Dragon Balls are definitely inside, said Bulma. Kakarot scoffed. This door is no match for me. All right, then. He used his strength up to push the door open as hard as he could, much to the shock of everyone. He glanced over his shoulder at his shocked underlings and chuckled. Shocked? Huh? Like I say, we, Saiyans, are the strongest warrior in the universe. Bulma shrugged. Let's go. They began to walk down in the hall. Bulma immediately pushed Yamcha out of fear. Stop pushing, said Yamcha. They walked deeper and deeper into the hall until they saw the red eye glowed in the darkness. They realized that there were about 50 bats of them. Bats flew to attack Kakarot and others. After that, the bats ran away outside, and Bulma clung into Yamcha. Yamcha shocked. Get away! He immediately pushed her against the wall out of fear. Bulma glared up at him and growled. What was that for? Yamcha panted heavily. That was scarier than the bats. Once again, they walked down into the hall, but they were really carefully this time. Yamcha-sama, do you think there'll be anything else? Asked Puar. Bulma frowned. Don't say that. Kakarot checked the other hall before they could walk around. Shrugging, he walked faster into other hall. Kakarot, you're walking too fast, complained Bulma. Kakarot sighed. You got a problem with that? The spider stared down at them. With Pilaf and others. Pilaf watched them walking down in his hall, and chuckled, Watch this. With Kakarot and others. As soon as Kakarot stepped on one of tile, they had actually fallen in the trap. Pillars suddenly came out from the ceiling, floor, and wall. Kakarot, Yamcha, Puar, Oolong, and Bulma dodged few of them. However, one of pillars came out of the floor and pushed Bulma to the ceiling. Help! Cried Bulma fearfully. Luckily, Yamcha kicked the trap just to free her before she could get crushed. Then, she landed on the floor with a hard fall, while Kakarot watched. Kakarot stared down at Bulma and sighed. Get up! Be careful next time, you useless wretch. Bulma sighed in relief. Thank you, Yamcha-sama. Yamcha was really proud of what he actually did it. However, other pillars came out and tried to attack Yamcha, but he dodged them. A final pillar came out of the wall and went in an attempt to crush Yamcha, but Kakarot kicked the pillar in half. However, a half of pillar landed on Yamcha hard. Upon realizing this, the more pillar went to Kakarot. He growled, What an annoyed! He destroyed a few pillars with his own fists and feet. He tried his best to attack more pillars, but there were no end to them. He shouted angrily, Enough! He raised his hands on his sides and fired a powerful yellow energy wave, completely obliterating them. After the trap finally had ended, Yamcha pushed the broken pillar out and glared at Kakarot. He snarled, Kakarot, what's the big idea? Bulma immediately grabbed onto Yamcha and smiled. Yamcha-sama, I was so scared, which in turn made him scared as well. Yamcha cried, No! Puar managed to grab him away from Bulma and cried, Yamcha-sama! He can fight, but he is really scared of women, huh? Muttered Kakarot. With Pilaf and others. Pilaf disappointed. These guys are tough. They're not hurt in the least. I looked down at Pilaf and frowned. But that's no fault of ours. Glaring at Pilaf pointed at the screen and scowled. Who the heck built that? You did, Pilaf-sama, reminded which actually embarrassed him at least. With Kakarot and others. Kakarot and others had to hug against the wall and walked slowly. Slowly, we should keep our guard up. It doesn't look like we're up against any ordinary enemy, said Bulma. Yamcha nodded. Yeah. Oolong chuckled nervously. Poir, let's be friends for today. Okay? Poir smiled. Right? Just then, they immediately noticed that there was a pink arrow on the ground. Huh? What's this? Confused Bulma. It's an arrow. What's it for? Wondered Yamcha. Do you suppose something's in this direction? Asked Bulma. Kakarot noticed another arrow and said, There's one over here, too. Yamcha nodded. Let's check it out. Once again, they hugged the wall and walked to follow the arrows. What's going on? Confused Oolong. Kakarot noticed another arrow. He pointed over yonder and said, This way. However, when they walked even further in the hall, Kakarot noticed there was a dead end. He sighed. A dead end. Maybe the wall moves? Asked Bulma. Suddenly, the wall slammed down on the ground behind them in order to trap them inside. She shocked. We're trapped. With Pilaf. I looked down at Pilaf and said, We caught them exactly as we intended to. I can't believe they fell for such an idiotic trap, amazed Pilaf. He chuckled. But whatever, their 4-star ball is mine now. With Kakarot and others. Kakarot folded his arms and chuckled. Let's see who will get the Dragon Balls first. Who will win? Them or us? Chapter 8. Summon Shenlong. Outside Pilaf's castle. While Kakarot, Bulma, Yamcha, Poir, and Oolong were trapped in Emperor Pilaf's castle, Pilaf now had 6 of the 7 Dragon Balls. Not knowing that Kakarot had the 4-star Dragon Ball, Pilaf sent Mai and Shu to search the Dragon Ball Gang's hovercar for the 7th ball. However, they seemed to not able to find the 7th ball inside the hovercar. That's odd. What could they have done with the last Dragon Ball? Wondered Mai. Inside Pilaf's castle with Kakarot and others. Bulma shocked. We're completely trapped. Oolong frowned. I told you we shouldn't have come in. Kakarot shrugged. Oh well, who cares? That's why I say we are going to play a little game. We'll see who gets all Dragon Balls. We've been captured, panicked Bulma. Kakarot folded his arms and chuckled. Don't worry, I won't let them get the last Dragon Ball here. With Pilaf. Pilaf laughed. My rise to power as this world's great king is close at hand. Pilaf-sama, cried Shu and Mai. They saluted to him. Pilaf-sama, the last Dragon Ball was not inside the car, said Mai. Pilaf shocked. What? He scanned Kakarot and others on the screen. Does that mean one of them has it? They don't look like they have any balls. Perhaps between that man's legs, said Mai, pointing at Kakarot's armor. Shu and Pilaf looked up at Mai with deadpan look. Pilaf sighed. You know that I loathe crude jokes. I'm sorry, apologized Mai. With Kakarot and others. Yamcha raised his hand and chuckled. Roga! He charged at the wall and shouted, Fufu-ken! Yamcha punched the wall but to no avail. Kakarot did the same thing but to no avail as well. Yamcha tried to use his claw attacks to destroy the wall, but that did not go well. He breathed heavily. Damn it! These walls are too solid. Kakarot sighed. Not even my punches work. He chuckled. Whoever creates this wall sure did a hell of great work. Poir frowned. Yamcha-sama. Suddenly, the screen turned on, only to reveal none other than Emperor Pilaf himself. He scoffed. Asterisk fools. Your punches would never break those walls. Asterisk. Bulma looked up at Pilaf and demanded, Who are you? I am the great King Pilaf, introduced Pilaf. Bulma growled, You're the one who stole my Dragon Balls, aren't you? I was indeed the one who took them, But I'm still missing one, said Pilaf. Kakarot chuckled. Well, that's too bad. Asterisk, I know you have the ball with 4 stars. Hand it over quietly or you'll regret it. Asterisk, demanded Pilaf. Bulma scoffed. As if we'd ever give you anything. She stick her tongue out. Blee! Pilaf growled. Asterisk, so you refuse to hand it over. Do you? Asterisk, he chuckled. Then I'll do something dirty to you. He pulled the lever only to reveal the machine claws. It grabbed her into the roof. Yamcha shocked. Oh no, this isn't good. Kakarot sighed. Oolong giggled like a pervert. Oh boy, oh boy. With Pilaf. The machine claws grabbed Bulma to them. What are you planning to do to me? Let me go, you thief, demanded Bulma. Pilaf chuckled. You still have time to come clean. Now tell me, where is the last Dragon Ball? He frowned. Speak up. Bulma used a middle finger to flip him out and scoffed. Fuck you. I'd never tell you anything. I see. So you wish to be humiliated that badly? Asked Pilaf. He chuckled. In that case, I will do as you wish. He began to giggle like a pervert, which had startled Bulma very much. With Kakarot. Endure it. Don't give in, pleaded Yamcha, watching Bulma and Pilaf on the television screen. Kakarot scoffed. That blue midget is probably more or less pervert than you, Piggy. He did not receive the respond. Piggy. He stared around at Oolong, who was drooling like a pervert right now. He sighed. I suppose so. With Pilaf. Shocked, hugging my. Pilaf-sama, you're not seriously going to. My gulped. Please don't. However, Pilaf blew Bulma a kiss, which made Mai and she blushed for some reason. He chuckled. Well, feel like talking now? Bulma looked down at Pilaf and confused. What was that you just did? Pilaf blushed. I threw you a kiss. Mai covered her eyes and blushed. You, how dirty. Don't say that out loud, pleaded Shu. Pilaf fidgeted his finger nervously. That's all? Asked Bulma. Pilaf looked up at Bulma and shocked. What? With Kakarot. Yamcha shocked. Incredible. She withstood it. Kakarot frowned. I could not believe that we were trapped by those idiots. With Pilaf. Bulma chuckled. I thought you were going to strip me and do a hero pafu pafu, koi kaioi, or an ingiri manguri to me. Pilaf widened his eyes and shocked. What a ghastly girl. Pervert, said Shu and Mai. Pilaf pointed up at her and growled. I can't believe you could think of anything so perverted. He ran to push the lever to bring Bulma back to her original position. With Kakarot. Bulma landed a hard fall on the floor next to Kakarot. Yamcha turned around and cheered. You were incredible. You did a great job enduring it. Oolong began to frown and disappointed that he was not able to see Pilaf stripping Bulma or something. With Pilaf. Pilaf folded his arms and muttered angrily. Drat! I can't believe my dirty attack didn't work. Young girls these days are more progressive than they used to be. Pilaf-sama, why not try the sleeping gas? Asked Mai. Pilaf chuckled. Oh, that's right. Okay, put him to sleep. Mai and Shu nodded. Yes, sire. With Kakarot. However, the yellow gas suddenly came out in the room. Kakarot and others quickly covered their nose. What is this? Confused Yamcha. Puar tried to go up against the ceiling, but the smoke still went up to him. He began to cough. Oolong walked backward and confused. What's with this smoke? He was dizzy for some reason. He yawned. I'm suddenly feeling sleepy. He then fell asleep. Yamcha yawned. Me too. He went to fall asleep too. Even Bulma and Puar fell asleep. Kakarot's head began to get dizzy for some reason and groaned. Damn you. You'll pay for it. I'll kill. He fell backward on the ground and fell asleep. The wall lifted up only to reveal Pilaf. He looked down at them and laughed. They're fast asleep. All right, now to take their dragon. Suddenly, he began to feel sleepy for some reason. Ball. Dragon Ball. He too got caught in the gas trap and fell asleep. However, Mai and Shu were wearing their gas mask. They ran to him and cried, Pilaf-sama! Pilaf-sama! Mai kneeled next to Pilaf and sighed, Oh, he didn't put a gas mask on. He looked at Shu and said, I'll look for the ball, you take care of him. Shu nodded. All right, come on. He dragged the sleepy Pilaf on way to living room. Mai walked over to Oolong and sighed, Now then, the first thing he would check is to search Oolong. But it was not there. She then went to Yamucha to check him, but it was not there either. Then she went to check on Kakarot. She searched for the Dragon Balls, but she found it inside his armor. She picked up the last Dragon Balls and chuckled, Here it is. With Pilaf in dream. Pilaf was walking in a darkness, but he heard the voices cried, Pilaf-sama! Pilaf-sama! He could hear his underling's voice. He tried to walk carrying all of Dragon Balls, but he accidentally tripped out, allowing all 7 Dragon Balls to fall. At night with Pilaf. Mai cried, Pilaf-sama! Pilaf opened his eyes and looked at Mai and Shu while lying on the couch. Pilaf-sama! Pilaf-sama! We have all the Dragon Balls. Pilaf widened his eyes and quickly got up. He shocked. What? Mai and Shu stood next to the long green box on the round table. Here, see for yourself, said Mai. She lifted the box to open and revealed all 7 Dragon Balls inside the box. All 7 Dragon Balls began to glow. All of them were in shock. Pilaf waved at them and rejoiced. Incredible! With Kakarot. Bulma finally woke up and noticed that Kakarot, Yamucha, Puar, and Oolong were sleeping. She confused. What's going on? Why was I sleeping? She suddenly remembered that there was a gas that made them sleep. She rubbed her forehead and frowned. Oh, yeah, there was a gas. She widened her eyes and shocked. Oh no, a Dragon Ball. She ran to Kakarot and shook him, trying to wake him up. Kakarot, get up. Kakarot, come on, get up. But when Yamucha looked up, he immediately saw Bulma's breasts. He was freaky out and went against the wall in panic. Bulma looked at him and confused. What's wrong? Puar finally woke up and rubbed his eyes. Kakarot woke up too and scowled. What's fucking going on? You guys re-fucking too loud. Bulma looked around at Kakarot and asked, Hey, where's your Dragon Balls? Kakarot confused. Huh? What are you talking about? His hand went into his armor. The Dragon Balls is right her dash. He widened his eyes and shocked. Where the fuck is 4-star ball? Bulma sighed. Of course, your Dragon Ball's been stolen. Boiled up the rage, Kakarot clenched his fist and growled. Damn it! Fuck those guys. Those retards stole my fucking Dragon Balls. I'm going to kill those fucking retards. Bulma shocked. Now what? They might have already had their wish granted. Yamucha clenched his fist and growled. Damn it! However, Puar noticed that there was not a dead end anymore. He confused. Huh? The exit's open. Oolong finally woke up and rubbed his eyes. He yawned. What's going on? They stole my fucking Dragon Balls. That's what's going on, scowled Kakarot. Oolong glanced over his shoulder and chuckled. They're pretty dumb to forget to close it. Kakarot managed to calm himself down and sighed. We might still have a chance to steal them back. Yamucha crackled his fists and nodded. Okay, let's go check out the situation. Bulma nodded. Yeah. With that, they quickly ran into the hall. Pilaf, Mai, and Shu were walking into the hall while Shu was carrying a long green box where the Dragon Balls was. When they were about to walk around the hall, they immediately noticed the Dragon Ball gang stood in front of them. Pilaf widened his eyes in panic. Bulma pointed down at him and asked, Have you made a wish? Pilaf nervously shook his head. Kakarot managed to calm himself down even further and chuckled angrily. Really? I am relieved to hear that. Now, give me back my Dragon Balls. He shifted into his battle stance. However, Pilaf and others quickly ran away. Don't let M get away, said Yamucha. Kakarot growled. You fucking coward. Come back here, retards. He and others then ran to chase them, trying to get them. However, when they ran around the hall, they noticed that there were 5 different doors. They were not sure where one of doors would lead them to exit. Damn it! Which way did they go? Wondered Kakarot. With Pilaf. Pilaf turned on the television and confused. What were they doing there? Mai glared down at Shu and lectured. You forgot to shut the door. You were the last one out, argued Shu. Pilaf looked around at them in shocked. You left the door open? Shu and Mai frowned. We're sorry, sire. Pilaf looked around at the screen and muttered. I'm sad that I have such idiotic underlings as you. Curses. I won't let them get off that easy. He pulled the lever once again. Suddenly, the control panel had turned into piano. He chuckled. Watch. He pushed one of piano's keyboard. With Kakarot. The ground began to shake, causing rest of dragon gangs to wonder what that would be. Kakarot widened his eyes and asked, What the fuck? They looked behind them and got pushed by the wall. Then they fell in a giant pinball machine. They got bounced to the steel around multiple times. The giant pinball rolled over trying to smash Kakarot, but he kept running away from it around the large pinball machine. Rest of Dragon Ball gangs tried their best to run away from the large pinball. Kakarot growled, You're a really persistent one. He screamed before punching the large pinball, but he got smashed against the wall from the pinball. Finally, Yamcha found a way to exit, as Bulma, Puar, and Oolong escaped from the machine. He stared at Kakarot and shouted, Kakarot, this way, hurry. So did Kakarot. He ran into the exit and snarled, Damn it. However, the large pinball still went after them. They realized that the pinball still went after them. They tried to run around other hall, but it still chased them. They found a small box square in the wall, so they jumped into it as the large pinball passed downhill. Oolong glared down at it and shouted angrily, Jackass, that's what you get for being too slow, you loser. However, the pinball went back to them. They widened their eyes in panic, so they had to run away from it again. The pinball, once again, went into the box to chase after them. Bulma glared down at Oolong and scowled. Keep your big mouth shut, you idiot. How was I supposed to know it would do that, you idiot? Argued Oolong. They ran into another hall, but the pinball smashed through the wall multiple times. Bulma panicked. This is insane. How did we get ourselves into this mess? Panicked Oolong. They saw the long stair, and then they climbed down on the stair trying to escape from the large pinball. However, the pinball pushed the small stair almost as if it was dominoes. They finally jumped into another box square in the wall. They apparently went into the red arena. They stared at the curtain where the large ball was behind it. Now what? Wondered Oolong. Just then, the curtain opened only to reveal the large pinball. Rests of Dragon Ball gang panicked. The pinball charged at them, who ran away once again. Kakarot glared over his shoulder at the large pinball and growled, You're annoyed. Get lost. He turned around and placed his hands together forward at the large pinball. He shouted, Begone! He fired a powerful blue beam at the large pinball, obliterating it. Boom! Kakarot panted heavily. Ah! Then he stood up and laughed loudly. That ought to do that. However, Yamcha looked around and widened his eyes, while Kakarot was laughing so hard. Yamcha gulped. Kakarot. Kakarot was still laughing. Oolong looked around and widened his eyes in shock. Hey, Kakarot! But Kakarot was still laughing and still did not listen to them. It can't be, shocked Puar. Hey, Kakarot! Cried Oolong. Kakarot laughed. What do you want? Can't you see I'm too busy to laugh at their ignorance? Sighing, Bulma turned Kakarot's head around and frowned. Look at that way! What they saw was the wall in front of them. Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. What? It's a dead end. Upon realizing, he turned his head around. It can't be. The wall suddenly shut down in order to trap them inside once again. Bulma looked up at the ceiling and shocked. We've been trapped again. They suddenly heard the voice chuckled, What a pity. All of them looked up at Pilaf on the television. Thanks for the nice recreation, though. You monkey boy, you did a great job by destroying one of my pinballs. Kakarot Kakarot glared up at Pilaf and hissed, "Damn it!" Pilaf snickered. Everything just now was a prelude to my summoning of the dragon god. I guess I'll go call forth the dragon and have him hear my wish now. Later. The television just shut off. Outside Pilaf's castle. Pilaf, Mai, and Shu walked outside. Pilaf chuckled excitedly. This world will finally fall under my control. They noticed that there was a shooting star flying down in the sky. With Kakarot. Bulma slammed her fists on the wall and groaned. It's hopeless. We can't even get out of here. Yamcha looked down at Kakarot and said, I know, Kakarot. Use the Kamehameha, the technique that Mutant Rashi showed you. Suddenly, Kakarot remembered that Mutant Rashi was the one who showed to him. He chuckled. Oh yeah, all right. He cupped his hands. With Pilaf. Pilaf had arranged the Dragon Balls on the ground. He chuckled. Okay, I'm finally going to summon the Dragon God. With Kakarot. Kakarot drew his cupped hands to his side and chanted, Ka, me, ha, me. Finally, he thrust his cupped hands forward and shouted, Ha! He fired a decent blue streaming beam at the wall, but he only made a little hole. He clenched his fist and growled, Damn! It appears that I haven't mastered this technique just yet. All I could make was this small hole. Yamcha walked to the small hole and said, Let me see. He took a peek through the outside. He widened his eyes and shocked. They're outside. Bulma stood next to Yamcha to take a peek through the hole as well. She smiled. All right, it looks like the dragon hasn't appeared yet. Yamcha smiled. I know. Puar. Turn into a bat and steal the dragon balls from them. Puar nodded. Right. Bulma pointed at him and smiled. Brilliant. Puar shouted. Transformation. Then he turned into a bat. He flew outside from the hole in an attempt to steal the dragon balls from them. Kakarot stared at Oolong and yelled, Hey Piggy, you have two choices to do. Tell Shenlong to make a wish for me. You know what I wish for. Or steal them. Go now. Oolong folded his arms around his back head and scoffed, Humph! Bulma scowled. What are you spassing out for? You go too. Oolong frowned. Me? Kakarot cracked his fists to pop it out and chuckled. If I recall, you haven't seemed to be useful for a while. Bulma nodded. Yeah, be useful once in a while. Or do you want more diarrhea? Oolong waved her off and said, Okay, I'll go. He shouted. Transformation. With Puar. Puar flapped his bat wings to fly towards them and mumbled, I have to hurry. Oolong flapped his bat wings to fly to catch up to Puar and cried, Hold on. With Kakarot. Yamcha stared at them through the hole and pleaded, Go, you can still make it in time. Hurry. Come on. Hurry, said Bulma hopefully. Move out. Let me see, demanded Kakarot. With Pilaf. Raising his hand up, Pilaf stared down at the dragon balls and shouted, Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish. Suddenly, the dragon balls became so bright. The sky began to turn into dark even more where you could not see the stars there. Even the full moon was covered by the black cloud. Everything was dark now. The lightning flickered down to the dragon balls. Mai and Shu were in shock. Puar and Oolong had to close their eyes to prevent the bright light from blinding them. Finally, the dragon came out of the dragon balls. Shenlong had been summoned at long last. Pilaf was so excited that the world would be fall into his hands soon. Pilaf hugged Oolong together on midair and shocked. We're too late. The dragon appeared. With Kakarot. Yamcha shocked. Oh no, they've already summoned the dragon. It's all over, said Bulma. What did you say? Shocked Kakarot. Damn it. Move. Would you? I want to see. With Pilaf. Pilaf looked up at the large dragon and sighed. At long last, the time for my wish to be granted has come. Pilaf was too nervous to make his wish to be rule of the earth. He was really excited that he would be able to rule the world soon. Oolong and Puar had to transform into their original form because it would be too late to steal the Dragon Balls. With Kakarot. Kakarot jumped on Yamcha and Bulma and complained, "Come on, let me see." With Pilaf. Shenlong stared down at Pilaf and asked, "Are you the one who summoned me?" Shenlong had horns of a stag, sharp teeth, green scaly skin, red eyes, 4 toes on each foot, a long serpentine body. His tail took up 3/4 of his length, long flowing whiskers, a long snout, crescent-shaped nostrils, and flowing green hair on his cheeks. Pilaf chuckled. "Sure am. I mean, yes, that's right." "Speak your wish," demanded Shenlong. "I shall grant you any single wish you have." Puar, Oolong, Mai, and Shu were in shocked to bear a witness the large dragon in front of them. With Kakarot. Yamcha turned around and clenched his fists. He shocked. "Damn it, is this world going to become his plaything?" Bulma frowned. "We worked so hard to get as far." With Pilaf. Oolong looked up at Shenlong and gulped. "Let's get out of here." Puar nodded in agreement with him. Pilaf chuckled. "All right, here's my wish." With Kakarot. Kakarot finally got to see what's going on outside through the hole and widened his eyes in shock. "He's huge. That's Shenlong." Bulma fell to her knees and frowned. "No, if Pilaf got wish what he wants, then I will be stuck with Kakarot forever." Yamcha went on his knees and gripped his head. He sniffed, "My dream." With Pilaf. Pilaf chuckled nervously. "I." With Kakarot. Kakarot snarled. "Damn it." He made no choice but to make another cupped hands. He shouted, "Kamehameha." He fired another Kamehameha wave at the hole, but to no avail. "No good. At the time like this, I'm so hungry that I'm out of strength. Damn it." He gripped his stomach. He shook his head and refused. "No, I am going to make my wish. I must make my wish. Damn it." Once again, he cupped his hands and shouted, "Kamehameha." He fired another Kamehameha wave. With Pilaf. Shenlong started to grow impatient and asked, "What is the matter? Say it quickly." Pilaf gulped nervously. "I." Oolong kept staring up at Shenlong and was unsure what to do, but he had no choice but to suddenly run towards them. He mumbled to himself softly, "I just need to say something before he does. Here goes." Pilaf chuckled. "I wish for world." With Kakarot. Yamcha and Bulma were in shock that Pilaf was about to make the wish. However, Kakarot fired a powerful blue streaming wave to break through the wall of the prison he and his friends were held captive in. With that, he quickly flew towards them at high speed. He shouted, "Give me an eternal." At the same time, Pilaf laughed, "I wish for world." However, Oolong pushed Pilaf down to the ground and shouted, "Gimme a pair of girls' panties." He jumped up towards Shenlong like a heroic. Kakarot shocked, "W." Just then, Shenlong's eyes began to glow red. Pilaf, Shu, Mai, and Kakarot were in shock, even Yamcha and Bulma. Then, a pair of girls' panties fell on Oolong's head. Oolong began to giggle like a pervert. With Yamcha. Yamcha cheered, "He did it. Take that, you bastard." Bulma nodded. Oolong's perverted side came in handy. Kakarot or Pilaf couldn't get what they want. With Kakarot. Pilaf clenched his fists and growled, "Why you?" Shenlong sighed, "Your wish has been granted. Fare thee well." Kakarot raised his hands up and cried, "Wait, Shenlong." Then, Shenlong disappeared thin in air as the Dragon Balls scattered over the world. He let his hands down and began to get depressed. He was really upset that he could not get eternal life anymore. All the Dragon Balls flew away. With Bulma and Yamcha. Yamcha confused, "Why are they flying away?" Bulma looked at Yamcha and sighed, "The Dragon Balls scatter all over the place again after a wish is granted." "What?" shocked Yamcha. With Kakarot. On midair, Kakarot glared down at Oolong and snarled, "Why you BB bastard? How dares you?" Oolong was laughing on about how he got pair of girls' panties. Pilaf pointed at Oolong and ordered, "Catch that pig thing." Oolong widened his eyes and gulped. Yikes! He ran away from them in fear. Mai and Sha ran after him and yelled, Come back here! Pilaf looked up at Kakarot and then looked at Bulma and Yamcha. They've gotten out. Capture them. It's executions for the lots of M. Oolong grabbed Poir to bring him and shouted, Run, Poir! However, Kakarot flew after them in attempt to capture them himself. He snarled, You're getting away from me, you fucking retard. However, he was running out of his ki, so he had to run on the ground after them. Well, that's because he was too hungry to fly anyways. Oolong glanced over his shoulder and widened his eyes in panic. Oh no! He's gaining on us. With Yamcha and Bulma. Yamcha shocked. Oh no! We've been spotted. Suddenly, the bullet fired at them, causing them to panic. Mai rapidly fired a gun at Yamcha and Bulma, and shouted, Don't move! You guys are in trouble now, said Shu. Run, said Yamcha. He and Bulma ran away from them. He realized that he did not see Kakarot anymore. He confused, Where's Kakarot? Bulma widened her eyes in shock. He looked at her. Huh? What's wrong? Oh no, Kakarot is going to kill Oolong for sure. Since Oolong just got his wish, Kakarot cannot get his wish for another year, explained Bulma. Yamcha shocked. What? Then we will have to stop Kakarot from killing Oolong. Mai looked up at them and frowned. They're planning to escape by running across the castle wall. My dog squad will take care of them, said Shu. Then he whistled to call the dog. Elsewhere in Pilaf's castle, a group of dogs ran in the hall in order to go after the group. With Poir and Oolong. Poir and Oolong stopped running and poked their heads to check if there's someone in the different hall. Let's wait for Yamcha-sama and the others, reminded Poir. Oolong looked at Poir and scowled. Don't be stupid. If Kakarot finds us, we'll be killed. Good thing that we managed to lose him for a while. He grabbed Poir into hiding. Listen, we need to get away from here for now. We'll wait for a chance to rescue them. Yeah, right. You were going to run away anyway, argued Poir. The familiar voice chuckled angrily. I found you. Oolong and Poir nervously looked around at, and that was Kakarot. How did you find us so fast? Asked Oolong. Kakarot tapped on his scouter and chuckled. Thanks to this scouter, I can track your strength, as well as your location. Never mind that. I thought I told you that you have only two choices. I trusted you that you would make my wish to Shenlong, or steal the Dragon Balls away from me, but you betrayed me anyways. You had succeeded making me anger. Poir and Oolong were so scared of Kakarot because they knew that he would kill them. I'm sorry, panicked Oolong. I'm scared, said Poir. Kakarot snickered. You should be. I'm gonna kill you after all. You chose to defy me anyways. He raised his hands up. It's not matter. Even if I get my wish granted, I will kill you anyways. He charged up the blue energy sphere around his hands. Oolong and Poir widened their eyes in panic. Suddenly, the pack of dogs emerged from the ground. Oolong widened his eyes and yelped. What? A dog? Kakarot glanced over his shoulders at a pack of dogs and sighed. But first, we will have to run. Once I deal with that bastard Pilaf and others, then your turn is next. Got it? Poir and Oolong nervously nodded. Why, yes, sir. Go now, demanded Kakarot. Oolong looked at Poir and nodded. All right, run now. Then they run away from pack of dogs. Kakarot screamed, Die, you scum dogs. He fired a blue energy sphere at them, killing a few. However, he noticed that there were like a more 100 dogs in front of him. He widened his eyes and shocked. What? There's more dogs. Shit, I don't have strength left to kill dogs. Because I'm so fucking hungry. I don't have time to cook them up. Damn it. I need to run and eat some foods to refresh my energy for now. He then ran away from the dogs. With Yamcha and Bulma. Yamcha and Bulma ran down in the hall and said, There might be more traps inside the castle, but we can't just jump down from the outer wall. Suddenly, they saw that more dogs jumped down above. Bulma shocked. A trap. I was right. This looks bad. said Yamucha. The dogs growled at them. Damn it! Let's go! He crouched down and shouted, Rogafu Fuken! He charged towards pack of dogs, and gave them a good attack to knock them out. He landed on the ground and sighed. There's no end to them. Let's get back outside. Bulma nodded. Yeah. Yamucha and she ran into the hall trying to escape the dogs. Yamucha saw more dogs and kicked a few dogs away. He shouted, Damn it! Where are you, Kakarot? He punched few More's dogs to knock them out. With Kakarot, Puar, and Oolong still ran away from the dogs. What's going to happen to us? Asked Puar. Heck if I know, replied Oolong. Kakarot glanced over his shoulder at the dogs who were still chasing them. He snarled, damn, when will they ever stop chasing us? He turned around and shouted angrily, Die! Before he could run, Oolong, Puar, and he suddenly fell down back into the building. Oolong groaned, Ouch! What the? We're back inside. We can get back outside if we turn into birds and fly out, noted Puar. Oolong sighed, Okay, here we go, Puar. Both of them shouted, Transformation! They changed into the bird. Just as they were about to fly away, two guys suddenly flew down and crushed them on the ground. Kakarot shocked, What? Yamucha got up and rubbed his head. He groaned, Get up, Kakarot. We will talk later. More importantly, we need to beat dogs first. He charged towards one of dogs and kicked him square in the jaws. He noticed other dog came to him, so he had a perfect chance to hand chop him in the neck. He dodged one of dog's attacks and punched him away. Kakarot sighed, Damn it! He was about to fight the dogs, but they saw that Mai and should jump down. Mai pointed the gun down at them. Yamucha whipped the dogs against another dogs to knock them away. But when he turned around, there were more dogs glowering at him. Not to mention that Mai pointed the gun at Bulma while she pointed the sword at Kakarot's throat. But he just realized that Pilaf stood on the fence. Later, the group ended up in another prison. This time it was 3 solid feet of steel to put a damper on any escape plans. There was a glass above. Oolong knocked the steel wall inside. There's no making any holes in this room. It's made entirely of steel. Bulma looked up at the glass and frowned. Even it's covered with tempered glass. Yamucha folded his arms and sighed. But if we don't get out of here, we can forget about collecting the Dragon Balls again because we'll be killed. Bulma frowned. There's no collecting the Dragon Balls for a while. They could see that Kakarot was starting to get angry when they mentioned the Dragon Balls. Huh? What's wrong, Kakarot? Kakarot growled. Dragon Balls. He clenched his fists. Only if, oh only if. Kakarot? Wondered Yamucha. What's wrong? Asked Oolong. Kakarot glared over his shoulder at Oolong and snarled. Only if you never wish for that useless pair of panties. I would have gotten my eternal life instead. He turned around and leisurely walked towards Oolong and Puar. You fucking bastard. Only if I get my eternal life. None of this would have happened if you obeyed me. But you just went all out. Idiot. Never mind that. I am going to kill you. Oolong crawled backward against the wall and yelped, Sorry. I made a mistake. That's all. Please don't kill me. Puar gulped. What's wrong with him? Why is he really mad? He approached Kakarot to check on him and asked, are you okay? Puar, get away from him, cried Yamucha. Get out of my way, scowled Kakarot. He backhand punched Puar and knocked him away against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Oolong cried, Puar. Yamucha ran to check up on Puar and cried, Puar. Bulma widened her eyes and shocked. He has gone insane now. Now he's going to kill all of us. Kakarot finally reached Oolong and chuckled angrily. You're dead. You heard me. I am going to kill you really slow and nice. He punched Oolong in the guts, doubled him over. Oolong fell to his knees and gripped his stomach in the pain. Bulma cried, Oolong. Then she stared at Kakarot and demanded, Kakarot, stop it. Kakarot raised his right hand and glared down at Oolong. He would never what Oolong just did make his wish a while ago. Flashback began. However, Kakarot fired a powerful blue streaming wave to break through the wall of the prison he and his friends were held captive in. With that, he quickly flew towards them at high speed. He shouted, "Give me an eternal." At the same time, Pilaf laughed, "I wish for world." However, Oolong pushed Pilaf down to the ground and shouted, "Gimme a pair of girls' panties." He jumped up towards Shenlong like a heroic. Kakarot shocked, "W." Just then, Shenlong's eyes began to glow red. Pilaf, Shu, Mai, and Kakarot were in shock, even Yamcha and Bulma. Then, a pair of girls' panties fell on Oolong's head. Oolong began to giggle like a pervert. Flashback ended. Enraged, Kakarot shouted, "Die!" He lunged at Oolong, but he got knocked away for some reason. However, he managed to drift his feet on the floor. He stared up and realized that was Yamcha. Yamcha glared at Kakarot and snarled, "How dare you hurt Poir? You'll pay for it." He crouched down to ready to fight against Kakarot. Kakarot wiped the blood off of his mouth and snickered, "Oh, do you want to die so badly? Well, if you want to, then I will glad to end your life for you." He shifted into his battle stance and began to smirk. Chapter 9. Great Ape Transformation. Pilaf's Castle. Kakarot and Yamcha stared at each other to prepare to fight each other again. Oolong struggled to pull himself up, but he could not stand up. So he had to lift his head to check what's going on between Kakarot and Yamcha. Poir was still unconscious. Bulma widened her eyes and shocked, "Yamcha-sama, Kakarot." Yamcha crouched down and raised his fists in a wolf stance, while Kakarot shifted into his own stance. They were staring at each other very slowly. They could not even blink even a single eye, or they would be whopping ass by either of them. They were about to fight each other because Kakarot lost his patience with Oolong. Yamcha could not believe that Kakarot would knock Poir out cold, or even plan to kill Oolong just because the piggy stole his wish. They had been staring at each other for a while. None of them even made a first move, but Kakarot had enough of waiting to make a first move, so he decided to make a first move. Suddenly, Kakarot charged towards Yamcha and punched him, but the bandit thief raised his arm to block the attack. Yamcha returned the punch at him, but Kakarot blocked it with one of his arms. Then, Kakarot attempted to kick him in the face. However, Yamcha caught his leg. Kakarot shocked, "W what?" Yamcha gripped his leg, and then spun him around like a few times before hurling him to the wall. But Kakarot managed to spin and slammed his feet on the wall in order to prevent himself from knocking against the wall before charging back at Yamcha. Kakarot pulled his fists and shouted, "Damn you bastard!" He attempted to deliver a powerful punch, but Yamcha ducked his head down. He widened his eyes shocked, "W, what the fuck?" Then Yamcha jumped to roundhouse kick him. Kakarot back flipped away just in time to dodge the attack. The moment Yamcha landed on the ground, he quickly charged towards him, but Kakarot charged at him as well. Then, they grabbed each other's hands and now struggled in a lock, despite them trying to get best of them, but none of them could win in a struggle mode. Kakarot glared up at Yamcha and growled, "Why don't you just leave me alone? I was going to kill Oolong." "No," Yamcha refused. "I refuse to let you go, because I am not going to let you kill us. I will beat you to a pulp." He suddenly heard Kakarot laughing. "What's so funny, Kakarot?" Kakarot snickered. "Here I thought you were just a mere thief bandit who even threatened to kill all of us once. What's gotten over you? You changed all of the sudden. What happens to you? You must have gotten soft over this woman." "What?" hissed Yamcha. "Never mind that. Since I can no longer receive immorality from Shenlong, I am going to kill all of you as well as wiping all of Earthlings. Well, actually, once I surpass Mutant Rashi, then I will begin my mission. Once I am done with my mission, I will go back to home of the Saiyan, planet Vegeta, so we can sell Earth to whatever his name is alien for high price," said Kakarot. Yamcha shocked, "Why, you what? Then why the hell you're with Bulma and others?" Kakarot scoffed, "Fuck you. I am not going to tell you why I am with Bulma. I am only using Bulma and Oolong. You'd expect me to be on the same side with them. Did you? Fuck that." "I can't believe it," shocked Yamcha. Suddenly, Kakarot gripped his hands harder and forced him to fall to his knees. Yamcha screamed, H. Kakarot laughed. Serves you right. That's what you get for underestimating me. I am going to break your hands nice and slowly until you can no longer move your hands freely. Then I shall slay you afterward. He gripped Yamcha's fists tighter and tighter. Yamcha screamed, H. He glared up at jerk young Saiyan and groaned, Damn it! I can't do anything to him. Now my hands are going to break soon. Fuck that cruel kid. Kakarot placed his right foot on Yamcha's face to push him in order to pull his hands. He could hear that Yamcha screamed in pain. He chuckled, Or I can maim your hand off. Just hurry up and die, would you? Poir finally woke up from unconscious, but he saw that Kakarot gripped Yamcha's hand harder. He shocked, Yamcha-sama. Kakarot looked around at Poir and chuckled, Oh, you finally woke up? Well, you're going to watch your friend die soon unless you want to save him. Poir did not know what to do. He did not know what's happening to Kakarot. Bulma was freaky out and did not know what to do since Kakarot was going to kill her future boyfriend. She frowned. Why? Is Yamcha really a weakling? He could not even fight Kakarot well? But they forgot that we are trapped in this building. He wanted to kill us because of that stupid Dragon Balls. He has an obsession with the Dragon Balls because he wants eternal life. She widened her eyes and realized, that's it, Dragon Balls. Kakarot chuckled. Or I can shove my feet in your face to behead you. How about it? Yamcha did not respond anything to him. He shouted angrily, Die! He lifted his foot to prepare to kill Yamcha. Yamcha widened his eyes and shocked. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Damn it. But Bulma suddenly stood up and cried, Stop, Kakarot. Kakarot stopped and looked around at her. He chuckled, Don't worry. Once Yamcha dies, your turn is next. Just wait here. Bulma shook her head and frowned. You idiot! Do you really think that the Dragon Balls won't be here forever? Huh? Confused Kakarot. He released Yamcha off of his hands and turned around at Bulma. What do you mean? Yamcha clenched his fists in pain and groaned, Damn it! My hands! Poir went to Yamcha and cried, Are you okay, Yamcha-sama? Yamcha groaned, Why, yeah, I'm okay. Tell me, woman, demanded Kakarot. Bulma sighed. Apparently, it takes a year or more after a wish is granted for the 7 balls to turn back into Dragon Balls. In other words, they remain ordinary stone balls for a full year. You can always look for them again in next year. Yamcha stared up at Bulma and panted heavily, A full year! However, Kakarot was in shock at first, but he began to smirk and chuckled. Oh, really? I'm relieved to hear that. Well, in that case, I am going to wait for next year and then I can get them all. You should be grateful because I'm going to spare your life. I'm going to get an eternal life next year. He began to laugh manically. Bulma sighed with relief and thought, That was close. That was close. If I did not blurt it out, then Yamcha-sama would have been dead already by now. Suddenly, they heard the voice shouted, Hey, there. Kakarot stopped laughing and looked up at the intercom. How dare you get in the way of my plans for world domination? I'm going to put every one of you to death. But don't worry. Savagery isn't my thing. I'm going to kill you all nice and slowly. I assume you've noticed that the ceiling is made of glass. The afternoon sun here is intense and scorching hot. The inside of that room will be a lot like a toaster oven. Shrivel up and die painfully. I look forward to tomorrow. Yamcha growled. Damn it! So that's his plan. Bulma shocked. Now what? I don't have any suntan oil. My skin. Oolong looked up at Bulma and deadpanned. You sure don't act like you're about to die. I'm too young to dry up and turn into a mummy, complained Bulma. I don't want to be a roast pig, panicked Oolong. My dream of getting married, disappointed Yamcha. Poir hopped on the ground and said, I need to go pee. Kakarot muttered angrily, I don't have enough power to destroy it because I'm too fucking hungry. With Pilaf. Pilaf watched all of them except Kakarot panicked in fear. He chuckled. That's what you get. Scream, yell, cry. With Kakarot and others. Yamcha repeatedly punched on the wall and groaned. I refuse to die here, even with my injured hands. Kakarot kept firing a Kamehameha, but it was not enough power to destroy the steel wall. Come on, you can do it, encouraged Bulma. Kakarot scowled. I told you I don't have enough power to destroy them because I'm too fucking hungry. You retard woman. Don't call me a retard ever again. You almost killed Yamcha and Oolong, argued Bulma. With Pilaf. Pilaf laughed. It's pointless for them to struggle. The walls are made from 300mm thick reinforced steel, and not even a cannon could crack the super-tempered glass ceiling. With Kakarot. Yamcha fell to his knees and frowned. It's hopeless. It's impossible to get out of here. With Pilaf. Pilaf laughed. Only death awaits those who get in Pilaf-sama's way. He continued to laugh manically. Later. Pilaf stacked up the poker house while he was holding a cup of coffee. He chuckled. They're all done. Well, it's night now. What do you say we hit the hay? Shu and Mai nodded. Yes, sire. The sun tomorrow will be hot. 1,000,000,000 times hotter than this coffee, said Pilaf. He turned the coffee upside down to spill it on the poker. He looked up at the full moon and laughed. I can't wait until noon. With Kakarot. Kakarot was resting against the wall and stared at depressed Bulma, Oolong, and Yamcha. Oolong frowned. We're gonna die in here. To put it bluntly, I hate dying, complained Bulma. Oolong glared up at Yamcha and scowled. Everyone hates dying. He looked up and noticed that Puar was staring up at the full moon. Puar, what are you doing there? Puar smiled. I'm looking at the moon. Oolong frowned. How can you say something so carefree at a time like this? Puar looked down at Oolong and pointed up at the moon. It's a beautiful full moon tonight, Oolong. He stared up at the full moon and said happily, I want to see something pretty before I die. Don't say that, it's bad luck, scowled Oolong. Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. A full moon. A really big monster comes out on nights when there's a full moon. Bulma scoffed. Yeah, right? Don't tell me it's a werewolf. Stop wasting your time saying stupid things and figure a way out of here. Kakarot frowned. I'm not lying. Gohan died when it stepped on him and squished him flat. Yamcha shocked. What? You mean the martial arts expert, Son Gohan? That must be one strong monster. Kakarot nodded. Yeah, it demolished our house and a whole bunch of trees. What kind of monster was it exactly? Asked Oolong. Kakarot folded his arms and sighed. Well, when someone looks up at the full moon, they transformed into a great ape. Yamcha shocked. You can't be serious. Kakarot nodded. Yeah, a great ape who crushed Gohan to death. He stared at them and frowned. Was me. Bulma, Oolong, Puar, and Yamcha were in shock. Bulma shocked. What? Wait, I got an idea, said Kakarot. I am going to transform into a great ape. Yamcha widened his eyes and shocked. Wait a minute. Why, you can't be serious. Please don't look at that moon, panicked Bulma. Kakarot sighed. Don't worry. Before I can transform into a great ape, I am going to tell you. Once I transform into a great ape, you must run away. You cannot come back because there's high chance of you getting stomped to death just like I did to Gohan. I am going to change into a great ape because I'm going to save you. That's not because I want to save you, but because I'm going to use you sometimes later in next year. But please do not come back until the sun rises the next day. I can't promise that I won't attack you, since I could not control in my great ape form. Got it? Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar only replied with their head nods. He smiled. All right, be prepared to run away. The moment he looked up at the full moon, his eye pupils suddenly turned into pink eyes. He could feel that his heart began to beat at a rapid rate. Oolong shocked. Hey Kakarot, what's the matter? Bulma frowned. Obviously, he's going to change into a great ape, idiot. Suddenly, Kakarot's eyes turned into a white blank. His body had become bigger and bigger. Yamcha, Bulma, Puar, and Oolong were in shock. Kakarot's teeth turned into sharp fangs. All of his body became fur of apes. His eyes turned into red. Finally, he grew bigger and bigger in a size, but it's odd that he still had an armor. His armor was not being destroyed at all. When he became taller and taller, his head went up onto the tempered glass and began to shatter. With Pilaf, Mai and Shu suddenly woke up because they could feel an earthquake. Shu yawned. "Keep it down. I can't sleep." "What could they be making so much noise for?" confused Mai. With Great Ape Kakarot. Kakarot finally fully transformed into a great ape and punched some castle to destroy almost as if he was out of control. He roared ferociously. He slapped some of castles and nearly stomped Bulma and others to death, but they managed to dodge. He attacked more to destroy the castle. Just then, he walked away from Bulma and others to look for something to destroy more. Yamcha shocked. "Hey, the cell's been smashed open. Just like Kakarot say, we have to escape." Kakarot roared even more noisy where others could hear them from afar. With Pilaf. Pilaf sat up and rubbed his eyes. He yawned. "It's no noisy, I can't get any sleep." He glared at Mai and Shu and demanded, "Make them be quiet." He pulled the blanket over him and returned to sleep again. However, Great Ape Kakarot grabbed and destroyed their roof, which had startled Shu and Mai. He glared down at them and roared loudly. However, while Pilaf was sleeping, he scowled angrily. "Hey, shut up. I can't sleep." Mai shocked. "Pilaf-sama." Finally, Pilaf sat up and rubbed his eyes again, trying to wake himself up. However, when he looked up at the Great Ape, he widened his eyes in panic. The Great Ape punched down onto the more roof of the castle as the debris of roof fell down onto them. Pilaf jumped on Mai's bed and demanded, "Where'd he come from? Get rid of him." Mai gulped. "Why, yes, sire." She threw the pillow at the Great Ape and snarled, "You big dummy." Shu threw the green slippers at the Great Ape and yelled, "Get out of here." They had no choice but to throw objects that were in the bedroom at the giant ape, such as pillows, slippers, and lamps. Obviously, this had no effect on the monster. "You idiots," Pilaf scowled. "You think that would stop this monster?" Enraged, the Great Ape delivered a downward punch to them, but they managed to dodge it as their room was being destroyed. They evaded every singe of Great Ape Kakarot's attack attempts. The ape then continued to destroy the castle and chased the trio. With Bulma and others, Yamcha climbed up and got on the top of Broken Castle. "Okay, now's our chance. Hurry up," said Yamcha. Bulma finally pulled herself on the top of Broken Castle and grumbled, "You could at least give me a hand here." Yamcha gulped. "Well, Bulma scowled. "Come on, hurry up. I don't care if your hands are broken. Just grab me already." However, an impatient Oolong pushed Bulma as she fell down to the ground. Pilaf, Shu, and Mai versus Great Ape Kakarot. Mai, Shu, and Pilaf ran down on the stair to run away from the giant ape. "Let's escape by plane," said Mai. She got in the plane and pushed the button trying to start it, but it won't work. Pilaf got in behind Mai and panicked. "What are you doing? Hurry and get us out of here." "Something's wrong with the engine," said Mai. Pilaf shocked. "What?" The Great Ape Kakarot continued to destroy the castle like a crazy. Shu finally got in the plane next to Pilaf. "Get us out of here," demanded Pilaf. "I can't. The engine won't start," replied Mai. But the engine would not start at all. The Great Ape punched, kicked, double-axe-handled, and elbowed smashed onto the castle, shattering it. He turned around at Pilaf and others. Then he beat his fists on his own chests. Pilaf widened his eyes and cried, "We're going to die. Hurry." Finally, the plane's engine worked. Mai cheered. It started. She pushed the pedal to move the plane. She pulled the wheel and shouted, "Come on." Finally, the plane took off to the sky. "We did it." Pilaf and Shu cheered. "Hooray!" The Great Ape punched more castles to destroy it yet again. With Bulma and others, Yamucha, Oolong, Puar, and Bulma were all trying to run from the castle, but Bulma ended up tripping and spraining her ankle. Yamucha ran to her and cried, "Are you all right?" Oolong ran to her and cried, "Get up!" Bulma glanced over his shoulder at her ankle and growled, "My leg!" Oolong tried to pull her up and said, "Here, grab my shoulder." But he could not because she was too heavy for him enough to carry him. He glared over his shoulder at Yamucha and frowned. "Stop standing there and help me." Yamucha waved him off and frowned. "No, well, you see." Then he thought, "I can't touch girls." He suddenly saw that the great ape Kakarot was after them. "Hurry up and help me," demanded Oolong. "We gotta get out of here." Yamucha clenched his fists and growled, "Damn it!" The great ape roared angrily. "Let's go." He had to get over his fear of women and grabbed Bulma, Oolong, and Puar get away to safety before the great ape could stomp on them. Bulma was in shock that Yamucha actually helped her. Pilaf, Mai, and Shua versus Great Ape Kakarot. The plane flew up above the great ape, while Pilaf was watching Great Ape destroying the castle. He hissed, "Why you? That castle took me years of blood and sweat to build. You'll pay for this." He looked at Mai and demanded, "Turn back, Mai." I said turn back. I refuse to let that monster get away with destroying my castle. Shu shocked. "But Pilaf-sama." Mai frowned. "We finally managed to escape." Pilaf scowled. "Silence. Just shut up and do as I say." Mai nodded. "Yes, sire." She turned the plane around and flew towards the great ape. With Bulma and others, Yamucha ran around the broken wall to hide. He breathed hyperventilation because he was actually holding the woman. He sighed, "Looks like I managed to get us out of there." Bulma looked up at Yamucha and smiled. "Yeah, think you could let me down now?" Yamucha widened his eyes and quickly dropped Bulma, Puar, and Oolong. Bulma began to blush. Yamucha began to blush and shocked. "I held a girl, and was just fine." Pilaf, Mai, and Shua versus Great Ape Kakarot. The plane hovered around the great ape. "All right, fire," shouted Pilaf. Their plane started shooting Kakarot, but seemed to have no effect on him. With Bulma and others, Bulma, Yamucha, Puar, and Oolong looked up at the great ape Kakarot who took a lot of bullet from the plane. Bulma cried, "Kakarot!" "Hey, let's get out of here," said Yamucha. However, Bulma was not sure if she should leave Kakarot to die or not. She began to worry about Kakarot even though he was being cruel to them. They watched the plane kept shooting at Great Ape. "Kakarot! Who cares? He's getting shot up pretty bad. Let's say we leave him to die," said Oolong. Pilaf, Mai, and Shua versus Great Ape Kakarot. Pilaf shouted angrily, "Fire! Fire!" The plane continued to shot Kakarot in the back. Not just his back, but also his tail. The great ape's face turned into a red and began to get angry. He roared angrily. The great ape tried to backhand punch the plane, but it flew away just in time to dodge. The plane flew around the great ape who tried to catch it or destroy it, but failed to do so. Pilaf gulped. "He's angry all of a sudden. Can you handle him?" Mai shocked. "It's having no effect on him." Pilaf growled, "Curses! You leave me no choice. Launch the special Pilaf missile." Mai nodded. "Right." Then she locked the missile onto the great ape. 3, 2, 1. Launch! The plane then brought out a heat-seeking missile towards the great ape Kakarot. With Bulma and others, Bulma cried, "Kakarot! What are you waiting for? Why are you worrying about him? He had done a cruel to us awfully. Let him die. Let's go," demanded Oolong. Pilaf, Shu, and Mai versus Great Ape Kakarot. The seeking missile flew towards the great ape Kakarot and knocked him out. Shu cheered, "We did it." Mai and Pilaf began to rejoice happily. Bulma, Yamucha, Oolong, and Puar were in shock. Finally, the great ape fell backward on the ground. Bulma was in greatly shocked. Pilaf looked down at the great ape and laughed. "Now do you see just how scary I can be?" With Bulma and others, Bulma shocked. Is Kakarot dead? Poor shocked. Kakarot. Yamcha sighed. Serves him right. He deserves a death for hurting my hands. Let's go, guys. Just as Oolong, Poir, and he walked away, but Yamcha noticed that Bulma was really upset right now. Bulma? Bulma shocked. Kakarot. Oolong frowned. Come on, Bulma. He almost killed us. He humiliated you and beaten you up almost every day. Yet you still will give him a chance. If you give him a chance, then you must be stupid. There's fucking no way I'm gonna give him a chance. Not after what he did to us. He treated us like we're his slaves. He tried to kill us here. He even hit Poir and broke Yamcha's hands in the process. So are you thinking of give him a chance? Aren't you, Bulma? Yeah, he's right. If we saved him, he might have a chance to kill us next year. It's time to teach him a lesson. He needs to die, agreed Yamcha. Shut up, snarled Bulma. Yamcha and Oolong shocked. Be Bulma. Bulma clenched her fists and frowned. Did you see Kakarot's face when he mentioned that he stomped Gohan to death? Yamcha sighed. So, what about it? But suddenly, he widened his eyes and remembered what Kakarot's face looked like when he mentioned he crushed Gohan to death. Flashback began. Kakarot nodded. Yeah, a great ape who crushed Gohan to death. He stared at them and frowned. Was me. Bulma, Oolong, Poir, and Yamcha were in shock. Bulma shocked. What? Flashback ended. Bulma frowned. That face, when he mentioned that, it was almost sounds like he did not kill his grandpa on purpose. It seems to me that he killed his grandpa accidentally. He probably never wanted to kill his grandpa. Yamcha shocked. But he says that he always wanted to kill his grandpa, so he had to become Great Ape in order to kill him. Bulma shook her head and sighed. I am not sure, but that was probably a lie. Oolong shocked. What do you mean? Bulma frowned. Well, I am not sure, but I'm going to say my theory. I think Kakarot had gone insane when he found out that he accidentally killed his grandpa. After his grandpa died, he was a lone wolf, so he could not live without his grandpa. He probably changed a lot right after that. That's my theory. Yamcha frowned. But he probably acted in order to trick you. Bulma looked up at the plane which went down to the Great Ape and declared, even if he acted or not, I am going to try to change him. I want to change his heart. She looked around at them and pleaded, please, give him a chance and save him. Yamcha widened his eyes and bared his teeth. He did not know what to do. Should he let Pilaf and others to kill Kakarot or save him? He could not make that decision. He clenched his fist. He began to think whether or not to save him. Pilaf, Shu and Mai versus Great Ape Kakarot. Pilaf, Shu, and Mai stood next to unconscious Great Ape. That's what you get, gloated Pilaf. But where do you think he came from? Wondered Shu. Pilaf glanced over his shoulder at Shu and frowned. Don't ask me, he chuckled. All that I know for sure is that I was stronger than this monster. He glared up at the Great Ape and growled. He completely destroyed the castle I spent years building. This totally sucks. Enraged, Pilaf began to kick the Great Ape's giant hand. Then he began jumping up and down on his tail. However, Shu and Mai then recognized that the ape's hands were starting to twitch and cowered in fear. Pilaf-sama. The Great Ape lifted his head and glared down at Pilaf. Pilaf turned his head around and immediately saw that the Great Ape was staring down at him. He widened his eyes in panic. Shu, Mai, and Pilaf began to run away while Great Ape Kakarot chased them, who then got back in their plane and tried to escape. With Bulma and others. Bulma cried happily, Kakarot! Pilaf, Shu, and Mai versus Great Ape Kakarot. Pilaf, Shu, and Mai indeed did fly off, but Kakarot picked up and threw a tower at the plane, causing it to crash. With Bulma and others. However, Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong, and Poir realized that the tower went down to them. They widened his eyes. They had to run away in order to get away from the tower. Look out! Shocked Yamcha. The tower crashed onto the ground as the plane crashed down on the ground, causing a small explosion. Boom! With Pilaf, Shumai and Pilaf fell down on the ground and was burned because of explosion, but that was strange because they actually survived it. Pilaf puzzled. What was that thing? The debris of tower fell down on his head. Yamucha, Oolong and Poir versus Great Ape Kakarot. Yamucha was on his butt and looked up at the destroyed tower. He sighed with relief and said, "That was close." Oolong scowled. "That's why I said we should leave that stupid Kakarot to die." Yamucha looked up at the Great Ape Kakarot and frowned. "But Bulma said she wanted us to save Kakarot. But there's no getting through to Kakarot in his current state. But that won't do it. We need to get even further away from him." "Let's hurry," said Oolong. "Yeah," agreed Yamucha. Before Oolong, Poir, and he could leave them, Bulma cried, "Wait!" They looked around at her and found her stuck under another tower of Pilaf's castle. "I'm stuck." Yamucha shocked. "Are you all right?" He rushed to the tower and tried to lift it up, but it was too heavy for him. "No good. It won't even budge." Bulma widened her eyes and shocked. "You can't be serious." However, they saw that Great Ape Kakarot was rushing at them at a rapid rate. Oolong's eyes almost popped out comically and shocked. "He's coming this way." "What?" shocked Yamucha. Poir went and hugged Yamucha from the behind. He cried, "Yamucha-sama." All of them desperately tried to move the tower out of Bulma, but it was still too heavy for them. But they noticed that Great Ape Kakarot was coming closer and closer to them. Oolong hopped around and panicked. "It's too late." Yamucha worked all of his strength up and managed to lift the tower up. "It's up." Oolong ran to her and cried, "Hurry!" Finally, Bulma crawled out of the tower that she was stuck under it. Then they began to run away from Great Ape Kakarot, who was chasing them. However, Great Ape Kakarot stomped on the ground, allowing Bulma to jump up into the air. Then he grabbed Bulma's shirt. "Bulma!" cried Yamucha. Bulma struggled to break free off of Great Ape Kakarot and panicked. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go." He lifted Bulma up and opened his mouth widely, almost as if he was going to eat her. She screamed until she passed out. Yamucha shocked. "What should we do?" Poir looked at Yamucha and mentioned, "I know, Yamucha-sama. Wasn't his tail his weakness?" "That's right," realized Yamucha. He stared at the large tail. Then Great Ape Kakarot started to lick her, seemingly intent on eating her. He crouched down and raised his hands. He shouted, "Rogafu Fuken." He used his power to break the castle and made a sword out of stone. He jumped towards Kakarot's tail and tried to cut off Kakarot's tail. This had no effect, however. The sword shattered to pieces because it was not sharp enough to cut the tail off. The Great Ape Kakarot glared down at Yamucha and tried to attack him with the tail. Yamucha then grabbed on to Kakarot's tail. However, Great Ape Kakarot's face started to turn into red and hopped around in order to try to get off Yamucha. But Bulma suddenly woke up and began to panic because Kakarot moved his arms around. Oolong and Poir ran towards them. Poir cried, "Yamucha-sama." They too grabbed on to Kakarot's tail. Kakarot began to feel the weakness because they grabbed the tail. Yamucha looked at Poir and ordered, "Now, Poir, turn into a pair of scissors and cut his tail off. He might pass out." Poir shouted, "Transformation." He turned into a pair of scissors and went to the tail. He shouted, "Snip, snip." He then cut it off as the tail fell down on the ground with Yamucha and Oolong. Then Kakarot dropped Bulma and was in shock because his tail had been cut off. He was in great pain. Yamucha, Bulma, Poir, and Oolong watched Kakarot carefully. Finally, he shrunk down back to his normal, where he ended up unconscious. Oolong was holding the monkey tail and shocked. He turned back to normal. They stared down at unconscious Kakarot. With Pilaf. Pilaf growled, "That brat was behind this. Damn him. We should have finished them off last night." I sighed. The castle is ruined beyond repair. The only option is to rebuild from scratch. Pilaf shocked. "What? It's hopeless." He hopped around and complained, "This sucks. That castle took me years to build." He cried like a crybaby. Then he spotted 2 pistol guns on the ground. He chuckled. These are all we need. He handed them to Shu and Mai. Okay. Pay close attention, you two. Mai and Shu nodded. Yes, sire. Pilaf chuckled. They're feeling relieved now that it's all over. Plus, that monster boy is completely exhausted. We can't let this chance pass us up. Shu smiled. Kill them, right? Mai nodded. And no more monsters either. Pilaf pointed over yonder and commanded. Okay, kill the lot of them. Let's go. Let's go. Then Mai and Shu ran on way to Kakarot and others. But Pilaf then ran in the other direction and, when Shu and Mai saw this, Shu shocked. Pilaf-sama, where are you going? Are you running away? Asked Mai. While Pilaf was running away, he glanced over his shoulders at them and scowled. You idiots! I'm not running away. I'm leaving them to you. I just don't want to be involved with them anymore. But Mai and Shu decided to run away with Pilaf as well and cried, Pilaf-sama! With Kakarot and others. Yamcha glared down at unconscious Kakarot and sighed. Puar, transform into sword please. Puar nodded. Transformation. He changed into the blade. Yamcha grabbed the sword and walked over to Kakarot. He glared down at him and sighed. You sure give us a hell of hard work. Now it's time for you to die. He lifted his sword and pointed it down at Kakarot. That's for hurting all of us, you scumbag. But Bulma suddenly got in front of Yamcha and raised his hands up to block him. Don't. Please don't do this. Yamcha shocked. Be Bulma. What are you doing? I'm going to kill him for sake of this planet. That's what I'm doing. Now move. No. I told you that I'm going to change him, didn't I? Reminded Bulma. Oolong frowned. Why do you keep doing like that? Open your eyes. Can't you see that he had been done a cruel to us? There's no way you can change his hearts because it's impossible to do that. I don't care. It doesn't matter how much impossible for me to change him. But someday I will. That might take many years and years to change him. I can only hope that someone else or I can change him. I know that he had done a cruel to us up until now. Please not kill Kakarot. I can prove that he's going to change someday. It doesn't matter how many years he will be able to change. Maybe a week later, month later, or year later. Or maybe 5 years later. Or maybe 15 years later. I don't care. As long as I work hard to change him, then that should be fine. So, please not kill him, begged Bulma. Oolong and Yamcha were in shock. Yamcha shocked. Why, you? Then he finally let his sword down and sighed. Puar, change back. So Puar did turn back into his original form. Fine. You better not regret it later. Yamcha-sama, said Puar softly. Bulma smiled. Thank you, Yamcha-sama. Chapter 10. Kakarot's Decision. Next morning, Oolong stared down at Kakarot and grumbled. We almost died 'cause of this kid. Yamcha sighed. Don't say that. It was thanks to Kakarot that we're still alive. He stared down at Bulma and sighed. You better change him someday. Bulma sat on the ground against the tree and nodded. Yeah, I am going to change him someday. But he was really sad when he mentioned that he trampled his grandpa. But he doesn't want to admit that he accidentally killed Grandpa. Flashback began. A really big monster comes out on nights when there's a full moon. I'm not lying. Gohan died when it stepped on him and squished him flat. When someone looks up at the full moon, they transformed into a great ape. He frowned. A great ape who crushed Gohan to death was me. Flashback ended. Bulma frowned. I can't believe it was true. But what the fuck is he, anyway? I don't understand what the fuck is Saiyan anyways, said Oolong. Yamcha chuckled. But with his tail cut off, I doubt he'll turn into the monster anymore. Oolong nodded. Yeah, that's true. Bulma stared at Kakarot and smiled. And yet he looks so cute when he's asleep. Oolong stared at Kakarot and shocked. How could you say like that? Then he saw that Kakarot finally opened his eyes. He shocked. He's awake. Kakarot finally sat up and groaned. Arg! Then he looked at Oolong. Oolong put his hand in his pocket and sighed. Morning. Kakarot sighed. Morning, piggy. But he felt something not right. He widened his eyes and remembered what he told them. Flashback began. Kakarot sighed. Don't worry. Before I can transform into a great ape, I am going to tell you. Once I transform into a great ape, you must run away. You cannot come back because there's high chance of you getting stomped to death just like I did to Gohan. I am going to change into a great ape because I'm going to save you. That's not because I want to save you, but because I'm going to use you sometimes later in next year. But please do not come back until the sun rises the next day. I can't promise that I won't attack you, since I could not control in my great ape form. Got it? Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar only replied with their head nods. He smiled. All right, be prepared to run away. Flashback ended. Kakarot quickly stood up and shocked. Why aren't you guys running away? Why did you not run away when I turned into a great ape? Yamcha folded his arms and sighed. You don't remember a thing? No. Kakarot shook his head and replied. I don't remember what happened when I was a great ape. Puar was still snoring sounds nice and peaceful. However, when Kakarot took a step, he suddenly fell backward on the ground. Huh? What's the matter? Confused Oolong. Kakarot shocked. What? I can't stand upright for some reason. Yamcha chuckled. Your balance must have changed now that your tail's gone. You'll get used to it soon enough. Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. What did you say? My tail's gone. He glanced over his shoulder at his own butt and stood up. It's gone. My tail's fucking gone. He glared up at Yamcha and Bulma. Who the fuck cut my tail? It's fucking gone. My tail's fucking gone. Tell me who the fuck cut my tail. That was my fucking precious tail. I demand you to answer me. Yamcha frowned. Well, I told Puar to cut the tail for you. Why do you get angry if your tail is gone anyways? However, Kakarot was starting to get angrier and angrier. He clenched his fists and growled, Why? Yamcha raised his eyebrows and puzzled, Huh? Kakarot clenched his fists tighter and shouted angrily, You bastard! He suddenly punched Yamcha in the guts, doubled him over. Next, he punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Bulma and Puar cried, Why, Yamcha-sama? Oolong folded his arms and frowned. I knew it! That's why we should kill him. But Bulma just fucked up last night anyways. Kakarot bared his teeth and said angrily, I trusted you. I trusted you that you would be away from me. I gave you a chance to live, so I had to work my ass off to save you guys. But you fucked it up. He raised his right hand at Yamcha and charged up the blue energy in his hand. You're fucking dumbass. Nobody will live to tell a tale after someone cut my tail. That means you and all of you will be killed by me in an instant. You're going to regret that you cut my tail off. You have managed to make me really mad for a first time since that incident. Yamcha glared up at Kakarot and snarled, Why? Bulma raised her eyebrows and puzzled. That incident? It could be, but she realized that Kakarot was going to kill Yamcha with his blue energy sphere. She cried, Wait, Kakarot! Kakarot glared over his shoulder at Bulma and scowled. What do you mean, bitch? You're disturbing me. Bulma frowned. Do not call me bitch ever again. You should be grateful that I asked Yamcha and others to spare your life last night. Kakarot shocked. What? But why do you want to spare me? You could have a chance to finish me off while I was unconscious. Why didn't you? I could not tell him that I spare him because I want to change him. How can I tell him? Thought Bulma. She sighed. Because I wanted to. I wanted to spare you your life. That's all. I don't think there's a necessary to kill you. However, Kakarot did not like how Bulma asked Yamcha to spare him just because she wanted to. His pride had been shattered by her. His pride. He did not really like that someone like Bulma wounded his pride. Frustrated, Kakarot moved his arm to Bulma, where he was still charging up the blue energy sphere around his hand. Yamcha and Oolong shocked. Be Bulma! However, Kakarot noticed that Bulma was no longer afraid of him for some reason or whatsoever. She did not even move at all. She would stare at him with all of her courage. He widened his eyes and shocked. What? Since when she is not afraid of me anymore? And where did her courage come from? Why can't I kill her? He stared down at his own right arm and noticed that his right arm was shaking. Why is my arm shaking? What's wrong? She stared at Bulma again and widened his eyes. He remembered how much he spent a lot of time with her. But not just her. He also remembered how much he spent more time with Yamcha and others. Flashback began. On his way home dragging the fish, Kakarot heard the noise very distant behind him and wondered, "What's that noise?" He spotted a car and got over by it. He got knocked against the tree. Bulma shut her eyes down and shocked. "I hit him." But when she opened her eyes and saw that Kakarot stood with the fish looking pissed off, she shocked, "He's alive." Kakarot glared at the girl and growled, "Damn you, woman, who do you think you're doing?" Later. What's your name?" asked Bulma. Kakarot sighed. "My name is Kakarot. What about you?" Bulma sighed. "Bulma." Later somewhere. Bulma simply nodded and ran behind the tree. Goku hung his arms behind his head. Suddenly, he heard her screaming, so he had to follow her screaming. But when he checked what's behind the rock, he spotted a fearsome pterodactyl seizing her. The pterodactyl looked down at Kakarot and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Kakarot. Let her go before I kill you right here," threatened Kakarot. The pterodactyl laughed loudly. "Kill me, you say? Yeah, right. Like you brat would kill me." Kakarot smirked. "Wanna prove?" "Sure, you're going to die," said the pterodactyl. It went to lunge at Kakarot with its tail. However, Kakarot caught it and smirked. "No, you're the one who is going to die." Then he opened his palm at it and fired the blast, completely annihilated it. Bulma was dropped to the ground. He glared down at her and scowled. "Hurry up and finish your urinating. I don't have time for babysitting you." Later, Capsule House. Bulma opened the door and confused. "What? Who are you talking to?" Then she looked down at the turtle. "Oh, it's a turtle? But isn't this a sea turtle? What's it doing all the way out here?" The turtle frowned. "Sorry to impose, but could I possibly have some salt water? With some seaweed, too, if possible." Then Bulma went to find the salt water for the turtle. Later, she finally got out of the door and gave the turtle a bucket of seawater. The turtle finished drinking whole seawater. The turtle sighed. "Despite being a sea turtle, I came to pick mushrooms, and in doing so I inadvertently strayed from the others and lost my way. I have been wandering for the past year in search of the ocean," said the turtle. "The ocean, you say? You've been going in the exact opposite direction, and you've come really far for a turtle," sighed Bulma. She went to pick the ma up. "Here. It's about 120 kilometers south of here." The turtle shocked. 120 kilometers? Then he sighed. "Oh well, I will give you my reward. If you bring me all the way back to the ocean safety, then you will meet my master. His name is Mutant Rashi." Kakarot widened his eyes and stared down at the turtle. "Did you say Mutant Rohis?" The turtle nodded. "Yes, that's right. Once you drop me off at the beach, I will get Mutant Rashi back." Kakarot smirked. "Fine. I will carry you all the way back to ocean." The turtle smiled. "Thanks so much." Later, the turtle came back with Mutant Rashi standing on the back and smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Mutant Rashi greeted. "Hello. Good afternoon. I hear you rescued came here. I'm the turtle hermit." He looked down at Rashi and asked, "Which one helped you now?" The turtle pointed at Kakarot and smiled. "The young." Rashi walked to Kakarot and took a good look at him. He nodded. "I see. Thanks for the help. In return for your kindness, I shall give you an excellent present." Then he cupped his mouth and shouted, "Come to me, Kintoan." The yellow cloud was flying around them and suddenly stopped next to Rashi and others. "This is a Kintoan. I'm giving it to you. If you ride this, you can fly freely through the sky, but people with impure thoughts can't ride on it. In other words, you have to be a good person." Kakarot smirked. "I'll try getting on it." Then he jumped and fell through the cloud. "What?" Rashi sighed. "Unfortunately, that kid couldn't ride on cloud." Then he looked at Bulma and asked, "Could you try to get on the cloud?" Bulma smirked. "Sure. I am a beautiful girl after all. I'm a good person. She went to jump on the cloud, but she fell through the cloud. She shocked. Why? Is being too beautiful a sin? Kakarot laughed. Looks like you are not a pure heart at all. Rashi sighed. You're not a pure heart after all. I guess I can give you something else instead. But only if you show me your panties. Bulma and Kakarot shocked. Pee panties. Bulma blushed. Sure, I think I can do that. Suddenly she lifted her dress only to reveal her most explicit part to him, but she did not realize that her panties were removed last night. There you go. Suddenly, Mutant Rashi shocked and got nosebleed. He stared down at the turtle and asked, Did you see that? What an unexpected surprise. We're so lucky. The turtle widened his eyes and shocked. Hermit-sama! Bulma immediately noticed the Dragon Ball hanging around Mutant Rashi's neck and excited. Let me see that! That thing around your neck. Rashi pointed at the Dragon Balls and asked, Oh, this? Then he picked the Dragon Ball up and smiled. Pretty, isn't it? I found it at the bottom of the ocean about 100 years ago. Bulma stared at Kakarot and smiled. Son Goku, come here. It's a Dragon Ball. Kakarot ran towards her and snatched the Dragon Ball away from her and smirked. A Dragon Ball! It has 3 stars, so that makes it the 3-star ball. Later, Aru Village. Bulma smiled. I have an idea. She somehow managed to force Kakarot to dress up like the little girl who just wore. Kakarot growled. Why do I have to wear this ugly dress? Bulma chuckled. Sorry, but it's the sake for our Dragon Balls. Anyways, they look good on you. Now listen. You'll become this girl, and go with Oolong to where he lives. Then you beat him up and free the captured girls. Got it. Kakarot grumbled. Ugh, I can't walk around with this pathetic girl dressed like that. Suddenly, he felt the ground shook. Oolong came crashing in the form of a devil in a tux with flowers. The villagers fled in fear from him. Bulma looked down at Kakarot and smiled. Okay, Kakarot-kun, it's all up to us. Kakarot sighed. Fine, I will do it. Then he walked outside to wait for Oolong. Later, in the sky, Oolong was flying away and growled. Damn it, how humiliating. Now I can never go back to that village. Are you running away? Growled Kakarot. You're not getting away from me. Oolong widened his eyes and shocked. He can fly. Transformation. Once again, he changed from again, this time into a rocket. He suddenly rocketed away from Kakarot faster. Kakarot chased Oolong around the mountain, went above the cloud, then back down above the mountain. Stop! Running away is useless, demanded Kakarot. Oolong panicked. Oh no! Time's almost up. Suddenly, he turned back to his normal form upon his 5 minutes being up, and shocked. I was right! As he fell to the ground. Help! Before Oolong could hit on the ground, Kakarot grabbed his hand and glared at him. So you were Oolong? When he took a good look at Oolong, he widened his eyes and growled. You were that pig back at the village. How dare you tricked me? Oolong gulped. What I want to know is, who are you? Later, Diablo Desert. Yamcha stopped next to them and stared at them. Yo! Greeted Yamcha. Who the hell are you? Demanded Kakarot. Yamcha got off the motorcycle and rested his hand on his katana by his waist. I am Yamcha, the hyena who has made this desert his stronghold. Puar was the next to greet. And I'm Puar. Oolong widened his eyes and pointed at Puar. Puar, if it isn't crybaby Puar. Puar shocked. Oolong. Yamcha. He always used to bully me back when we went to the Southern Transformation School. Yamcha chuckled. Bullying weak people is wrong. Puar, I'll make him pay for what he did to you. I don't have a time for your shitty bickering. I don't care about you guys. Anyone gets in my way is going to get killed. That same goes for you if you get in my way, piggy, hissed Kakarot. Yamcha stepped forward and chuckled. Oh? Do you want to visit heaven that badly? As he drew the katana from his sheath. Kakarot stared up at Yamcha and chuckled. To think an earthling like you is going to take on Saiyan like me. Let me tell you first. You cannot beat me. That's fact. You will realize that you are no match for me once you're in next world. Yamcha sighed. This kid sure is underestimating me. Then he shouted, Here I come. He threw his scabbard up into the sky so Poir could catch it. Then he charged towards Kakarot and attempted to swing his sword at him. But the young Saiyan jumped to dodge and landed on the ground behind him. Yamcha turned around at Kakarot. He widened his legs and chuckled. It's been so long since I fought a tough opponent. As he shifted into wolf stance, he shouted, Roga, Fufuken. He charged towards Kakarot and kicked him in the jaws, and typically did a combo of clawing and punching, then finishing with a double palm strike to launch his opponent away into several rocks. The large rock crumbled and crushed Kakarot on the ground. However, Kakarot emerged from the rock and held his stomach. He walked towards Yamcha and growled, So hungry, you bastard. Now you've gotten me mad. Yamcha suddenly rushed towards Kakarot and punched right at Kakarot's face, but the Saiyan raised his arm to block the punch. Then Kakarot punched right at Yamcha, and roundhouse kicked him square in the jaw, sending him towards the nearby rock. But Yamcha didn't went through the rock, he got bounced off and smashed into the ground. Yamcha got up and snarled, Damn you! Then he charged towards Kakarot. Bulma could not stand the ground shook, so she had to wake up and rubbed her eyes. She sighed, Keep it down. I can't sleep. Yamcha stopped running at Kakarot while staring at Bulma. Now the green-haired saw him and began to fall in love with him. Yamcha's legs began to tremble and fell to the ground. Poir ran to him and cried, Yamcha-sama. Poir. Temporary retreat, said Yamcha. Poir nodded. Right. Then Yamcha and Poir fled on their motorcycle in fear. Later, Mt. Frypan. Rashi widened his hand and shouted, Ka! Then he cupped his hands. Me. Next, he drew his cupped hands to his side. Ha, me. His energy was concentrated into a single point between the cupped hands. Ha! He thrust his hand forward to shoot out a streaming, powerful beam of energy towards the castle. Rest of the group had to block their eyes in order to prevent the light from blinding them. Boom! When it was all over, Mutant Rashi returned to his normal self. He sat on the fence and panted heavily, It's out! Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked, Amazing! Jumio pointed over yonder and frowned. Rashi-sama, the fire did disappear, but so did the mountain and the castle. Rashi glanced over his shoulder and widened his eyes in shock. Sure enough, there were debris of mountain and castles on the ground. It was destroyed by Rashi after all. Rashi rubbed his bald head and chuckled sheepishly. I guess I went a little overboard. Except for Rashi, everyone fell down to the ground while their feet stuck up. Kakarot stared up at Rashi and smiled excitedly. Hey you! Teach it to me, too. Rashi spread his 5 fingers out and chuckled. It takes 50 long years of training to master the Kamehameha. However, Kakarot immediately launched Kamehameha Wave within 50 seconds and destroyed the capsule car in the process. He laughed. I did it! Then he stared down at his own hands and frowned. But it didn't even compare to the one that old man did. As the fire spun on the ground to them, Jumio shocked. Incredible! Just what I would expect from Gohan-san's grandson. Rashi walked over to Kakarot and smiled. How about this? Why don't you come stay at my place? With enough training, you just might surpass me. Kakarot looked up at Rashi and smiled cheerfully. Really? Then I'll go right after we find all the Dragon Balls. Later, at the village. The giant rabbit closed the door and stared down at his own 2 deceased underlings. Then he diverted his attention to Kakarot and others, and asked, Are you the one who defied my rabbit gang? Kakarot smirked smugly. That would be us. Bulma snickered. That's the leader of the rabbit gang? Looks pretty weak to me. I can't believe I was actually scared, admitted Oolong. The giant rabbit. Hey, what did you just say? You should go sniff out some carrots unless you want to get hurt. Oh well, it doesn't matter. My name is Monster Carrot. You will regret underestimating me. Later. Monster Carrot quickly picked pistol gun with the strong bullet inside his pant and pointed at Kakarot. He growled, I refused. You're going to die. However, Kakarot suddenly vanished. The moment he realized that the gun he was holding was now gone, he shocked. What? Where is my gun? He could feel that the gun was on his back head. Kakarot snickered. Behind you! I guess you will have to die today. Monster Carrot widened his eyes and gulped. I thought WW just made a promise, didn't we? That you are going to spare my life. Kakarot scoffed. Of course I still keep my promise. I am not going to kill you anyways. But this gun will kill you. This gun is going to blow your head out. You're going to get killed by your own gun. How pity. Monster Carrot gulped. PP, please spare me my lift dash. Kakarot shouted angrily. Farewell. He triggered the gun to fire and blew Monster Carrot's head out. The blood spilled out of his head. The decapitating head rolled over on the ground. The giant rabbit was already dead. Later, Pilaf's castle. Wait, I got an idea, said Kakarot. I am going to transform into a great ape. Yamcha widened his eyes and shocked. Wait a minute. Why, you can't be serious. Please don't look at that moon, panicked Bulma. Kakarot sighed. Don't worry. Before I can transform into a great ape, I am going to tell you. Once I transform into a great ape, you must run away. You cannot come back because there's high chance of you getting stomped to death just like I did to Gohan. I am going to change into a great ape because I'm going to save you. That's not because I want to save you, but because I'm going to use you sometimes later in next year. But please do not come back until the sun rises the next day. I can't promise that I won't attack you, since I could not control in my great ape form. Got it? Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar only replied with their head nods. He smiled. All right, be prepared to run away. Then he looked up at the full moon. Flashback ended. That's right, Kakarot actually had a fun with them. He never had a fun since before that incident. He did not know why he could not kill them immediately after he discovered his tail was gone. But it did not matter. He could not kill them no matter how much he struggled to do that. Finally, he decided to dispel the energy sphere and let his left arm down. He did not know what to say for now, but he decided to let them live for some reason. He honestly did not know why he allowed him to live. Yamcha widened his eyes and shocked. Amazing! She managed to stop him. Impossible, shocked Oolong. What? Have he changed his heart or what? No, he hasn't, but at least he won't kill us this time, thought Bulma. Yamcha stood up and smiled. Bulma, thank you. Bulma looked at him and puzzled. For what? Yamcha blushed. Well, you saved me, twice. Bulma smiled. Why, you're welcome. Oolong sighed. We have to wait a year until we can look for the Dragon Balls again. Do we all do our own thing until then? Bulma folded her arms around her back head and sighed. That's what it looks like. After all, Kakarot wants to have his wish granted. Yamcha looked down at the sleeping Puar and patted on his head. Get up, Puar. We're going back home. Bulma looked up at the sky and frowned. I guess my handsome boyfriend will have to wait another year. I guess I'll have to stay afraid of girls for yet another year. At this rate, I wonder if I'll ever get married, noted Yamcha, but they then looked at each other. They suddenly danced together happily. Oolong folded his arms and grumbled angrily. Those idiots! Puar also danced with them happily too. However, Yamcha accidentally kicked Bulma in the leg, and shocked, Sorry, are you all right, Bulma? He squatted down to check her leg. Bulma patted on Yamcha's back and smiled. I'm fine. Yamcha and Bulma were smiling at each other. Folding his arms, Oolong cleared his throat and asked, What are you guys doing? Bulma smiled. Oh yeah, we decided to go to the city together. Yamcha rubbed his head and grinned excitedly. Suddenly, Kakarot remembered something what he had to do. He turned around at Bulma and sighed. I'm going to stay with the turtle hermit. I'm going to train even more and get even stronger. Bulma shocked. Even stronger? Yeah, do you have any problem with that? Asked Kakarot. Bulma chuckled. Nothing at all. Then she looked at Oolong and asked, What are you going to do, Oolong? Oolong looked up at Bulma and asked, "Are there really lots of girls in the city?" Bulma nodded. "There sure are, but you're a hateful pervert, so I doubt you'd be very popular." Oolong scowled. "Get off my case. I don't need to hear it from you." Then he folded his arms and sighed. "Ah, well, I guess I'll tag along with you guys." Kakarot sighed. "Please remember that we're going to collect the Dragon Balls again in a year, so I can get my eternal life." Bulma chuckled. "Who needs the Dragon Balls?" Then she began to dance with Yamcha. Yamcha nodded. "Right." Oolong spat out of his mouth on the ground angrily. Kakarot frowned. "No way. You must come with me next year, woman, because you have the Dragon Radar." Bulma suddenly handed the Dragon Radar to him and smiled. "Don't worry. You can have this Dragon Radar. If you press this a year from now, it should show up on the radar." Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. What the fuck? What's with you all of a sudden? Why do you suddenly give me this?" Bulma shook her head and smiled. "Nothing reason at all. Just take this radar, please." Kakarot shrugged and grabbed the Dragon Radar. He stared up at Bulma and thought, something's wrong with her. She's a sure weird today. What's with her all of a sudden? Yamcha picked up the capsule and smiled. "Well, let's get going." He threw out the capsule on the ground and expanded it the jet. Bulma looked down at Kakarot and smiled. "Let's all meet again sometime." Kakarot sighed. "Yeah, whatever." Then he took off into the air. Yamcha, Bulma, Puar, and Oolong went into the jet and took off into the air. Bulma waved at him and smiled. "Bye, Kakarot." Kakarot glanced over his shoulder at Jet and smiled. "They're interesting guys. I really like you guys, but that's too bad. I will have to kill you sometimes later because I will have to do what missions say." He shouted, "See you later." Suddenly, he increased his speed up on way to Mutant Rashi's island for training. "The world's full of all kinds of weaklings. What a pity that I have to kill them later. Now time for me to begin the training with the Turtle Hermit." Chapter 11. Return to Kame House. With Kakarot. Kakarot was tearing through the skies, but he noticed that there was a house below him. Is that my old house? Oh well, I'm off to Old Man Turtle Hermit's place now. With Bulma and others, bamboo forest. Yamcha's airship crashed into a deep jungle. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar jumped before the crash and were unharmed. But now they were stuck in the middle of a deep jungle. However, Bulma was grabbing the rope that hung around the branch, but she was too close to the fire. He could feel that her but almost got caught in the fire. Oh, ouch. Oh, ouch. Yamcha climbed down to the ground from the tree. Oolong sighed. "That was close. If we'd been just a little slower bailing out, we would have all gone over to the other side," finished Yamcha. Bulma tried to get out of fire, but she seemed not possible to be able to. Even her feet were almost caught in the fire. "Ow! Help me!" Oolong looked up at Bulma and sighed. "Just let go." Bulma looked down at him and asked, "Really?" She was not sure if she should let go or not. Then, she jumped on the ground, but her ankle was still hurt. She groaned, "Ouch!" She could see that she got blood on her ankle. "Are you all right?" asked Yamcha. He ran to Bulma and picked her up. "Here." Bulma frowned. "Our airplane's been destroyed." "We were over on the wait," said Yamcha. "Now what should we do?" asked Puar. "We're screwed." Yamcha sighed. "There aren't any more hoi poi capsules, for one." Suddenly, they saw and felt that someone was spying on them. Oolong gulped. "At any rate, let's get out of here. It's creepy." Bulma nodded nervously. "Right. Let's do that." Then they saw a large flying monster flew over them. She panicked. "Let's get going now." Once again, they just heard another voice. She screamed in panic. "Wasn't that a human voice just now?" wondered Yamcha. "That doesn't matter right now," said Bulma. She grabbed Yamcha and started running. "Hey, just a sec, Bulma," cried Yamcha. Oolong cried, "Hold up." "Yamcha-sama," cried Puar. Then Oolong and Puar ran to catch up to them. In another part of the jungle, a small boy was venturing through the jungle, but was he heading to? He seemed to be strong because he knocked a few trees down without any axe or something. He was a bald and quite short. With Kakarot. Kakarot was still flying through the Namekian skies, but he noticed that there was a large boat on the ocean. That's big boat. Looks like they're heading over there where I'm going. Is he going to Old Man Turtle Hermit's Island? Oh well, it doesn't matter. I am going to be stronger. A few miles later, he finally found Came House and smiled. Ah, there it is. There it is. Just then, he flew down and landed on the ground. He walked to the door and greeted loudly, "Hey, old man, I'm here." But Rashi did not answer at all. Hello? He knocked on the door and yelled, "Hey, are you there?" But Rashi still did not respond him. Frustrated, he had to walk over to the window because he saw the window opened. He heard the television said 1212. Huh? Confused Kakarot. He peeked through the window and found that Rashi were watching women who stretched their legs on the television. Asterisk and stretch out nice and wide a 1212. 1212 asterisk. Kakarot hopped on the rail of windows and frowned. Well, I guess you're here then. However, Rashi was still watching and drooling over the women. 1212, there we go, a little more. Kakarot jumped down on the carpet and yelled loudly, "Old man!" Rashi giggled. And A1212. Nice, nice, nice. Way to go. 1212. A1212. Kakarot was starting to get frustrated that Rashi intentionally ignored him because of so-called sexy women on the television. He yelled loudly in Rashi's ear, "Old man!" Rashi covered his ears and found himself that Kakarot stood in front of him. He sighed, "Oh, it's you, is it?" Kakarot smiled, "Old man, I've come to train." However, Rashi immediately glued his eyes to women on the television and said, "Wait a second. Wait just a second. Here we go 1212. 1212. Kakarot grumbled angrily, "Old man, I'm kind of hungry." Rashi pointed over yonder and instructed, "Huh? There's a refrigerator in the kitchen over there. You can eat whatever." 1212. Sighing, Kakarot walked to the kitchen and muttered, "All this woman and that woman. He is really a pervert or something." Then he saw the refrigerator in the kitchen. He walked to the refrigerator and opened the door. He suddenly drooled over the food and chuckled, "Sweet, they got nice food. Time to eat." Then he began to eat a meat and drink some milk. With Rashi living room. Rashi was still drooling over the aerobic women on the television. Asterisk go. 12 asterisk. Rashi giggled. There we are. 1212. With Kakarot kitchen. Kakarot kept eating most of foods and chuckled, "Whoa, this is really delicious." With Rashi kitchen. An aerobic woman waved goodbye and smiled. Asterisk well, see you again next week. Hi hi. Asterisk then the television itself shut down. Rashi giggled. That was great. Then he stood up and stretched himself out. And ups a daisy. He then walked to the kitchen to check Kakarot, but he shocked that Kakarot ate an entire food in the refrigerator. Oh, he found Kakarot sitting beside refrigerator. It's empty. Did you eat all of that? Kakarot chuckled. Yeah. Rashi shocked. Even the butter. That was a week's worth of food for me. What on earth are you here for? Kakarot stood up and sighed. I'm done hunting for the Dragon Balls for now, see? I've come for you to train me, like you promised. Rashi raised his eyebrows and puzzled. What, training? Kakarot nodded. Yep, training. He rushed to outside and smiled. Train me. Rashi followed him to the outside and asked, Say, is that Pafu Pafu girl here? Kakarot frowned. You mean Bulma? She went back to her house in the city. Rashi suddenly got upset because he did not get to see her again. Well, train me anyways. Suddenly, Rashi narrowed his eyes at him. He sighed. Sorry, but I would have to say no. I'm not going to train you. Kakarot widened his eyes in shock. with Bulma and others desert. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others were walking through a heated desert. Bulma used the walking stick to support her. She panted heavily. What a shame. Aren't we to the city yet? Asked Yamcha. It's strange. We should just be there by now. Which direction was the city supposed to be in? Asked Oolong. North. We just have to go directly north, replied Bulma. Yamcha rubbed his forehead to wipe the sweat off and looked up at the sun. He quickly looked down at Puar and said, Puar compass. Puar nodded. Right? Transform. He transformed into a compass and fell down on Yamcha's hand. Yamcha shocked. South. We're walking south. Oolong frowned. That's the exact opposite way. I wonder when we got mixed up, said Bulma. Oolong and she fell to their knees. I sure am thirsty. My stomach's empty, said Oolong. Once again, Bulma felt that her ankle was strained injury. She gripped her ankle and groaned, Ow! Yamcha walked to her and sighed. We can't let you get that infected. Let's replace the dressing. He put his jacket and wrapped around Bulma's ankle tightly. Bulma stared at Yamcha and smiled. Thanks, Yamcha. Suddenly, Yamcha began to blush and giggled happily. Oolong folded his arms and muttered, What nonsense! Then he saw the sandstorm over there. Huh? What's that? Has to be a sandstorm, said Bulma. But it was that same little boy from the jungle whose running had caused the sand to blow. I'm going to get much, much stronger, said the bald midget to himself. With Kakarot came House. Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. Why not? Because I can sense the evil in you, replied Rashi. Growling, Kakarot clenched his fists and asked, What do you mean? I am not evil. Why would I do something like that? Do not lie to me. You're plotting something evil against something, aren't you? Asked Rashi in a harshly tone. Why would you imply that I would do something like that? Asked Kakarot angrily. Let me ask you something. Rashi pointed at Kakarot and asked, Isn't your name Son Goku, right? Kakarot nodded. That's right. My name is Son Goku. That was given to me by my grandpa and mentor. I must explain to you that you will need to know, Kakarot, said Rashi. Kakarot widened his eyes and shocked. How did you know my birth name? He clenched his fists tighter and demanded, Tell me. Son Gohan told me long times ago about you, began Rashi. Flashback began Son Gohan's house. While 5-year-old Kakarot was sleeping in his room, Son Gohan and Mutant Rashi were sitting at the table outside. Gohan gave his mentor a beer and smiled. How's your day, Mutant Rashi-sama? Rashi looked up at the full moon and sighed. Nothing much, as usual. You? Gohan sighed. Well, not for me. It's really tough day for me today. As usual. Rashi looked at Gohan and puzzled. Why? Is something wrong? Well, I tried to tell Goku it's not good to kill people. I asked him why he would want to kill people. He told me that he was from other planet named Planet Vegeta and was sent to exterminate every human on this planet, explained Gohan. Rashi shocked. He what? Gohan nodded. Indeed, that's what he told me. He said that was a mission. Thus he had to obey the mission. Every morning he always attack and try to kill me in my sleeping, but he cannot because I am defending myself. Every morning, I would yell Goku, but he only replies me that his name was Kakarot. He said Kakarot is his real name. I told him over and over again that I like to call him that name because this is his nickname. He doesn't like that I call him Goku. He would prefer me calling him Kakarot than Goku. When I call him Goku, it's like insulting to him. So he's from other planet called Planet Vegeta and was sent to kill all of us on this planet only because of his mission he requires to follow? That's nonsense. By the way, did he say anything about his race? Asked Rashi. Yes, if I recall, he mentioned himself as being a Saiyan or something, replied Gohan. Why don't you kill him right away so we won't have to worry for the sake of this planet's future where he won't have a power to wipe all Earthlings? Asked Rashi. Gohan shook his head and sighed. No, I do not want to kill him. Regardless of planets, I do not kill child. That would be disgrace to me. You, of all people, should know that. I, Gohan-san, do not dispose of children despite them being evil. Then what will you do? Asked Rashi. I will try to do my best to raise this kid into a good boy. That's all is matter. If he has a chance to kill me, then that's all I got. Once I die, you're authorized to your decision whether or not to kill him. For the sake of future, that is. Gohan stood up and sighed. Until next time, have a good night, Turtle Hermit-sama. He walked into the house. Rashi nodded. Good night. Oh well, I'm going back to home. Then he walked away from the house. Flashback ended. Rashi pointed at angered Kakarot and said, That's how I know about you. Do you think that your grandpa, whom you killed, would not tell me anything? Kakarot clenched his fist and snarled. Then why did you invite me to stay in your place in first place? Why didn't you have a chance to kill me when we first met? I didn't kill you because I did not know that Gohan is dead. And I invite you to stay in my place because I want to test you. You see, when Jumio told me about you being Gohan's grandson, you revealed that Gohan is dead, so I assume you were the one who killed him. I did not want to kill you, so I can test you if you want to get stronger than me since I'm the strongest on this planet in order to prove yourself that you can kill all of us. Correct? Explained Rashi. Shut up. Enough with your bullshit, shouted Kakarot angrily. Hey, I am the truth here, said Rashi. Kakarot shouted angrily. Shut up! He rocketed towards Rashi and pulled his fist back. Rashi looked up at Kakarot and sighed. You sure have a temper tantrum, huh? Furiously, Kakarot was closer and closer to Rashi and shouted angrily. I will not be humiliated by the likes of you. I'm gonna fight you till you will train me at any cost. As he punched right at Rashi's face. Rashi ducked. What? Rashi grabbed and dragged his arm to flip over on the ground using a judo technique. He stared down at Kakarot and said, See? That's why I am not going to train you because I can sense evil in you. Kakarot kipped up on the ground and pointed at Rashi. He declared, Then I am going to make you train me no matter what. Just then, Kakarot charged towards Rashi and unleashed his attacking on him with punching, kicking, kneeing, and elbowing everything he could think of way to land a blow on him for once. But Rashi blocked, dodged, evaded, and sidestepped every attack. They hopped around the house and even on the top of house. Then they went back down to the ground. They stood staring at each other. However, Rashi seemed to be unharmed, which that made Kakarot so mad. Damn. I hate to use this, but I have to use this even if it's for getting a train from you anyways, muttered Kakarot. Once again, he charged towards Rashi and raised his fist up. Jan Ken. Rashi sighed. You're not going to give up, aren't you? Kakarot shouted, Goo, rock! He delivered a strong punch to him, but Rashi parried him. Next, he shouted, Chayoki, scissors. He tried to poke him in the eyes, but Rashi blocked his eyes in between fingers. Kakarot shocked. He was starting to get angry that Rashi was able to block his attacks twice. He spun down on the ground and charged towards Rashi. Rashi sighed. I can see every single move you just make. Your move is too predictable. Kakarot shouted, paper. He tried to thrust his open palm to the stomach, but Rashi jumped over and landed on the ground behind him. Kakarot glanced over his shoulder and widened his eyes in shock. What? Suddenly, Rashi finally made his move and kicked him square in the jaws, knocking him away to the ground. He stood on the ground and sighed. You cannot defeat me at your level right now. Kakarot got up on his feet and asked angrily, Why are you able to dodge my Jan-Ken fist, rock, scissors and paper? Rashi folded his arms around his back and replied, That's Jan-Ken fist, right? I know that move. That was Gohan's technique, right? Kakarot widened his eyes in shock. Just like I say, all your moves are too predictable. Let me say this again. You cannot defeat me at your current level. Kakarot stared at Rashi and chuckled. How about this? He crouched down and drew his cupped hands to his right side. Do you recognize this technique? Rashi widened his eyes and shocked. It can't be. Kakarot snickered. That's right. This is Kamehameha the first just learned from you. He then shouted, Ka, me, ha, me, ha. He thrust his cupped hand and fired a streaming decent blue energy wave at Rashi. However, Rashi, on the other hand, sighed, well, this is quite disappointed. Then he raised his hand to his other side and screamed, that was not enough to defeat me. Then he backhand punched the Kamehameha wave to deflect it to the ocean, causing a small explosion. Boom! Elsewhere, unknown location, before the Kamehameha wave occurred. The huge ship with the Jolly Roger was on way to somewhere. The young silver-white-haired boy stood on the deck and smiled. I can't wait to see world's famous marital arts, Dad. The father stood on the deck next to him and smiled. Yes, you will be stronger once you receive training from famous Turtle Hermit. The silver-white-haired nodded. Yeah, I'm so excited. Suddenly, they saw the streaming blue energy wave flying past them and hit on the ocean, causing a small explosion. What was that? The father sighed. I don't know, but it probably must be Kamehameha wave technique coming from Rashi. Well, rest assured, son. We will be there soon. The silver-white-haired nodded. All right. Came house. Cockroach shocked. It can't be. How can you deflect that one easily? Because you were not strong enough to beat me, replied Rashi. Damn it. I could never guess that's going to happen soon. Damn it, thought Cockroach. He sighed. Is there a way I can make you to train me? Isn't there? Rashi looked down at Cockroach carefully. He thought about this for a while. Then he sighed. Fine, I will train you. Cockroach shocked. What? Rashi pointed his index up and said, However, I have 2 conditions for you. What is it? Confused Cockroach. Rashi sighed. First condition. You must not do something illegal when you're to be trained under me. I will suspect you if I think you are going to follow your mission, and then I will have to kill you even if I have to. Do you understood? Cockroach bared his teeth and sighed. Yes, I understand. Do you know that I can tell if you lie or not, right? Asked Rashi. Cockroach nodded. Yes, I know. Now, what is second condition do you need me for? Suddenly, Rashi pointed down at Cockroach and giggled. Bring me a peachy gal here. Do that, and I can train you. Cockroach frowned. What kind of that nonsense condition? Well, then I will not train you if you refuse to find a cute, lively young woman, said Rashi. Cockroach folded his arms and sighed. I don't know what type of girl you want. Oh well, never mind that, I bring one of those here, and then you'll train me, right? Rashi nodded aesthetically. Yes, as long as you will follow those 2 conditions, then I will train you. Cockroach shrugged. Oh well, I will bring you over here then. He turned around and was about to fly. But Rashi cleared his throat and interrupted. Jay, just a second. Cockroach glanced over his shoulder and sighed. What do you want? Rashi pointed at Cockroach and said, I'm just asking to make sure, but you do know what peachy young woman means, right? Cockroach thought, well, that means hot gal, but I want to see how his reaction would be when I say this. Then he chuckled. It's a guy with no winky and lots of spunk, right? He could tell that Rashi sweat dropped. See? That's his reaction to my answer. Rashi rubbed his bald head and sighed. Well, I suppose so, but they've got to have more than just lots of energy. They can't be too childlike and not too old. They must be cute, and if possible, a muchiri, voluptuous girl is best. Sorry, but I do not understand what you're talking about. Then again, I have no interest in earthling girls after all. I mean, when you say, Michiri is besto, what does that mean? Asked Cockroach. Rashi sighed. We're going to have to start out from common knowledge with you. You will need to learn about this Earth's culture. I don't want to, refused Cockroach. Then I will have to train you since you don't want to learn about this Earth's culture. Your choice, reminded Rashi. Fine. I will bring one here in any case, said Cockroach. Rashi nodded. I'm counting on it. Suddenly, he noticed something missing. Huh? Didn't you have a tail? Cockroach shrugged. Yeah, I had one, but someone bastard cut my tail off. Now I'm off. Then he flew off on way to find the girl. That bastard. I don't know what he's trying to pull it off on me, but I'm going to kill him someday. As long as he won't suspect me, that is. With Rashi. Rashi watched Cockroach flying through the skies and sighed. What a strange boy. Sorry, son Gohan. I just already made my decision. I'm gonna try to change Cockroach just like you tried to. Then he rushed into the house. He giggled. Turtle, turtle, looky, looky, turtle hermit. He dressed up in a red suit and red pants to prepare for the upcoming hot gal. He picked up the pot and chuckled. Peachy peachy gal, gal, la la la. He ran to the kitchen and put him on the counter. He put the beer bottle in it and spun it around. Then he pushed the radio to turn it on. He danced inside the house and excited to see the upcoming hot girl. He opened the closet and found himself to see 5 different turtle shell. He smiled. So, which shell should I go with? He decided that the pink turtle shell would be for today. He sat down on the red couch and thought nervously, oh boy, oh goody, oh boy, oh goody, oh boy, oh goody. Suddenly, he heard the voice yelled, hey, old man, I brought one. Suddenly, he opened the door and smiled excitedly. Come right in. He ran out of the house. However, he just realized that Cockroach arrived only to bring back a very large woman. She was carrying a huge dumbbell. She's got lots of energy. That's girl you're looking for, right? Asked Cockroach, pointing at the very large woman. The very large woman stared down at Rashi and asked, you need something with me? Elsewhere, unknown location. Meanwhile, the small boy was now traveling by boat across the ocean. Came house. Mutant Rashi brought Cockroach inside the house. He sat down on the floor and frowned. I am astounded at how little an eye you have for gals. Cockroach sighed. Well, you said that you needed a young girl, but not childish-like or too old. At least I brought one. Rashi chuckled. All right, then, let's test you. Which one of these is the attractive gal? He picked up 2 pictures. One picture was a beautiful orange-haired girl. Another one was a 4-eye woman. Cockroach folded his arms and sighed. I don't know what kind of girl do Earthling like. Don't struggle over something so easy. Disappointed Rashi. Let me ask you something. What girls do Saiyan interest in? Cockroach folded his arms and sighed. I don't know. I never see Saiyan girls before, so I don't know what kind of Saiyan interest in female. Rashi threw the fatty girl's picture and showed the beautiful orange-haired woman's picture to him. This is the kind you have to bring here. This is the kind. So I just have to bring someone like that, right? Asked Cockroach. Then he shrugged. All right, I'm off to find another girl for you. He went out and flew out on way to find a suitable girl for Rashi. Rashi looked up at Cockroach flying in the sky and sighed. I'm not too sure about him. Then he shocked. It'll be unpleasant if he brings back another weird one. He ran around the house to hide. Later, Rashi saw that Cockroach was flying through the skies and shocked. Oh, he's back. Cockroach landed on the ground and shouted, Hey old man, I brought one. Rashi poked his head out and gulped. Let's see, let's see. Cockroach sighed. Huh? Where'd he go? The purple-haired woman sat next to the bushes and asked, Say, what is this? Rashi immediately took his liking to the purple-haired woman and smiled excitedly. All right. Then he cried, Cockroach, Cockroach. He gestured Cockroach to come over there. Cockroach ran to him and asked, why are you hiding over here? Rashi giggled. Nicely done. You did all right, you little devil. Cockroach folded his arms and chuckled. Then you'll give me my training? Rashi nodded. All right, very well. He looked up at the birds flying in the sky and sighed. So then, we will begin the training immediately. Cockroach suddenly smiled happily. All right. Suddenly, Rashi got nosebleed and blushed. You go get that gal's pee panties and bring them here. This will be your very first discipline. Cockroach frowned. You're really a pervert, aren't you? Just go. Hurry up, demanded Rashi. Whatever. Fine. said Kakarot sarcastically. He ran over to the purple-haired girl and sighed. Hey, hey, you know. Rashi blushed. Oh boy, oh boy. Kakarot ran to him and said, Old man. Rashi quickly turned around in excitement, but he found that Kakarot was not bringing. He shocked. That rat. He isn't bringing anything, is he? Kakarot sighed. She said she's wearing just a shirt. She ain't wearing any panties. Suddenly, Rashi got nosebleed and put the napkins on his nose. Yikes! I just imagined it, and all of a sudden. Now what do I do, old man? Asked Kakarot. Rashi glanced over his shoulder at Kakarot and chuckled. There's nothing you can do. I'll have to teach you by example. He puffed and breathed hyperventilation. I'll just pretend like it's nothing and start talking to her, while I have a nice long look. Luckily, I'm wearing sunglasses. She won't be able to follow where I'm looking. He then ran to meet her and greeted nervously, Hi. The woman greeted, Hi. She was confused why the old man was acting a weird like that. Rashi gawked up at the sky and smiled. Such good weather we're having, isn't it? The woman sighed. Say. However, just as he was about to take a good look at her panties, he found out that she was a mermaid. Apparently, her tail inside the bushes after all. Something I can do for you. Rashi was in shock and chuckled nervously. A mermaid-san, are you? Then he thought, damn, I thought it sounded too good to be true. Then he stared down at her breasts and had a long look at it. Wait a minute. A mermaid has pie too. He looked up at the mermaid. It pains me to ask, but would you allow me to pinch at your pie for a little bit? However, he was only to get punched in the eye by the mermaid, who then swam away. Kakarot chuckled. Do I get a training now? So she punched you and you're fine. Amazing. Rashi sighed. To defeat your opponent, you must first be able to withstand his blows. We take punches to toughen ourselves. You're right, agreed Kakarot. Kakarot, bring me another peachy gal, ordered Rashi. This time, one that doesn't have the bottom half of a mermaid. Kakarot frowned. Bring yet another one? I thought I told you my training was strict, reminded Rashi. Kakarot frowned. You never told me that your training was strict, but what does the finding perfect girl have to do anything with this training? I don't care. Go find a girl, scowled Rashi. Luckily, that pesky turtle is out traveling, and I can't let a rare chance like this get away from me. Suddenly, Kakarot noticed the rowboat that was shipping on way to them. Huh? Old man, what's that? It's coming this way. Rashi widened his eyes and shocked. Is it the turtle? Then he took a good look at something. Kakarot pointed at something and sighed. Huh? No, I don't think so. It's a boat. There's a strange guy riding it. The bald midget with 6 dots on the forehead in yellow robes paddled the water to move forward. Then he stopped paddling the ocean, but it was like a few feet away from the island. He grabbed the purple bags and jumped from his boat onto the island, landing headfirst in the sand. What have we here? Wondered Rashi. Kakarot sighed. What a weirdo. He must be stupid ever I've seen in my whole life. Kakarot, give him out of there, ordered Kakarot. Kakarot grumbled. Stupid boy. Then he pulled the bald midget out of the sand. The bald midget quickly stood up and wiped the dust off of his head. He sighed. Thanks. He immediately noticed that there was Turtle Hermit standing in front of him. He asked, You are Mutant Rashi-sama, are you not? Rashi nodded. I certainly am. I have come from a village far to the east. My name is Kuririn. Please, allow me to train under you, Mutant Rashi-sama, introduced Kuririn formally. How good of you to come all this way. Unfortunately, I do not accept pupils quite so easily. Give up, said Rashi. He noticed Kuririn was glaring at him. Suddenly, Kuririn handed him the dirty magazine and chuckled. Please accept this book by way of salutation. Rashi quickly grabbed the book and giggled. What's this? He immediately glued his eyes to the book. Let me think about it. Kuririn smiled. Then you have found it to your liking? Rashi nodded. Yeah, I like it. Kuririn glared at Kakarot and asked, So then, who are you? Are you his pupil? Kakarot folded his arms and scoffed. Of course. I'm his pupil midget. I'm Kakarot, by the way. Kuririn narrowed his eyes at Kakarot and frowned. I wouldn't think you were involved in the Budo arts. What's the fuck is Budo arts? Asked Kakarot. Kuririn snickered. Was that an attempt at a joke? Kakarot chuckled. Do you want to hear more joke? Well, your head is just like a pachinko ball. Huh? Kuririn growled. What did you say? Those who presume to undertake Budo would do well to shave their heads and sturdy their minds. He pointed at Rashi. Look, don't you see mutant Rashi-sama? Oh yeah, he has a hair, said Kakarot sarcastically. Rashi glanced over his shoulder at Kuririn and said, No, I'm just normally bald. Kuririn began to frown. Rashi finished reading all of Dirty Magazine and stood up. So then, Kuririn, wasn't it? Kuririn nodded. Yes. Rashi turned around and instructed. You must bring me a Peachy Peachy gal as a condition of your training. I suppose you know my preferences. Just then, Kuririn began to whisper in his ear. Am I correct? Asked Kuririn. Rashi pointed down at Kuririn and giggled. Not too shabby. You've got it down. Kuririn bowed. You are too kind with your praise. All right, then go together with Kakarot on his back and find one right away unless you can fly, said Rashi. Kuririn confused. Fly? Well, I guess you can't fly after all, midget, sneered Kakarot. Take a look at this midget. He began to float up above the inch of the ground. Kuririn shocked. You can fly. What are you? An alien? Shocked, aren't you? That's correct. I'm a Saiyan, dumbass. I should give you a prize for being so obvious, mocked Kakarot. Suddenly, Rashi got suspect on Kuririn something and asked, You've come to train here with an impure motive, haven't you? Kuririn waved him off and said, It isn't so. I came here to become stronger through Budo, so I could get girls. Rashi chuckled. And that there is where you are impure. I bet you could not ride on Kintawan. Kuririn picked up the large purple bags and kneeled before him. I beg of you, mutant Rashi-sama, please accept me as your pupil. Here. He unwrapped the purple bag only to reveal a bunch of dirty magazines. Rashi looked down at them in shocked. Ooh, wow, oh. Kuririn gave him every magazine and explained. And this one, these are all for you. However, he accidentally gave him Homo magazine. Rashi quickly threw the Homo magazine and groaned, You! Kakarot muttered angrily. What a retard boy. He must come here just to get on my nerves. Damn him. Suddenly, he noticed a large pirate ship on way to the island. Hey, old man, there's a large ship. Kuririn and Rashi looked at the direction where Kakarot pointed out to. They saw that there was a large pirate ship. Rashi confused. Huh? What's the pirate doing? They must have come to rob your stuff, said Kuririn. Finally, the huge pirate ship arrived at the island. A young silver white-haired boy jumped down on the ground and greeted, Yo! Rashi looked up at the bunch of pirates in the ship, but an abnormally large human, roughly 3 times the size of a normal human, jumped down on the ground next to the silver white-haired boy. He had a long face, plowed because of the advanced age with many wrinkles around his eyes, and was very muscular. He had a prominent crescent-shaped mustache. He wore a black bandana around his head and adorned himself with a white coat which hung loosely from his broad shoulders. He was bare-chested and wore light, loose pants tucked inside his large black boots, and a dark pirate sash around his waist. My name is Kagu. This is my son. His name is Taburu. We are Kagu Pirate. I want you to train him, Rashi, said the large man. Taburu bowed. Yes, I would like to train under you, so I can be stronger. Rashi rubbed his bald head and sighed. Oh man, these guys just keep coming here. I must be famous then. Chapter 12. Find the girl. Came house. Kuririn widened his eyes and shocked. That man is so huge. Why did he need this little kid to come here to have mutant Rashi-sama train him if he's pirate? Eh, now two guys are getting in my way of training. That will only burden me, thought Kakarot. Rashi nodded. I see. I will take care of him. I will train him. However, on one condition, he must bring a Pichi Pichi girl to us so we can train him. Just to be fair for Kakarot and Kuririn. Toburu narrowed his eyes at Rashi and thought, he's really a pervert. Why would he want us to bring the girl over here? Kagu rubbed his head and sighed. Well, you can take of him as you please. I must leave now because I have an important to do something today. Then he looked down at Toburu and patted his head. He smiled. Your daddy gotta go. Your daddy has to look for treasure now. Please remember that Turtle Hermit-sama's training might be harshly. You will have to tolerate his training. Toburu nodded. Right, daddy. I will miss you, said Kagu. Toburu went to hug him and smiled. I will miss you. I will always love you. Kagu smiled. I love you too. Now I have to go. He released Toburu and walked over to his large pirate ship. He turned around and waved at Toburu. Good luck, son. With that, his big ship left off to find a large treasure somewhere in the world. Kakarot folded his arms and scoffed. Parental love? Eh? Ha! That's rich. However, Toburu ignored Kakarot's mockery. He looked around at Rashi and exclaimed, Train me, mutant Rashi-sama. Kakarot growled. Damn him. He ignored me completely. What are you waiting for? I will not accept you as my pupils until you bring me a Pichi Pichi gal as a condition of your training, reminded Rashi. Go now. Kakarot sighed. Fine. I will take you guys to fly with me to find the girl. Kuririn waved him off and gulped. Wait a second. But Kakarot did not listen him at all. He immediately grabbed Toburu and Kuririn and flew off to find a girl. Later, Kakarot were flying through the skies with Kuririn and Toburu. He frowned. There aren't many people here, huh? Kuririn stared up at Kakarot and snarled. Come on, fly lower, would you? Yeah, he's right. Fly lower, please, agreed Toburu. However, Kakarot decided to fly down closer and closer to the ground faster. Kuririn scowled. Hey, Kakarot, if you aren't careful with us, we are going to fall down. Kakarot scoffed. Do not worry, retard. I am carrying you guys. Thus you won't fall down, midget. I what? Hissed Kuririn. Then Kakarot looked down and noticed something. Hey guys, what about that one? You think the old man will like that one? Kuririn and Toburu raised their eyebrows and looked down around the town. Where? Asked Toburu. Kuririn looked down and only found that there was a farmer man staring up at them in shock. What are you, an idiot? That's man, isn't it? Sighed Kuririn. Would you call me an idiot more if you could not take a damn joke, retard? Said Kakarot. I'm not a retard. Stop call me retard or midget, scowled Kuririn. I will call you by name whatever you like or not. I will still call you a midget or whatever, sneered Kakarot. What did you just say? Hissed Kuririn. Could you shut up for a while? Your bickering is getting on my nerve, interrupted Toburu. No, you shut up, yelled Kakarot and Kuririn at the same time. Toburu began to groan because he immediately did not like both of them. Western Saloon. Cowboys sat at the table and played a poker for gambling. 3 wanted posters were on the wall. Akira's bounty was 100,000 zeni. Other man's wanted poster was on the wall next to Akira's. His bounty was 1 million zeni. Finally, a blonde woman named Lunch's bounty was only 2 million zeni. A large cowboy pointed the pistol gun at the blonde woman's wanted poster on the wall. Then he put his pistol gun back in his waist. He stared down at the shorty cowboy and asked, Hey, you sure this gal Lunch is really coming? A long-bearded cowboy pushed the chair down to the ground and nodded. Yes, the world is she's tearing up the next town over and heading this way. Most of cowboys were in shock with fear. So are you sure we're okay? They say that after Lunch leaves, not even one blade of grass remains, explained the shorty cowboy. The large cowboy scoffed. Idiot, don't get so shaken up over one lone woman. Think about how you're going to use the reward money instead. Suddenly, he heard the door opened. Then he immediately turned around and pointed the gun over yonder, but only to see the dark blue-haired woman walked into the saloon. "Oh, what incredible wind! And I rinsed just yesterday," said the dark blue-haired woman. The large cowboy frowned. "And not her, huh?" Then he turned around and rested his elbow on the bar. The dark blue-haired woman walked over to the bar and sighed, "Ah, I've had enough of it." The large cowboy looked at the bartender and ordered, "Bartender, get this young lady a glass of something for me." The dark blue-haired woman began to smile. "Don't ask why. See, the color of your hair is the same as the hair color of a girl I once loved, is all." His underlings fell down to the ground dumbfounded. The long-bearded cowboy frowned. "Be boss." He lifted himself up on the bar. That's a bit corny, isn't it?" The large cowboy poured the beer down on his face and grabbed his clothes up. "You be quiet. I have a weakness for girls of her type." Then he sighed. "So, young lady, don't be shy, be my guest." The dark blue-haired woman smiled. "Well then, by all means I accept. Bartender San, 1 orange juice, please." The bartender nodded. "Okay." He made a glass of orange juice for her and handed it to her. "Here you go." Just as she was about to drink the orange juice, a small sandstorm went all over her face. She suddenly sneezed, "Achoo!" However, when 3 cowboys looked at her, they widened their eyes in shock. The large cowboy shook his head, but he still saw something wrong. He stood up and growled, "You!" The blonde-haired woman stood in front of them who resembled the dark blue woman pretty much. Then she kicked him away and broke the table down. She knocked the long-bearded cowboy to the wall. At last, she kicked the shorty man square in the jaws, bowling him over to the wall. The bartender quickly picked up the machine gun of his own. However, the blonde-haired woman picked up one of her own machine gun and fired a multiple bullets, shooting the glass of beer or wine. The bartender managed to duck his head and cowered behind the bar before the blonde-haired woman could shoot him. The broken glass of beer fell down on his head, injuring him a bit. She completely destroyed the saloon and simply walked away and left them in shock. With Kakarot and others. The frog could not stand because someone took a pee on it. The pee must be Kuririn's who urinated lately. Kakarot walked to him from the behind and scowled. "Hey, not done yet? This is taking a while." Kuririn widened his eyes and shocked. "Dummy! Don't look. Get away. Get away from me." He tried to shoo Kakarot away. "I won't leave until you finish that fucking urinate," argued Kakarot. "You can't tell me what to do. It sounds like you demand me what to do." "What the fuck, man?" scowled Kuririn. Taburu was sitting on the ground and covering his ears so he would not have to listen to them anymore. He groaned. How long are they going to yell at each other before they can satisfy? Railroad. A blonde-haired woman was on the top of mountain in her motorcycle as she watched the train driving on the railroad. She started the engine and ran her motorcycle to jump down to the surface. Then she got off and stood on the railroad staring at the train. She now carried the large launcher on her shoulders. Then she pointed her launcher at the train. She carefully aimed at the train through the scope. The train was running closer and closer to her. Finally, she pulled the trigger to fire a launch at the train, derailing it. She jumped in and stole some money from one of the train cars. Luckily, the cowboy survived this and picked up the phone. He shouted, "Hello. Police? Lunch just showed up." Lunch quickly fled from the scene on her motorcycle. With Kakarot. Kakarot now carried Kuririn and Taburu on his back over the mountain and overlooked at the broken train. Kuririn scowled. "Hey, Kakarot, we've gone where nobody is again, you know?" Kakarot was annoyed now and growled. "Shut up. I've gone to where nobody is because I tracked someone with my scouters. Retard." "So, why do you suppose the turtle hermit-sama prefers a peachy-peachy gal?" asked Taburu curiously. He only asked this because he hadn't enough with their bickering all days, so he decided to speak up anyways. "How the fuck should I know?" grumbled Kakarot. "If it were you, it's obvious that you'd prefer your fish with some peachy-peachy spring to them, wouldn't you?" replied Kuririn. "So you're saying that old man is going to eat her?" joked Kakarot. Kuririn widened his eyes in shock because he knew what Kakarot meant. However, Toburu was not sure what they meant because he was too young to understand. He was only 9 years old boy after all. With lunch. Lunch speeded up the motorcycle away from the police who were chasing her. The police cried, "Halt! Halt or we'll shoot." However, Lunch refused to obey them, so they had to fire their guns. But their aim was way off. Annoyed, Lunch then threw a grenade, destroying one of the cop cars. Another more police car went after him and growled, "You lousy rat!" They shot more at Lunch. Then Lunch went across the mountain, shocking rests of police. The police shouted, "This way!" Then they turned around the mountain. Then Lunch went down to the other side of surface and ran her motorcycle to flee away from the police cars once again. The police shouted, "There she is!" They shot more at Lunch, but their aim was way off once again. Lunch glared over her shoulder at the police and thought, "Sheesh!" Then she picked up the shotgun and pointed at the police car. She began to smirk at the feared police. However, she could feel that she was about to sneeze. She shocked, "This is bad." She sneezed once again. Achoo! Then her motorcycle fell down to the ground again. With Kakarot. Kakarot was still flying together with Kuririn and Toburu on his back, and looked around him. He sighed, "Damn, the battle power just moved around too much, makes so difficult for me to find that powers. Come on, I doubt Peachy Peachy Gal would be in a place like this. Go back," demanded Kuririn. "No way, I'm going to find that power," replied Kakarot. With Lunch. 2 policemen pointed the gun at the dark blue-haired woman who happened to be blonde-haired woman from the earlier whom just sneezed. Lunch, you're under arrest. Come quietly and don't try anything funny," warned the policeman. "Move and we'll shoot," warned another policeman. Lunch looked at them and confused. "Who are you? What are you doing?" The policeman growled, "What's with the who are you routine? Don't play dumb. We're the police, obviously." "What is it you're saying I've done?" asked Lunch. Another policeman confused. "How can you even say such a thing? You have no shame. We're not going to be fooled by your disguise. You're under arrest." He picked up the handcuff, which scared Lunch. Lunch screamed in fear, "Somebody help me." With Kakarot. "Huh? I think I just heard someone calling for help," said Toburu. "Yeah, me too," added Kuririn. Just then, Kakarot spotted the 2 policemen who were pointing the gun at Lunch. He pointed over yonder and said, "Over there." Kuririn shocked, "That girl is being attacked." "Humph, let's go helping her," said Kakarot. Kuririn deadpanned, "We would look cool if we helped her. But with our skills, we couldn't handle it yet. Those guys have guns and all. Let's let sleeping dogs lie. Why don't we go attacking the policemen? Dad doesn't go well with them because he's a pirate," said Toburu. Kakarot nodded. "Yeah, let's go helping her. Old man might be interesting in her. She looks normal to me." He flew down towards them. The policeman looked up at them and shocked, "What?" Then, Kakarot landed on the ground in front of policemen. The policeman shocked, "Who are you?" Kakarot smirked, "I'm here to kill you." Toburu and Kuririn quickly ran away in hiding. Toburu shouted, "Go kick their ass, Kakarot." The policeman snarled, "You're what?" Kuririn chuckled, Let me just say in advance that I am in no way involved in this. This is all on him." The policeman pointed the gun at Kakarot and growled, "What do you mean, you've come to kill us? If you think you can interfere with us just because you're kids, we'll arrest you, too." Suddenly, Kakarot teleported to kick the policeman and disarmed his gun. Then he kicked him square in the jaws, bowling him over. The last policeman pointed the gun at Kakarot and snarled, "Why you?" Just as he was about to shoot at Kakarot, the arrow suddenly barely starched his hand. He gripped his own hand and screamed in pain. Toburu was the one who just fired an arrow from his bows and chuckled, "That's what you get for underestimating us. I'm the archery here." The policeman glared at Toburu and growled, "Damn you!" Kakarot charged towards him and delivered a powerful punch to the face, knocking him out cold. He glared down at them and sighed. What a fragile. I could not believe how pathetic you're. You're too weak to face me alone. Just die already. He stomped on one of policeman's throat to death. Then he blasted another policeman, reducing to nothing but smithereens. Kiririn and Toburu were in shock. Lunch smiled happily. Thank you very much. What can I say to thank you enough? Kiririn walked over to her and giggled. No, it was nothing. Toburu stared at Kiririn and frowned. You did nothing. You don't deserve a thank you. We're going to bring you with us. Old man will definitely find you suitable for him, said Kakarot. Damn it. I have to carry all of them. Fuck. With that, he carried Lunch on his back while holding Toburu and Kiririn in his both hands. They went back to Kame house. When Kiririn looked up at Lunch, he found her attractive girl. Kiririn smiled. Very nice indeed, isn't she? Where are we heading? Asked Lunch. Old Man Turtle Hermit's house, replied Kakarot. Turtle Hermit? Wondered Lunch. Toburu nodded. Right. Kakarot flew over the ocean until he found Kame house. He smiled. That's it. Then they landed on the island. Wow, what a handsome little place, amazed Lunch. Is it to your liking then? Asked Kiririn. Hey, old man, we brought back one of those peachy gals, greeted Kakarot. However, he did not hear any answer. He growled, Hello, old man. Geez, at the time like this. Why isn't he answering? Wondered Toburu. Kiririn chuckled. Perhaps he is making use of the lavatory. Are you sure that he went to the bathroom? Asked Toburu. Seriously? Pooping at the time like this? That's it. I'll go tell him to hurry it up, complained Kakarot. He ran into the house to look for Mutant Rashi. Kiririn looked around at Lunch and giggled. Pardon me, he's such a vulgar boy. So why have you brought me here? Is there something you want me to do? Asked Lunch curiously. No, there doesn't seem to be anything in particular you need to do, replied Toburu. Kiririn chuckled. If we could just have you stay here for a little while, that would be okay, wouldn't it? After all, with only us men here, we're lacking somewhat in splendor. Lunch smiled cheerfully. In that case, it will serve me as well. I'm being chased after. Chased? Toburu frowned. Now that you mention it, you were being attacked by guys dressed up like policemen. Huh? Who were those guys? Lunch smiled. Policemen. Real ones. Kiririn and Toburu widened their eyes in shock. With Kakarot. Old man, are you done yet? We brought back a girl, yelled Kakarot loudly. He stood next to the bathroom door. All finished. Just wait, said Rashi. Finally, he opened the door and scowled. You idiot. Not so loud. This looks terrible, you know? You smell awfully, aren't you? Groaned Kakarot. With Kiririn. Why are you being chased after by the police? Asked Kiririn. Lunch opened her bag and frowned. Seeing as how this bag has a great deal of money in it, I wonder if I robbed another bank. Toburu shocked. Are you kidding me, right? With Kakarot. Rashi walked over to the window and asked, This time, she's an honest-to-goodness peachy guy for sure, right? If that's what you say, then I guess that's yes, replied Kakarot. Then Rashi took a good look at Lunch and sighed. Let's see. Or maybe a train robbery? Wondered Lunch. Kiririn laughed. You're taking the joke too far. There's no way someone like you could do something like that after all. You're the daughter from a rich family, right? Asked Toburu. You should all be careful as well, said Lunch. When I sneeze, my personality completely. Suddenly, Rashi yelled out loud and giggled. Very nice. That startled Lunch, Kiririn, and Toburu. He looked around at Kakarot and smiled. Well done, you three. So she's good enough? Asked Kakarot. Lunch stared at Rashi and sighed. Oh, you startled me. Kiririn walked to the door and smiled. Mutant Rashi-sama, we've just returned. Toburu bowed. Yes, we have returned, Mutant Rashi-sama. Kiririn ran to Rashi and whispered, How about her? Her face still has a childish look about it, but her body is good and stacked. Rashi nodded. All right, all right. 3 of you are now accepted as my pupils. Toburu and Kuririn cheered. We did it. About fucking time, said Kakarot happily. Rashi walked to the door and waved at Lunch. He giggled. Say there. By all means, welcome. How kind of you to come. Pleased to meet you. My name is Lunch, introduced Lunch. Your grandsons saved me from a precarious situation. Rashi glanced over his shoulder at Kakarot, Kuririn, and Toburu. He shocked. These guys saved you? Lunch nodded. Yes, thank you so much. Kuririn chuckled sheepishly. Nah, it was nothing really. Kakarot glared at him and frowned. Midget, you didn't do anything. Only the pirate's son and I deserve praise from her. Not you. Kuririn started to feel that Kakarot was getting on his nerves. Rashi looked at Lunch and chuckled. That's fine and all, but they aren't my grandsons. They're my younger brothers. Toburu, Kakarot, Kuririn, and even Lunch fell into their anime fall. He rubbed his bald head and laughed. No, I was just joking there. Lunch wiped on her cheeks with the napkin and chuckled. Yes, I knew that. The truth is, I am Mutant Rashi, also known as the Turtle Hermit. I am teaching these guys the martial arts, explained Rashi. Lunch smiled. Oh, martial arts? That would explain why the boys are so strong. Rashi glanced over his shoulder at boys and nodded. So it's already been of service? Kakarot frowned. I still don't learned anything from you, old man. Rashi looked at Lunch again and asked, so then, Lunch, was it? If you have the time, would you take a bath with him? Rather, live the quiet life here for a while. Lunch looked around her and asked, Here? If I'm not in your way, then I should request it myself. I in the way? Don't be silly. You could stay here your whole life. Rashi hopped around and cheered. Hey, hey, hey! Hooray, hooray! I feel so cheerful. Yahoo, yahoo! Then he stopped dancing around and asked, By the way, what do you think? Would you like to try learning some martial arts as well? Huh? Me? It sounds like fun, but I don't think a girl like myself could keep up, denied Lunch. No, I'm not saying you should try it on a full scale. I meant you could take it casually. It will prove useful for the health of both mind and body, as well as for your good looks, said Rashi. Kuririn looked up at Lunch and smiled. You are incredibly fortunate. There is no one in the world of martial arts that does not know of Mutant Rashi-sama here. Quite frankly, he's the greatest in the world. For you to be able to learn from the master himself. Oh, I had no idea he was such a person, praised Lunch. Rashi rubbed his back bald head and giggled. Ah, it really is all that, but it still makes me blush. Kakarot growled. Hurry and train us. Toburu frowned. Yeah, I just want you to hurry and train us. Rashi ran to Kuririn and whispered, You're a good fellow. Kuririn bowed. I am honored by your praise. Rashi ran into the house. Then he ran out of house only to give her a box. Well then, first of all, change into this uniform. Lunch grabbed the box and nodded. Right. You uniform? Wondered Kakarot. Then Lunch put the box down on the ground. She nodded. Okay. Then, she was just about to change her clothes. Rashi began to get all excitement. Kuririn widened his eyes and shocked. Why, you're going to change here? You're right. I'll go change inside the house, said Lunch. She walked into the house. Rashi glared down at Kuririn and irritated. Look here, you say too much. Would you like to go home? Kuririn gulped. I'm sorry. Rashi nodded. Right, you change into these too. Kakarot frowned. I don't want to wear this. If you complain, I won't take you as pupils, said Rashi. Toburu nodded. Right, understood. Come on, Kakarot, Kuririn. Later. Lunch emerged from the house, wearing the armor inside. Kakarot, Kuririn, Toburu, Rashi, and Lunch were now wearing the pink lingerie. This looks like underwear. Rashi blushed. No, This is the wardrobe of my eternal turtle school. Lunch fell down to the ground while her feet stuck up. Kuririn chuckled. You've got to be kidding. Then Lunch stood up and stared down at her own lingerie. I am a Saiyan. Why do I must wear this fucking lingerie? I hate it. Fuck this, complained Kakarot. Toburu sighed. I agree with you, but we have to do this anyways. Rashi stared at her body and thought, young girls are the best. Then he nodded. We will now begin the training. Suddenly, he spotted the fly flying around him. What an annoying horsefly. He waved it off to shoo it away. Soon after, the horsefly flew past her nose, which made her sneeze soon. She widened her eyes and warned, everybody, run away. Finally, she sneezed, turning herself into the mean Lunch. Kakarot, Kuririn, Toburu, and Rasohi were in shock. She looked around her and grumbled, where is this? Doesn't look like a jail. Suddenly, she picked the machine gun and growled, who the hell are you guys? She then fired her machine gun at Mutant Rashi, Kuririn, Toburu, and Kakarot, who dodged all of them in panic. The bullet hit them, but none of that killed them at least. Luckily for them, Lunch sneezed again, turning her back into her sweet, innocent form. Huh? Oh dear. She stared at them and rubbed her head. She chuckled. Sorry, every time I sneeze, it seems I switch personalities. Did I do anything I shouldn't have? And no, nothing especially, said Rashi. Toburu shocked. Whoa. Seems like we brought the fucking wrong girl here, muttered Kakarot angrily. Later, they had to change back into their previous clothes. Rashi sighed. Now then, let's turn the house to a capsule and take it with us, shall we? He pushed the button the house and changed it to a capsule. He picked up the capsule up. But how are we going? Asked Kakarot. I am not going to carry all of you guys. Rashi picked up another capsule and said, I'm getting a boat out. He threw the capsule at the water and changed it to a hovercraft. They hopped into the car. So then, let's go. He drove off on way to New Island. Rashi looked at Lunch and asked, Lunch-san. Yes, replied Lunch. Do us a favor, and while we're riding in the boat, don't sneeze. Okay? Pleaded Rashi. Lunch smiled. Leave it to me. Kuririn stared at Toburu and sighed. Say, what's pirate is like? Huh? Confused Toburu. How's your father's life as pirate is like? Asked Kuririn. He's looking for famous treasure in the world. He had to endanger his life to fight another pirate cruise in order to find the treasure, so he can be pirate king, explained Toburu. Kuririn widened his eyes and shocked. Pirate king? You mean he's going to Grand Line to find one-piece treasure? Nodding, Toburu smiled. Yep, that's why he left me here, so I can have Rashi training me. No way. Do you even realize that going to Grand Line is too dangerous? Asked Kuririn. Yeah, I do know. That's why I want to be pirate just like him, declared Toburu. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Even although he is not my real father. What? Where's your real parent then? Asked Kuririn. Toburu frowned. I was abandoned on the rowboat at the ocean when I was a baby. That's where father found me. He raised me and treated me very well. He's really strong. That's why he won't die there at the Grand Line. Kuririn sighed. Oh, I see. We're here now. Hop out, boys, said Rashi. Then they all hopped out of the boat. Rashi threw the capsule on the ground to expand the came house. Now then, shall we do some light training until supper? Kuririn bowed. If you would be so kind. Rashi looked around him and confused. Kakarot's not here. Where did he go? The other boy? He flew off, saying he was going to see what was on the island, explained Lunch. With Kakarot. Kakarot flew above some of house on the island. He would fly around the tall mountain. He flew around the island a few times. Then he finally arrived at the came house and frowned. Old man, there are a lot of other houses here. Rashi nodded. Of course there are. There are at least 300 other residents on this island, after all. Never mind that. Come down here quickly. The training is starting. Kakarot descended down to the ground to land and smiled. Then train us now. Train me. Train me. Kuririn stared at Kakarot and sighed. What a frivolous kid. I'll show him my true abilities and put some distance between us. While they are bullying each other all days, I will show them my true power and show them that I'm stronger than them, thought Toburu. Am I doing this too? Asked Lunch. Well, either way, you can do whatever you like, replied Rashi. Lunch smiled. Then I'm going to go prepare some supper. Suddenly, she sounded almost as if she was about to sneeze. Sup-per. Rashi, Kuririn, Toburu, and Kakarot widened their eyes in panic and fled into hiding behind the small boulder. However, it turned out that she was actually yawning. She looked at them and waved at them cheerfully. Well, I'll be making supper. Good luck. She ran into the house. Kakarot growled. Oh, she was yawning? Toburu sighed with relief and nodded. Yeah, she's yawning. Kuririn gulped. She sure startled me. Rashi stared down at Kuririn and frowned. Fool, if you get jittery over something like that, you'll never become a complete man. Kuririn bowed. My humble apologies. Rashi sighed. And so, we're about to begin your training, huh? Then he looked at Kuririn and asked, Kuririn, have you had any experience with martial arts? Kuririn nodded. Yes, I studied for 8 years at Orinji Temple before this. Rashi looked down at Toburu and asked, What about you? Have you had any experience with martial arts? Yes, father taught me to learn martial arts before this. Actually, Kagu Pirate's first mate was in archery. He taught me to be archery, although, don't worry, I can do both pretty good. Rashi nodded. I see. Then 3 of you should have the fundamentals out of the way. Now then, I think I'll have you show me what you're capable of. Ready? Kakarot, Toburu, and Kuririn nodded. All right. Chapter 13. Training begins. At Training Island. Rashi stood in front of Kakarot, Kuririn, and Toburu and nodded. Now then, I think I'll have you show me what you're capable of. Ready? Kakarot, Toburu, and Kuririn nodded. All right. Rashi pointed at the boulder next to them and said, From this rock. Another finger pointed over at the tree. To that tree is exactly 100 meters. How many seconds will it take you to run that far? 100 meters, you say? Asked Kuririn. Being able to run fast doesn't make you a better martial artist, but there's no better way to gauge the strength of your legs, explained Kuririn. That's long, but I'm sure I can run fast, declared Toburu. Kuririn chuckled. I will run first. Oh, aren't you sure of yourself? Asked Rashi. Kuririn set his eyes on Kakarot and chuckled. Yes, I will show you the kind that could even make it into the Olympics. Kakarot scoffed. I doubt you can run faster than me. Kuririn glared at him because he did not like Kakarot's attitude. He wanted to show Kakarot what he could do. He clenched his fists and thought angrily, Say all you want to, but you can't beat me at speed. Toburu sighed. I wish they would stop this and get along for once. Okay, let's us go, Rashi cried, drawing Kuririn and others' attention. He stood next to the tree and had his watch to ready for timer. Kuririn simply crouched down in traditional Olympic track style, waiting for Rashi to start the timer. Toburu cupped his mouth and cheered. Good luck, Kuririn, all he could hear scoffing from Kakarot. Rashi shouted, Ready, go. He signaled Kuririn to get go. Kuririn immediately ran to the tree faster as possible as he could. He worked his ass harder to get there faster and hoped that he would be able to make it sooner. Finally, Kuririn ran past the tree. Rashi looked down at the timer and surprised, Ho! Incredible! 10.4 seconds. This is really something. My 10.4, is it? My personal best is 10.1, you know. Well, under the conditions, I suppose that's about right. Bragged Kuririn. He continued to laugh at how faster he could go at. Kakarot yelled, Hey, old man, what are you waiting for? Pirate Boy's next, right? Rashi nodded. Oh, all right, Here goes. Ready. He raised his right hand up. Toburu nodded. Right. He bent his knees down and prepared to run. He also waited for Rashi to yell out, "Go!" Kuririn scoffed. What kind of stance is that? Rashi shouted, "Go!" Toburu immediately ran to the tree as fast as he could. Kuririn frowned. Oh, Toburu is pretty fast too. Huh? Oh, just over 11 seconds, Rashi said, looking at his timer. That's pretty fast too, but not enough to keep up with Kuririn. Kuririn chuckled. Ah, it's just unfortunate for him to be placed together with me. I wonder how fast Kakarot is. Rashi nodded. Toburu is pretty good, too, isn't he? Toburu rubbed his head and giggled. Yeah, but I'm more of archery, so I don't run often. I simply hide and fire the arrow at the target in my entire life. Hey, how long are you going to talk over there? It's my turn, isn't it? Kakarot scowled, getting Rashi and others' attention. Rashi nodded. All right, well, here goes. Kakarot smirked. Ready. He just simply stood and did not make any stance at all. Rashi shouted, Go! Suddenly, Kakarot swooped past Rashi, Kuririn, Toburu, much to their astounded. 8.5. Kuririn shocked too much, and all he could do was to fall onto the ground. Toburu could utter a single word, but all he could do was to stare at Kakarot. Kakarot stared down at Kuririn and laughed. How do you like it? I run faster than you. Kuririn got up and gulped. What kind of training have you been doing? Midget. I understand how you felt. You're really shocked. It's no big deal. I've been running around in the mountains. Now are you going to cry about how you lose to me on the race? Mocked Kakarot. Kuririn growled at him and thought, Damn it, I'm not done. I'm going to show him how strong I am. Toburu sighed. It's only first day of training. I hope they will get along soon. Rashi praised. You guys appear to have your legs in good shape. That's insanely fast. You guys are really something. Kakarot and Kuririn smirked proudly, while Toburu giggled happily. However, you're still on a human level. Kakarot growled. What did you say? You say I'm on a human level? May I remind you that I'm a Saiyan, the strongest race in the universe. Yet, you claim that I'm a human? Rashi shook his head and said, No, that's not what I mean. For you to become a complete martial artist, you have go beyond the human level. That's where it gets tough. Yes, even an alien. It doesn't matter if you're an alien or not. Alien cannot simply run faster on their first training. He dropped his turtle shell and handed the timer to Rashi and said, Kuririn, measure my time. Kuririn, confused, Mutant Rashi-sama, are you running, too? Rashi stretched every of his limbs and nodded. Yeah, I haven't been getting enough exercise lately, so we'll have to see how it goes. Old timer, are you ready? Asked Kuririn. Rashi picked up his turtle shell and shouted, Jay, just a moment. He threw his shell just to break the rock next to Kakarot and others. Okay, anytime you like. Kuririn shouted. Then here goes. Ready, go. Once he started the timer, Rashi suddenly swapped past Kakarot and others, shocking all of his pupils. Toburu shocked. That's fast. No way. Impossible. How can Earthling like him can run at the blink of an eye? Wondered Kakarot. Rashi glanced over his shoulder at astounded Kuririn and asked, How many seconds? Kuririn checked his watcher and widened his eyes in shock. He gulped, 5.6. Rashi picked up the shell and nodded, 5.6. Huh? Not too bad. That's about right. Kakarot glared at Rashi and growled, Damn it! So there's Earthling that actually run faster than me? A Saiyan? How many people on this planet are truly stronger than me? Toburu pumped up with excitement and cheered. You're really incredible after all, Turtle Hermit-sama. Daddy's right about you. This is what it is to surpass humans. With your youth, depending on your training, you will even be able to break 5 seconds, explained Rashi. He sighed. That's the first time I've run in a while, and now I'm thirsty. Kakarot, would you go fetch a beer for me? Kakarot shrugged. Sure, old man. Wait, I will go get one for you, said Kuririn. Without any interruption, he quickly run to Kame house in order to fetch the beer for Rashi. Tabiru cried, Wait for me, Kuririn. He followed Kuririn to Kame house. Rashi stared down at Kakarot and sighed. Kakarot, in order for one to make the martial arts their own, it's called respectful. You'll have to do some special training in that area. Won't you? Kakarot folded his arms and scoffed. Humph, I don't need to respect everyone. No, Kakarot. Just because I train you doesn't mean I trust you. If you still want me to train you, then you will have to start respect Kuririn and others. I just noticed that you have constantly rude to Kuririn, and even to Buru since you met them. Because if you don't respect everyone, I won't be able to train you. Kakarot rolled his eyes over and sighed. Fine, I will respect Kuririn and others then. With Kuririn and Taburu. Kuririn still ran to Kame house and smiled happily. As I expected, Mutant Rashi-sama is incredible. He's not just a dirty old man. Suddenly, he heard the voice cried, Hey, wait up, Kuririn. He looked behind him and that was Taburu. Kuririn stopped next to Kame house and greeted, Huh? What is it? Why do Kakarot and you always bicker every minutes? Wondered Taburu. Kuririn sighed. Because he made fun of me all days. Can't you see what he called me? A midget? A retard? How do you like if he calls you like that? I'm pissed off because he didn't call you that. Fuck him. He suddenly slapped his mouth and gulped. Forget what I say in that part. Taburu confused. What does fuck mean? Hey, don't say that word ever again, panicked Kuririn. Why? Asked Taburu. Kuririn sighed. It's bad word, okay? Oh shit, I am supposed to fetch a beer. Once again, he went into the house and yelled, Excuse me, I've come to get Rashi-sama a beer. Lunch nodded. Sure, what a valiant helper. He went into Kame house and fetched a beer from the refrigerator. Suddenly, she sneezed because Kuririn accidentally brought in dust. With Kakarot and Rashi. Kakarot and Rashi widened their eyes and immediately set their sight on Kame house. That sneeze just now, panicked Rashi. Then, they saw that Kuririn and Taburu were being chased by Lunch, who now carried the butcher's knife. Lunch growled, What are you doing, you rotten scum? She swung her butcher's knife, trying to kill Kuririn, but she kept missing the chance. Hold still so I can kill you. However, they failed to notice that Rashi and Kakarot hid in the bush. Rashi looked at the watcher and chuckled, Ho! 100 meters in 8.8 seconds. Kuririn and Taburu have come very close to human limits. I'm gonna rip you apart. Lunch scowled angrily, chasing Kuririn away. Suddenly, she sneezed again, and confused, Huh? I wonder what I'm doing here. But she did not realize that she threw the knife in the air, and it landed right in front of a frightened Kuririn. Oh dear! Kuririn lied on the ground and relieved that he was still alive. Later afternoon, Rashi stared at Kakarot, Kuririn, and Taburu and said, Oh, the sun is just getting ready to set. There is a delicious, delicious supper waiting for us inside the house. Let's put off the real serious training until tomorrow, and until supper starts, we're going to have another test to determine your abilities. About fucking time. Now what's training you will offer us, old man? Asked Kakarot. Rashi shook his head and answered, No, this time we're doing this, oof. Then he picked up a stone and wrote his turtle school symbol on it and showed the boys the symbol. Take a good look at this rock. Have you seen it? Kuririn nodded. We see it, all right? Yeah, I see it now, said Taburu. What are you planning to do with that rock? Asked Kakarot. I'm doing this, Rashi yelled before throwing the stone in the deep jungle below. Ho ho, that flew pretty far. Is this a test of how far we can throw rocks? Wondered Kuririn. It would be easier if it's bow and arrows instead of rocks, said Taburu. Kakarot shrugged. I don't think so. Throwing a rock is useless for training if you ask, but then again, I don't understand how the old man thinks. Rashi shook his head and reminded, "This is not a test of throwing rocks. That got the boy's attention. It's a test of finding rocks." "You mean the rock you just threw?" asked Kuririn. Searching for something may not seem like much, but this requires an awful lot of mental strength and concentration. In this case, physical strength is also necessary. Got it? Whoever finds it and brings it back here first wins. Whichever one loses also goes without supper. Kakarot, Kuririn, and Toburu shocked. Goes without supper? However, Rashi looked at his watch and said, "If 30 minutes goes by and none of you have found it, you both go without supper. So, I wonder which one of you will find it." Kakarot, Kuririn, and Toburu immediately ran off in search for the rock. Suddenly, they stopped at the edge of the high cliff. They almost could not see floor at all. Kakarot and Toburu simply stared down without any fear, but Kuririn was actually afraid. Well, that's because if he actually jumped, he would die like that. Kuririn gulped. "Damn, there's no place to get a foothold. There's nothing to do but go around." Kakarot scoffed. "I don't need to go around. I can fly." He simply jumped off the cliff and began to descend towards the floor slowly. Toburu smiled. "I am not going to go around either. I'm going to jump too." He didn't care about the height, but he still insisted to jump off the cliff. Kuririn shocked. "You idiot! Are you trying to die, Toburu?" While Kakarot was descending on way to the floor, he spotted Toburu falling down to the ground. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you have a death wish or something? Do you realize if you jump like that, you're gonna die, right?" Toburu giggled. "Maybe so, but I did this plenty of times in the mountains with Dad's pirate crew, so it's nothing to me. Watch me, Kakarot." He spotted a branch, so he managed to grab a branch on his way down, but it broke and he hit the ground with a thump. He cried, "Yow-ow-ow-ow." Kakarot landed on the ground and folded his arms. He laughed. "Serve you right. Well, at least you survived this fall. Sorry, but I'm going to get a rock and get my supper." He then ran off to look for the rock. "My supper." Toburu get back up and yelled, "Supper is mine." He went to look for the rock in an opposite direction. "Hey, rock, where are you?" With Kuririn. From the further cliff, Kuririn gulped. "Kakarot can fly, and Toburu knows how to jump from this height. Oh no, they've gotten ahead of me. Damn, I have to take the long way around." He was going to run, but something suddenly appeared on his mind. Hold on, it's nearly impossible to find a little rock in that jungle in 30 minutes. He grinned evilly. That's it. If I were to do that." Kuririn picked up the similar size of rock that looked like the rock Rashi threw. He chuckled. "All right, this is just the right size." He spotted a house over there and decided to go over there and knock the door. "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon." The black woman opened the door and asked, "What is it?" "I'm terribly sorry, but could I borrow a sign pen for just a moment?" asked Kuririn. "A sign pen?" Kuririn nodded. "Yes." With Toburu. Toburu still looked for the rock and sighed. "In this large jungle, I can't find a small piece of rock. It's really hard. Arg, what should I do? It is going to be hard." He continued to wander through the forest to search for the rock. With Kakarot. Kakarot moved through the brush and suddenly picked up the scent somewhere nearby. He sniffed. "I'm starting to pick up the old man's smell. I'm sure it's around here. Fuck yeah, I will get a supper tonight." He followed the scent to find the rock. With Kuririn. Kuririn finished writing Mutant Rashi's symbol on the rock and chuckled. "This will do it." He gave the pen to Black Woman. "Thanks." He ran off on way to Kame house. The Black Woman watched him running off and puzzled. What a strange little monk. While Kuririn running on way to Kame house, he giggled. "Now, if I act like I went to a lot of effort to find this." Kame house. Rashi stared at Lunch, who was cooking the supper for tonight. Those hips. Apparently, he stared at her ass instead of watching her cooking. He cleared his throat and asked, "What are you fixing for us tonight?" "Pot stew. I bought a delicious-looking fish at the market earlier," replied Lunch cheerfully. Nodding, Rashi slowly crept towards lunch from the behind and giggled, "I'm looking forward to it." He slowly raised his hands almost as if he's prepared to grope her ass. Kuririn finally barged into Kame's house and cried happily, "Mutant Rashi-sama!" He arrived at the dining room. Upon hearing this, Rashi stopped moving his hand and muttered, "Damn it!" Lunch glanced over her shoulder at Kuririn and confused, "Huh!" She turned around and greeted, "Kuririn-san," but she noticed that Rashi got startled, fell onto the table and chair, and immediately crept to the wall. He had to breathe hyperventilation. She just realized that she pointed Butcher's knife at Rashi. "Oh, my. I'm sorry." Rashi rubbed his bald head and laughed nervously. He glared at Kuririn and forced him to go to living room. "Kuririn, what is it?" Kuririn panted heavily. I barely managed to find it." He showed Rashi a stone with the symbol. "Oh, Kuririn, that was quick. Let's have a look," said Rashi. He examined the rock carefully and threw it at Kuririn's head, which made Kuririn cry in the pain. He scowled. "You think you can fool me? That isn't my handwriting." Kuririn yelped, "Please excuse me." He immediately ran away from Kame's house. He had to return to the jungle and search for the rock again. He sighed, "Oh fuck, there's no way I'm going to find it in here." However, the saber-tooth tiger suddenly emerged from the bushes and tried to eat him, which startled him. He managed to dodge the tiger's attack and elbowed the tiger in the spine from the above. "That was a close one," relieved Kuririn. Suddenly, he felt the ground shook for some reason. He just realized that there was another dinosaur wandering through the jungle. He gulped, What is the deal with this jungle?" The voice cheered, "Fuck yeah, I found it." That was Kakarot's voice. Kuririn was in shock that Kakarot found it first. "It's fucking here." "That voice. It's," surprised Kuririn. He immediately crept through the brushes and shouted, "Hey, Kakarot, did you find the rock?" He finally found Kakarot, who casually tossed the rock up and down. "You did really well to have found it, huh?" Kakarot chuckled, "Hey, don't be jealous, mid-dash." He suddenly remembered what Rashi told him recently. He sighed, "Kuririn, unlike you Earthlings, a Saiyan can smell even a slightest scent like this rock. Carried the smell of the old man. Therefore, I have one." "So, Saiyans are a dog?" Kuririn sighed. "However, we can't be sure that's the real one." "What the fuck? Is the real one here? Do you think it's the fake stone?" Kakarot knew what Kuririn just did, and smirked. "Unless you were cheating." Kuririn widened his eyes in shock. "It's okay. Finding rock is beyond Earthlings' abilities. There's no way you guys can find them. That makes perfect sense. You would cheat anyways." "No, I'm not cheating. It might be a replica. I fell for one of them earlier," lied Kuririn. "Oh? Well, your face is telling me otherwise. I bet you tried to fool the old man with that fake stone. Anyways, I'm going to have my nice supper." He then walked away from Kuririn. "Supper. Supper. No, I won't let you have it," yelled Kuririn. He charged towards Kakarot and reeled his fist back before bringing his fist at Kakarot. Kakarot looked around and growled, "The fuck you're doing?" He managed to parry Kuririn's punch. "What the fuck are you doing? Do you think you can fight on par with a Saiyan?" But Kuririn chose to attack him more with the barrage of punch, while Kakarot kept blocking them. "Midget, if that's what you want me, then I will fight you." Kakarot ducked down before Kuririn could land a blow. Now this time he threw a punch at Kuririn, who managed to block it. However, Kuririn just realized that Kakarot's punch was really harder. He continued to throw more hard punch, but Kuririn successfully blocked every singe of them. "What's up with his punch? If that keeps up like that, my arms will be numb for a while," panicked Kuririn. He noticed that Goku began to perform the roundhouse kick. Now, he ducked his head down before Kakarot could hit him with the roundhouse kick. He tackled Kakarot down onto the ground, as the rock managed to fall off from Kakarot's hand. Kakarot glared at Kuririn and growled, "You bastard! Get off of me, you no good for midget." Kuririn scoffed, "Now that rock is mine." Before he could get off, Kakarot and he spotted feet stepped next to the stone. Taburu. Taburu picked up the stone and smiled. Thank you for giving this to me. I'm going to have a supper tonight. See you there. Bye. He immediately ran away from them on way to reach Kame house. Kuririn yelled, Hey, it's mine. You're not getting away. He then ran after Taburu as fast as he could. Kakarot got up on his feet and growled, Damn those earthlings. Hey, supper is mine. He too chased after Taburu for the rock. Kame house. As Lunch walked past Rashi, he was currently watching the television and thought, this time for certain, he could not resist his temptation on nice gal like Lunch. So he decided to get his eyes off of television and glued his eyes on Lunch's buttocks. He raised his hands and was going to grope Lunch's ass. Suddenly, Taburu barged into Kame house and cheered, Mutant Rashi-sama. Rashi fell face first onto the ground and muttered angrily, Not again! Hey, I found the stone, cheered Taburu. He showed the stone to Rashi. Rashi grabbed the stone and examined it for a while. He stood up and nodded, Unmistakable. This is the rock that I threw. You've done well. This contest goes to Taburu. Thank you so much, appreciated Taburu. Later, Kuririn and Mutant Rashi were eating the food Lunch had prepared for them, with Kakarot and Kuririn looking on hungrily. Kakarot muttered angrily, This is all of your fault, midget. He could see that Rashi glared at him. He sighed, Kuririn. Kuririn folded his arms and frowned. Well, it's your fault too. How is it? Asked Lunch. Lunch-san delicious, replied Taburu, eating the stew. Yeah, this is quite good, agreed Rashi. Lunch-chan, you're a very good cook, aren't you? Very much so. Lunch smiled proudly. No, not at all. Rashi took another bite of rice and asked, By the way, what kind of fish is this? I'm sure the fishmonger said it was a fugu puffer fish, said Lunch. Suddenly, Rashi and Taburu widened their eyes in shock. Kakarot and Kuririn smirked happily for some reason. Are really? Asked Taburu. He clutched his stomach and groaned, my stomach. Rashi fell onto the floor and groaned, me, too. They then fell ill because the puffer fish was poisonous. Lunch giggled. Now that you mention it, me, too. Kakarot and Kuririn were smiling because they're glad that they did not eat that food tonight. The next day, Kakarot and Kuririn were prepared to train again, but Mutant Rashi told them that training will start on the next day, as he and Taburu were still feeling the effects of the puffer fish. Kakarot and Kuririn frowned in disappointment. Next morning, Rashi heard the timer alarmed, so that woke him up and turned it off. He yawned. My, is it morning already? He looked around at Kuririn, who was snoring peacefully. Hey there, Kuririn. Taburu. Kuririn, Taburu, wake up. We've got early morning training. Taburu and Kuririn slowly opened his eyes and rubbed his eyes. Taburu nodded. All right. Kuririn looked at the clock and puzzled. It's only 4:30, isn't it? Stop grousing and get yourself ready right away. I'll go and wake Goku. Rashi scowled. Buttoning his orange shirt, he climbed up on the stair on way to the room. Damn. If Lunch-san didn't have that unusual predisposition of hers, we could have slept together. Why should I have to be the one to sleep with Kuririn and Taburu? As he finally reached Kakarot and Lunch's room, he was going to knock on the door, but he stopped before doing that. Hold on a second. He suddenly blushed because he wanted to do something naughty to Lunch. He stared through the door's key and could see that Lunch waggled his butts around. He had a nosebleed. He had to hold his own nose and patted his back, trying to calm his perverted thought down. He slowly opened the door and stared at Lunch. Okie dokie. Now to draw up beside her. He crept to the bed carefully so he would not make a squeal. Kakarot. I am so jealous of you. Still, Kakarot is the only one who is fit to be with this girl, not having any interest in women and all. Kakarot turned himself around and talked in his sleep. Training, training, training. So, I wonder what sort of getup Lunch-san sleeps in, thought Rashi. He slowly reached for the blanket and pulled it down carefully. Let's just have a peek. Once he managed to pull it down, he saw a blonde. He immediately startled and backed off. This is trouble. That's Lunch-san when she's ferocious. It would be awful if she woke up. I'll have to quietly awaken only Kakarot. He had to pick up the broomstick and attempted to wake up Kakarot with it. He gulped. Come on. Come on. Kakarot. Come on. Kakarot. He poked Kakarot's cheek with his broomstick, but that did not wake him up. Wake up, I say. Hurry up. Kakarot. Kakarot had an enough with a broomstick that poked onto his cheek. He quickly woke up and scowled. What the fuck are you doing? He did not understand why Rashi was really scared and demanded him to shush. Huh? Anyways, why the fuck are you poking me with that broomstick? Can't you wake me up other than that? It's really rude, you know? Rashi gulped. Be quiet. Kakarot did not know why Rashi was really scared. Finally, Lunch woke up and saw Kakarot in bed. Kakarot realized this and waved at him. He chuckled nervously. Sup? Lunch quickly backed off away from Kakarot and demanded, WIU, why are you sleeping together with me? Kakarot shrugged. Don't be mad. I'm only 11 years old, so it's no big deal. Then again, there aren't enough futons. Where do you want to sleep? On the floor. Lunch finally got angry and picked the pistol gun from her pillows. She shouted angrily, Shut up, you punk! She repeatedly fired the bullet at Kakarot, who kept dodging them. Just when Kakarot's feet slipped on the futon, she managed to shot his forehead, knocking him down. Kakarot rubbed his forehead and growled, Hey, that's hurt. Lunch chuckled. That's what you get for coming into my bed on your own. Kakarot snarled, Why you? Then, just die already. He suddenly gave Lunch a swift kick and knocked her out. He put his hand towards Lunch and charged up the yellow energy sphere from his hand. Die! Kakarot! Yelled Rashi angrily. That got Kakarot's attention. Do you remember what I told you? If you do that, I won't train you. Control your anger. Despite this, he was going to poke Lunch's breasts. Kakarot dispelled his own yellow energy sphere and sighed. Anyways, what the fuck do you want this early in the morning? Are we finally going to have training? Rashi almost touched Lunch's breast, but he stopped thanks to Kakarot's interruption. Yeah, that's right. We're training, aren't we? Oh, by the way, you need to stop curse. That shows disrespectful. Speaking of disrespectful, aren't you disrespect towards that chick? You were going to touch her breasts anyways, reminded Kakarot. Upon realizing, Rashi noticed that his finger was already close to her breasts. He lifted his finger up, and sweat dropped. Oh, this finger? You see, I was dash. Yeah. He sucked his own finger into his mouth and raised his finger up. The wind is from the north, at a speed of 2 kilometers per hour. Whatever, when I surpass you, I will kill you and begin my mission. No matter what you teach me about that respectful lesson, I will not learn any of those from you except for training, thought Kakarot. Rashi stood up and sighed. Okay, Kakarot, hurry up and change. Kakarot simply nodded at him and obeyed him. Outside the Kame house, Rashi lectured 3 boys about the marital arts and took 3 boys to collect several bottles of milk from the milkman. They would have to deliver milk to everyone on the island before breakfast. Rashi told them that they would skip for the 2 kilometers or so to the first house. They began to skip on way to the first house. Few minutes later, Kuririn was already exhausted, but Kakarot and Taburu were in good shape even though they had been skipped for a long time. Eventually, they made it to a house just to change the milk. After that, they would have to zigzag between trees for 1 kilometer. They zigzagged between trees on way to reach the next house while carrying the milk box. Kuririn just noticed that he was already behind too far from them. However, he realized that he could cheat by just simply running down the path while chanting, zigzag, zigzag. Eventually, Rashi busted him and ordered him to go back to where he was before. They finally reached the next house, but Taburu finally exhausted. Kakarot was still fine because he's a Saiyan. He would not tire that very easily. Next, they would have to climb a severely long flight of stairs. Rashi said that they would not have to run on the long flight of stairs. After taking a long flight of stairs, Rashi was waiting for them to arrive. Rashi noticed that Kakarot was finally started to get worn out. Eventually, Kakarot, Kuririn, Taburu, and Rashi finally completed every house. They met last resident for milk delivery. Apparently, Rashi knew the last resident on the top of long stairs. Rashi told him that he even thought about making them participate in Tenkaichi tournament. That's the tournament where all incredible competition, where the masters of marital arts from all lands gather to determine who is Tenkaichi, the best under the heavens. It would be held in Metro South once every 5 years. There would be only 8 people allowed to enter the tournament. Kakarot would not mind entering the tournament. He had fight in his Saiyan heritage after all. Taburu and Kuririn were excited to enter the tournament. Rashi said that if they would not neglect their training, then he would enter them. However, Rashi stated that their objective was not to become Tenkaichi, because the real life wasn't that easy. When arriving back home, Rashi informed them that they were done with their early morning training, and now the mid-morning training was about to begin. At dojo somewhere, a random earthling was knocked out of dojo. There was some fighting in the dojo. Another random fighter was knocked against the wall. A long-haired man shouted, "Next!" That was Yamucha, with his Rogafu Fuken technique. Outside the dojo, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar were watching Yamucha in the dojo. Bulma cheered, "Hang in there! Attaway, 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 attaway! Yamucha-sama! Get them! Get them!" Inside the dojo, Yamucha landed his elbow smash onto his opponent's face, sending him next a bunch of his previous frightened opponents. He noticed another of his opponent who attempted to knock him out, but he managed to jump back just in time to dodge. A big man growled, "You will face me next." Enraged, he gave Yamucha a barrage of punches, but Yamucha still dodged them. He tried to kick under Yamucha's leg, but Yamucha jumped back to dodge again. The big man chuckled. "For someone who boasted he could overthrow this dojo, you're not so great. Shall I start finishing you off? Then?" "Yamucha looks like he's going to get beaten," worried Bulma. Oolong sighed. "He's not all that skillful. He just has a big mouth and now he's gotten his opponent angry at him." Bulma looked at Puar and begged, "Puar, we have to do something." "It's okay. Yamucha-sama is strong after all," reminded Puar. Yamucha smirked. "Try taking on my Rogafu Fuken technique." The big man growled, "What did you say?" Yamucha shifted into his usual wolf stance and shouted, "Roga!" Suddenly, he ran towards his opponent. Fufuken. He suddenly changed into wolf and leapt above him before the big man could kick him. He cupped his hand and knocked his opponent out with his palms. A trio from outside cheered up on him. Puar cheered. "Just what you'd expect from Yamucha-sama. There's no doubt he will win the Tenkaichi tournament." But Kakarot-kun, who went over to the Turtle Hermit's place, might also enter, reminded Bulma. Oolong widened his eyes and gulped. But, is good idea to let him enter the Tenkaichi tournament? I mean, he's probably going to wreak havoc the tournament. You know how he does that. You know, he's pretty strong." Puar growled. "Yamucha-sama is stronger." Yamaka clenched his fists and muttered, "It's no use. The people who will gather for the Tenkaichi tournament will be even stronger. Kakarot, be sure you come. I'm getting stronger, and I'll be waiting for you. This time, I'm going to pay you for what you did to me." He would never forget that Kakarot almost killed him back at the Pilaf's castle. He crouched down and prepared for another sparring. Bulma blushed. "That's for sure." With Kakarot and others. Mutant Rashi told Kakarot, Kuririn, and Taburu that their mid-morning training was to plow through the fields in this area. But, since this training was meant to strengthen the hand, it had to be done barehanded. The boys began to plow through the dirt and completed it a few hours later. Next, it was finally time for breakfast. Lunch had cooked the boys a feast. Unfortunately, Kuririn put a little too much pepper in her food, and this made Lunch sneezed into her violent self. She started to fire bullets at Kakarot, Kuririn, Taburu, and Mutant Rashi. The foursome ran out of the Kame house. Mutant Rashi thought it would be good idea if they went out to eat. Comically, Taburu sneezed, but Kuririn and Rashi got startled, thinking that he would turn into a violent self. Kakarot scoffed at their cowardly. Kuririn and Rashi realized that everyone stared at them, and they felt completely embarrassed. After breakfast, the boys would have to study until lunchtime. For Kakarot, he would learn how to respect other. For Kuririn and Taburu, they would have to learn how to be smart. After lunch, Mutant Rashi suggested that they would have to take a nap for a few hours before they resumed their training. The four of them discussed the upcoming Tenkaichi tournament. After napping, the boys were now going to do construction work. Construction work would help them with their muscle and balance, and for them to earn some money on the side. Mutant Rashi told the boys that they did not have to use their hands to dig, but just no power tools. The boys then shoveled, unloaded, and wheelbarrowed for the next few hours. After the construction work, Mutant Rashi told it was time for swimming. Kakarot did not like this and demanded him to train them to be marital arts instead of useless swimming. Kuririn and Taburu agreed with him. Rashi reminded them that he would teach them martial arts when they moved a large boulder. He then pointed to a large boulder. Kuririn doubted that it would be impossible to move a boulder of that magnitude. Mutant Rashi responded to Kuririn by moving the boulder. Kakarot simply scoffed and moved a boulder of a similar size and was successful. Mutant Rashi just realized that it was wrong one and pointed at extremely large boulder instead. If they would be able to move the boulder, they would get marital arts training from him. Kakarot, Kuririn, and Taburu would have to do 10 laps of swimming in the lake. However, swimming in the lake was no cakewalk as sharks patrolled the lake, and the boys was forced to swim for their lives as the shark chased them. After this rigorous training, their next training exercise required them to be tied up with rope to a tree. Mutant Rashi explained to them that sometimes one was cornered and must dodge the enemy. He hit a beehive and hid behind a tree. The bees then began to give chase to Kakarot, Kuririn, and Taburu. Afterward, Kakarot, Kuririn, and Taburu were covered in bee stings from head to toe. Their first day of training was over. However, they just realized that every day after a day would be more harder and harder since they would be wearing 50 pounds turtle shells on their back while they did the training. With the aid of Mutant Rashi's training, Kakarot, Kuririn, and Taburu would be tough enough for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Few months later. It's been few months that have passed since their training began. However, before they had realized it, they were able to handle their harsh training with ease. Rashi smiled. They're doing better than I thought. Later at the night, at the Kame house, they shouted, "We humbly accept this food." They enjoyed their meal tonight, and they were delicious thanks to Lunch's awesome cooking skills. Kakarot, Kuririn, and Taburu finished there, and immediately handed their empty bowls to Lunch. Another helping. Lunch was surprised at this, and nodded, "Sure." She gave them another service, but they finished them so fast. Another helping. Lunch did not get to eat her food, and chuckled, Okay. Rashi and she could not believe that the boys were eating their food so fast. However, Rashi accidentally dropped his meatball on the ground. He had to crawl under the table and picked up the meatball. Realizing that he was under the table, he spotted Lunch's nice legs, and not to mention her thighs. He drooled at her smooth legs. He purposely pushed Meatball forward and had a chance to get close to her thighs. He frowned. I can't see." He slowly moved his chopstick to Lunch's short. He came up with his perverted thought and excited to see her things. He managed to grab Lunch's short. "Another helping," shouted the boys. Lunch noticed that their jar was empty and frowned. "Oh dear, it's empty already? Just a moment, okay? I'll bring some more right out." She got off of her chair and walked to get some food for the boys. However, Rashi was not happy about that. He was angry with the boys. He growled, "Damn it, you guys." Kuririn just realized that Rashi was not on his chair anymore. "Huh? Where's Rashi-sama?" "Taking a crap, probably," said Taburu. Kakarot scoffed. "Do you know what he smells like when he took a shit?" "Well, you see, after he took a shit, he smells like a dead fish." "Yes, a dead fish. That smells awful inside the bathroom. I had to spray the perfume all across the bathroom to make it smell good." "Oh, fuck. Stop talking about that shit. I probably will throw the fuck up. Kiririn and Toburu laughed at one of his joke. Damn you, Kakarot, thought Rashi angrily. Finally, lunch brought another food to them and smiled. Thanks for waiting. Here it is. Rashi giggled. Oh, here she comes. Guess what? Lunch actually carried the large bowl of food and placed it on the table. But they did not realize that the table was starting to creak. She went to sit on her chair, which gave Rashi a chance to take a peek at her panties. He even managed to grab Lunch's short with his chopstick. However, the table fell down along with the large bowl on Rashi, crushing him down. Rashi-sama, cried Lunch. Old man, the bathroom's that way, Kakarot joked while he was eating the rice. Rashi laughed nervously. Later, Kakarot suddenly barged into Kame's house and cried, old man, come here a minute. Rashi bit the ice cream and asked curiously, what is it? Oh, come on. We want to show you something. Just come. Hurry, damn it, demanded Kakarot. Rashi did not understand what Kakarot was talking about. Kakarot had an enough with Rashi's ignorance. He grabbed Rashi's hand and dragged him to somewhere. See, come. What's going on? Confused Rashi. He saw that Kiririn and Toburu were waiting for Rashi as well. This here, said Kakarot. He pointed at the large boulder. Is there something the matter with this boulder? Confused Rashi. We've become able to move this boulder, cheered Kiririn. Toburu nodded. Yeah, watch. Kakarot rubbed his hands and smirked. Okay, all right, here goes. He placed his hands on the large boulder. Rashi shocked. Why, you don't mean it? Kakarot worked up his muscle and began to push the boulder. Even though he struggled to push the large boulder, but he finally managed to move the large boulder a few feet away. Kiririn and Toburu cheered while Rashi was in shock. Kiririn smiled. See, I'm next. I can do that, but I can't move better than Kakarot. At least I can move it, said Toburu. He even managed to move the large boulder, but not as much as Kakarot just did. What? Astounded Rashi. You too? Toburu panted heavily because he wore up his strength just to move that large boulder forward. I'll do it next. I can't move it as much as Kakarot, but still. He forced himself to push the boulder and managed to move it a little. Rashi could not believe that they were able to do it. Kiririn, too, panted heavily due to his strength wore out. Kakarot folded his arms and smirked. See? Now you'll teach us fighting style, right? Rashi wiped his face with his napkins and thought, and not too shabby, huh? I was joking about being able to move that boulder. What remarkable guys these are. Come on, as you promised, teach us some fighting styles now, demanded Kakarot, because we're going to try hard and surpass you, old man. Rashi cleared his throat and sighed. When you say fighting styles, there's really not much more for me to teach you. Kakarot growled. Kiririn surprised. That can't be. You're not going to teach us anymore? Wondered Toburu. The fundamentals of the Eternal Turtle School technique have all been included in the training. You two have gone through every day for the last 7 months, Rashi explained, walking past the boys. You don't seem to realize it yourself yet, but your eyes, fists and legs, indeed your whole bodies, as well as the inside of your heads, have all been shaped up. He turned around at the boys and continued, fighting styles are nothing more than the application of them. Old man, can we win without knowing any technique? Asked Kakarot angrily. The martial arts are not about winning. They are to keep you from losing to yourselves. To that end, you are to utilize the basic you have acquired up to now to think up your own fighting styles and learn them yourselves, explained Rashi. Kiririn frowned. But if we are to win at the Tenkaichi tournament. Your purpose at the Tenkaichi tournament is not to win. You couldn't win anyhow. You are to put your abilities to the test and take the opportunity to further your training. Which is why, in the next month before the tournament, I don't have any particular fighting styles to teach you. Do the same things you've been doing. However, to finish with, you will carry double the weight and wear these 40-kilo shells. Rashi finished, placing his large shell on the ground. Later, Kakarot, Kuririn, and Toburu did the same training since the day one, and right now they were digging the ground out at the construction sites. They were silent for a while, but Kuririn was the one to break the silence. "Hey, Kakarot!" Kakarot rolled his eyes over and sighed. "What do you want?" And Toburu. That got Toburu's attention as well. Kuririn asked, "Do you think that just by doing this, we'll really be able to enter the Tenkaichi tournament?" He picked up the stick and carried along with Kakarot and Toburu. Kakarot shrugged. "Only 8 people out of a whole lot can enter, right? I don't know." Toburu smiled. "Well, cheer up. I heard that Mutant Rashi was strongest marital arts in his era. With him training us, I'm pretty sure we will be able to enter the tournament." Kuririn and Kakarot nodded in agreement with him and remained silent for a while. A day before Tenkaichi tournament. The days quickly rolled by until there was only day left before the Tenkaichi tournament began. Mutant Rashi had his car ready on the ground. There's Kakarot, Toburu, and Kuririn stood in front of Rashi. Not to mention that Lunch stood watching them as well. Rashi wore his black suit and black hats. He nodded. "All right, it's just about time. We're leaving for Metro South." Kakarot only nodded in response. Toburu cheered. "Right." Kuririn nodded. "Let's do it." "You guys can take off those shells now," said Rashi. Kuririn cheered. "Thank goodness. It would have been a little embarrassing to go like this." Toburu nodded. "Yeah." Kakarot, Kuririn, and Toburu removed their shells from their back and threw them on the ground. They stretched almost as if they hadn't felt the weight like this for a long time. Upon realizing, Kakarot decided to hop on the ground and chuckled. "My body seems lighter. I don't feel any weight at all." "Me too," said Toburu, jumping around on the ground. "Try jumping as hard as you can." "Not you, Kakarot. You can fly anyways." Toburu, Kuririn, "Jump as hard as you can." Kuririn and Toburu looked at each other and nodded. They immediately jumped, but they went higher in the air. While they were jumping into the sky, Toburu and Kuririn looked at each other. Kuririn surprised. "We flew by ourselves, huh?" finished Toburu. Kuririn nodded. Just like Kakarot. Since they had reached their jumping height, they went down back to the ground. They landed on the ground safely. They both cheered. Awesome. They were excited that they could jump. They just realized that they can run faster. Toburu cheered. Awesome. Awesome. I can run amazingly fast. Kuririn shouted. And I'm not falling behind you. I don't need to see how fast I am. I'm going to see how fast I am at the tournament, thought Kakarot. Lunch waved at them and cried, Hold on, both of you, and you, too, Kakarot. Toburu and Kuririn immediately ran to Lunch and stood next to Kakarot. What is it? Asked Toburu. Lunch smiled. This is a present from me. He picked up the box and showed it to them. When she opened the box, there were the blue hats and suits inside. Kuririn smiled excitedly. Lunch-san, did you make this? Lunch blushed. Yes. Okay, now this is awesome, cheered Toburu. This is the first time I've worn these kinds of clothes. They both picked up the blue hats and blue suits. Kakarot grumbled angrily. Why do I have to wear this useless suit? I prefer my battle armor. Yes, you have to, Rashi said. That shows sign of respect. Kakarot rolled his eyes over and thought, Respectful my ass. He sighed. Fine. He picked up the blue hats and blue suits. The boys went in their room to get some change. Then, they went out of the house and revealed them to be in blue suits. Lunch smiled cheerfully. Perfect. They look good on you. Toburu looked at Kuririn in blue suit and giggled. You look kind of funny. Kuririn tugged Toburu's blue shirt and chuckled. What about you? But when they looked at Kakarot in blue suit, they suddenly erupted up with laughter. Kuririn laughed. You look funny, Kakarot. Yeah, you always use that armor and now you wear that in suit, agreed Toburu. Kakarot scowled. Shut up. But Toburu and Kuririn continued to laugh at his appearance. Damn you for making me do that, old man. When I surpass you, I will rip your fucking head off, Rashi. Rashi slammed the car's trunks and yelled, "Come on. If we don't hurry, we'll miss our plane. Get in, get in." He got in the car. Lunch looked down at the boys and smiled. "Well then, do your best." She shook Kuririn's hand. Kuririn nodded. "Right?" He ran off to the car. Toburu came to shook her as well. "Good luck," said Lunch. Toburu nodded. "Yeah." He also ran to the car. Just as Lunch was about to raise her hand, she noticed that Kakarot simply walked to the car without even shaking her hand. She puzzled. Kakarot. She shrugged because she did not care about that. She was happy for them to become stronger. She wanted them to enter the tournament. Rashi waved at her goodbye and said, "Okay then, Lunch-san. Look after things for us." Finally, Kakarot finally went into the car and closed the door. Lunch waved at them and yelled, "See you later." Later. In the airplane, Kakarot stared through the window and complained angrily, "So this useless vehicle flies slower than me. How boring." Kuririn sighed, "What a bumpkins." The waitress asked, "Would anyone like juice, coffee, or a brandy and water?" However, Rashi casually caressed the waitress' buttocks. She got startled and slammed the round plate on his face, caused the drink to spill on his face. She chuckled, "Please excuse me." Toburu laughed so hard, while Kuririn facepalmed. Kakarot found this too boring to fly inside the plane, so he decided to sleep. Few hours later. Finally, the plane landed and bounced on the ground, which forced Kakarot to wake up. Kakarot yelled happily, "About fucking time!" Suddenly everyone in the plane stared at his bad language. Rashi reminded, "Language." Kakarot rolled his eyes over and sighed in frustration. After they got off the plane and picked up the baggage, they had to wait for the taxi to arrive outside the airport. Wow, so this is the city. I have been here before. Awesome, cheered Toburu. Kuririn felt urged to facepalm and sighed, "Don't look about so much. It's embarrassing." Toburu smiled. "That's because I always travel with Dad on the ocean. I only went to the village. Never been in city. So awesome." Kakarot scoffed. "Well, we got an idiot here anyways. Actually, 2 idiots." Kuririn glared at him, but Toburu paid no mind. Rashi spotted taxi and waved at the taxi. He cried, "Hey taxi." The green taxi stopped next to them. "To the Tenkaichi tournament grounds." The taxi driver nodded. "Very good. At Tenkaichi tournament." The taxi arrived and said, "And here we are." Rashi, Kuririn, Kakarot, and Toburu came out of the taxi, so the taxi could leave right now. The voice announced, Now, are there any others wishing to participate? Tonight at 12 o'clock is the deadline." Rashi and others walked on way to the registration. Toburu never saw so many people around here. Kakarot never saw so many people too, but he did not care. "Wow, there sure are a lot of people in the world, huh?" said Toburu in awe. I am starting to get butterflies in my stomach," admitted Kuririn. Rashi faced the registration man and said, "I would like to apply." The registration man nodded. "Fine. Your name, please." Rashi shook his head and said, "No, not me. Those 3. The registration man looked at the boys and asked, "They're spectators, right?" Rashi frowned. No, they're going to participate in the tournament." The registration man surprised, Those children?" The voice suddenly cried, "Hey, Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot." "Huh? Who the fuck is that voice?" confused Kakarot. The voice finally revealed himself in front of Kakarot and smirked, "Hey, Kakarot, it sure has been a while, huh?" Kakarot pointed at the man and asked, "Who the fuck are you?" The man crouched down and shouted, "Rogafu Fuken." Kakarot chuckled. "Figured, what are you doing here, Yamucha? It's been an awful long time. What happens to your hair anyways?" Yamucha rubbed his hair and blushed. I'm told that in the city, long hair is unfashionable. Hey, who is this? Asked Kuririn, patting on Kakarote's back. Yeah, who is he? Asked Toburu. Dude, I am going to introduce you. He's just one of my friends. His name is Yamucha. Kakarote introduced. Then he pointed at Kuririn and Toburu. This is Kuririn and Toburu, who I went through training with at the old man's place. Yamucha greeted, Nice to meet you. Kuririn and Toburu greeted back, and nice to meet you. Rashi walked to them and cried, Hey there, you guys need to put your names on. Huh? He spotted Bulma and others. Bulma licked the ice cream and greeted happily, K Kakarote-kun, Oolong and Pork gulped, fear that it was true. Kakarote chuckled, Bulma, Oolong, Poir. Oolong and Poir sunk in their fear that Kakarote noticed them as well. Even worse, he called them by their name instead of calling them a nickname. So, how's your vacation away from the torture? Hold on. What are you doing here? Asked Bulma happily. Rashi giggled, Hello! That startled Bulma, which caused her to lose her ice cream. Bulma gulped, Tea Turtle Hermit-san. Then she growled, Where in the world are you living now? We went to visit the island in order to see Kakarote, but there was nothing there. It was too small there for Kakarote and others training, so we moved, replied Rashi. He walked closer to Bulma and giggled, But never mind that. How about it? Let me have a little pafu-pafu for old time's sake. Okay? A little pafu-pafu. Okay? Let me do it. Okay? Pafu-pafu. Pafu-pafu. Okay. Pafu-pafu. Bulma growled. You think I would? She swung her big mallet, whacking Rashi away. Oolong sighed. That old guy hasn't changed in the slightest. Yamucha smiled. Still, if you're entering, Kakarote, I can't very well celebrate, huh? Staring in tomorrow's matches, we'll be each other's opponents, after all. Kakarote frowned. What the fuck? Tomorrow? They're not fucking starting the matches now. Bulma folded her arms and smiled. What are you saying? Tonight you're staying at your accommodations, and then the matches start tomorrow early in the morning. Well, fuck that. I wish it would be tonight. But whatever, complained Kakarote. Yamucha nodded. Well, now we will be leaving. See you tomorrow. He walked away along with Bulma, Poir, and Oolong, but he suddenly stopped. Kakarote, don't think that I will forgive you. He glared over his shoulder at Kakarote. You're going to pay for what you've done to me. Kakarote grinned. I'm looking forward to it. Once again, Yamucha and others left them. He could not wait to see what would happen tomorrow. He's eager to fight. Finally, he could not wait to fight any opponent soon tomorrow. To be continued.